The pullback continues here to kick things off in a brand new week. Happy Monday. Stocks in red once again across the board, not only futures, but individual names as well. A whole bunch of storylines to touch on this morning. We are dealing with some significant levels coming into play as well. Support levels for the overall market, support levels for Bitcoin back to big time multi-week support levels. So we'll see if we can't hold on to some of these. As far as individual names moving around this morning, semiconductors across the board under a ton of pressure. Tesla downside once again, Palantir downside once again. We'll touch on all of those coming up, but that's how the overall market is looking right now. It's a NASDAQ anyway. Big gap down. We lose that 580 on the Qs here. That held on a couple of times here throughout the day. On Friday, we actually closed basically at that 580. Gap below it this morning, but yeah, is this a buying opportunity still, or are we officially beyond that point? I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. If it's the overall market, again, as I said, interesting levels coming into play. It's worth noting, not a heck of a lot on the economic calendar today. There's this consumer inflation number that comes out at 11 o'clock, but doesn't typically move the market. It's just a survey of what everyone's thinking.
We've been selling off since, good morning. Yeah. We've been selling off since the higher than expected, or not higher than expected. Well, the jobs report was higher than expected, which creates concerns for higher inflation for next year. We'll get a lot of inflation data this week. PPI tomorrow, CPI on Wednesday, so that could kind of curtail some of the fear if that print comes in a little bit lower. But yeah, the market selling off aggressively now as we're talking about one rate cut for all of 25, possibly some market participants talking about that, so we'll see.
Yeah, as you mentioned, after that jobs report on Friday, it was June. The Fed Fund futures were pricing in maybe a cut for June, and that's it. Here is the 10-year to kick things off this morning. That's 4.8 coming into play here. So we are flirting with this 5% level, not too far away. You got to go all the way back to October of 2023 when we touched 5% on the 10-year. It's just been straight up ever since September of 2024. So we'll see how these yields play out here. That's the dollar as well, continued strength in the DXY. We touched 110, actually broke it a little bit to the upside this morning. Bit of a pullback right now, but again, same thing. Coming into, I mean, you got to go all the way back to October of 2022. Been a long time since we've been up at these levels for the DXY as well. All, guys, not too good for stocks. Good morning.
Good morning. Although,
good morning.
We bounced a little bit here. Yes. The NASDAQ was over 1% earlier. Now it's only 0.9. Bitcoin actually,
now.
Bitcoin holds on to 90,000, so that looks pretty, well, it looks better than it did earlier. But I hate to be Moderna, unfortunately. They took it on the chin, and the quantum names are getting an absolute bleed. It's really Moderna, quantum, chips. Everything else is like, it's bad, but it's not necessarily that bad. And wow, that did not take very long. Thank you very much, Marty. Yes. Appreciate you. You're a man of your word there, Marty.
I listened to a bit
there we go with the super chat. And for anyone that wasn't watching, Marty, one of our viewers here, a little bit of a friendly bet. Had the Broncos actually covered against the Bills, which obviously they didn't, you'd see me in a Broncos cap right now. But instead, appreciate the super chat. Waiting a long time. I hope this is your year. You would have looked good in that Broncos hat. I appreciate the sentiment. I don't think I would have looked that good in a Denver Broncos hat. But yabba dabba doo, the Buffalo Bills are going to round 2. And if you're wondering, I don't know if you saw this.
What was that?
If you're wondering why I'm making a Flintstone reference, Mac Jones, who Buffalo Bills wide receiver, decided to show up like this. Now, the bare feet is normal. He goes barefoot like all the time. He's just a different kind of dude. But this time, he decided to channel his inner Fred Flintstone.
And by Mac Jones, I think Mac Hollins.
Mac Hollins. I said Mac Hollins. Yeah. And the best part about it, he later in the game gets like flagged for unsportsmanlike conduct. The guy dressed like Fred Flintstone ends up doing the Allen Iverson walkover when he mossed a guy.
I am very excited for the Ravens-Bills.
I'm a little nervous for that. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, I mean, I think both sides. Like, I feel like that's going to be epic. I mean, unfortunately, the Packers did not come through yesterday, and they fumbled. Actually, Philly didn't play that well, really. I mean, but neither did the Packers, obviously. They fumbled the very first kickoff. That was a touchdown. And that was basically the difference. We missed a 38-yard field goal. Like the market.
It was a winnable game.
Downside. Yeah, they were fine. It's still disappointing, obviously, whenever your team gets knocked out. It's the biggest down stock here today. Like, there's going to be Moderna, like you mentioned, but I mean, you know, NVIDIA is the one down 3 in a bit. AMD only down 1 in a bit. Yeah, I mean, here we go. Why does this chart say AMD and these ones say NVIDIA? That would be a good question, Sean. But there's NVIDIA right now down 3 and a bit percentage points. And like Brendan mentioned, key levels coming into play here on NVIDIA. This 128, like I didn't write it down as a level because I think there's other names we're going to look at. We're going to look at NVIDIA for sure. But I don't know if we want to buy that level, but that's going to be pretty big too. Like that's that bottom that we had just put in back in December, right before we had that move up there on the Fed. So now we're going to have to wait to see what happens with some of these names. AMD, I came in today thinking I was going to be short AMD for sure. And then I realized that NVIDIA was double the pressure on that name. This is only down 1.4%. But AMD, again, that same kind of collapse here. I don't know, man. ARM Holdings is, okay. All right, so the thing about ARM Holding, what I know is they've got a strong arm on some of their product and the space they're in.
They can't lose.
So if they put a 300% increase, and again, we just read that with you guys together right now, on some of their products. I'm not sure exactly what chipset or anything like that, or what that would be reference to, but they're holding out much better than many of these other names. Like there's the 200 period right now for ARM. You know, with a nice little rounded bottom, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know if we're going to have Michael today or not, but that little move up right there and support back in between 125 and 130. I like the stock here, ARM Holdings. It's one that I've never been in. I know you were in it near their IPO price. And then we never talk about SoftBank. Like, we never talk about what SoftBank's position in all of this is.
Because we were all freaking out that SoftBank was going to sell, and then ARM just kept on going and going and going. Look, ultimately, for anyone that doesn't know, ARM, like their technology is in like 98 or 99% of all smartphones. You basically can't make chips for small devices that are going to be power efficient without ARM technology.
Right.
They do like a licensing, and then they got a couple of ways of royalty and then a license, 2 ways that they make money off it. But 300%, yeah, that can't hurt. Maybe I'm gonna put that one into, like, everything looks pretty bearish right now, but I'll put this one into the bucket of only want to look for longs. If there's a long in the chips to be had, I think ARM at least now stands out. Kind of like it. I mean, if this was a normal day, I'd be looking at a 141 break, but this isn't really a normal day. The Nasdaq's down 1%, so it's a bit of a different sort of morning. If we start holding lows, if it's one of those opens where everyone's panicking because everything's down, and then right away we just start breaking out, I'm not calling it anything like that August 6th morning. But if that were the case, ARM would look pretty enticing here at 141, 300%.
Hello, is it?
Must be nice to be able to do that to your prices and know people are going to pick them up.
I know that you want to hear more about Sharif and Brendo and all that kind of stuff. Intel, I just wanted to see just quickly here. Okay, yeah, wow, we're getting close. 52-week low. I just want to double check it because we're broke. I want to find another chip name. Neil was just mentioning them, and I thought maybe Intel with a little bit of strength today as opposed to NVIDIA. But it's right here right now. 1851 is where the target of the but that's where the 52-week low is right there. So you want to talk about possibly, as Neil was just mentioning there, maybe some leveling out of some stock and maybe trying to pick up some kind of a bottom somewhere. Maybe Intel down at 1850. We had talked about this could be a potential. Not that we're going to go any further than where we are right now in the market, but if there's any names, this one's at the 50 period. The 52-week low right now. What's up, Russell? Look at this guy over here. Well, I mean, if I have, we don't have, didn't we used to have a bacon emoji or something like that? I think we did. But there it is right there. You're never going to forget. And here it is right here. It is the Vegemite as well. So we got that right here. Thank you. 42, here it is right here. 42 months. Right there. Thank you so much, Russell. That's quite impressive there from down under. So we'll never forget. I think Valeria's biggest fan, Russell Jackson, I think.
That's 100% true.
At one point. And he sent us boxes and boxes of Vegemite To which I think that's the sole survivor right now. We keep one on the show to get people like you and Obi and all this stuff.
No, don't even say me because I'm never having it again.
I know, but to get people like you.
Obi loves it. Obi actually thinks this stuff tastes okay. Which
I feel like he actually doesn't think that, but maybe he does. I don't know. I don't.
He was so unfazed when he ate it. Like even just like you just smell it.
I think.
Like
the minute I smell it, I am.
Like once you smell it, it's like, oh, you don't want to do that.
I mean, let us know, Russell Jackson or everybody else that prefers to eat Vegemite. There must be a shelf life on these things. I mean, Russell's been a member for 40.
It literally says April 22. Like,
but best before or?
Well, I mean, the only date on the bottom says April 22. Like last I checked, that's in the rear view. So.
I don't think salt. I mean, I think the number one ingredient is sodium, followed by sodium. So
it should last a while.
B1 and B2, B3 essentials. There.
Hey.
It's like we're a little pharmacy action over here with some Vegemite. But thank you so much to Russ. Thank you so much to Marty, obviously for the super chat. All right, let's get rocking and rolling here. I think you might have to still pay for shorts on SMCI, so we'll look at that one as well. But yeah, put in the chat if you guys like Vegemite. We'll have to ask Michael Noss if he's tried any of that.
It's preserved forever and ever with the amount of salt in that. There he is. Michael Noss with us on a Monday morning. Are you a Vegemite kind of guy, Michael Noss?
I have never had it, and I have no desire to.
I can't hear you.
That's the Australian thing they put on everything, right?
1 second. Maybe try that one more time.
I was just
there.
saying
We go.
The Australian meme they put on everything, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
It's extremely salty, to say the least. But
hope they got a lot of stuff down there that scares me, so that's probably just one of it.
Most things can kill you, so yeah.
Yeah.
Hope your weekend was a good one. We're going to touch on kind of higher perspective here this morning as far as what the market has done in what's it been, a week so far, but it's worth kind of taking a step back and noting any very obvious changes to the way we went out of 2024. You were touching a little bit on individual sectors, maybe a little bit of a surprise here as far as the one that is leading.
Yeah, so the first chart I have is just something that I showed. I remember on Thursday when the market was closed and we did a little wrap up. I figured it's worthwhile giving a bigger deep dive, especially because a couple people may have missed that show. But this essentially is just a heat map of all of the ETFs that I watch and what they're up year to date. So you're right, we're only 6 days in, but we talked about that first 5-day indicator and how that's really, really important to kind of show where hedge funds are starting to position and institutions are starting to position. What are they selling for, that generate that tax income? Where are they buying? There's a couple here that I've already talked about, but yeah, what's interesting is that, so first, the PFIX, we won't go over that today, but that is something that I think is related to all the rest of this. And that's just a index that essentially people look to buy if they're worried about inflation. So the fact that that's up 10% this year is a little bit kind of worrisome, I guess, for the inflation area. Next is PSIL, which is psychedelics. Again, that's very interesting, but we're going to talk more about everything else that we see here. So UNG, USO, XOP, DVC, all of NLR, all of these sectors are energy related and energy focused. And that's something that we haven't seen move, which I'll show you in a second, in years. So this is a sector that may be finally starting to perk up. So what's interesting too is if you look at the ones that are down, there's a lot of technology there that's not doing too well. So this kind of flippening from technology to real things like copper and oil, things that if you drop on your foot, they hurt. That's really, really interesting to me coming right off the gate into the New Year's. It could be, and that's what we're trying to look to see if it's going to be the case, that's more or less where a lot of these institutions are going to look to position themselves. If that's what they're buying, if they're selling technology and they're buying energy, we want to notice that and we want to pay attention. So yeah, that PFIX sector is very interesting because if all of these things that I'm going to talk about move higher, then that to me is one of those things where we're seeing inflation reinflate, I guess, for lack of a better term, right in front of our eyes. If oil is going up and natural gas is going up and all of these things are moving higher, that's just inflation that we can actually see on the chart. That may bode for interest rates and all of this other stuff. But yeah, so UNG is something that I talked a lot about. I won't go over that, but so far I'm very happy with that position. But this next chart here is USO. So this is oil. And this chart goes back to July 2022. So over 2 years, and a little bit longer of, you can see pretty much nothing, right? Down a bit, up a bit, just chopping sideways, consolidating. After it got that big bounce in 2020, 2021, after oil went negative, had that big bounce, then it's just been stuck in this pattern for a long time. Friday's candle, you can see the last candle that was there, broke us out of this wedge, and pretty strongly so, with a little bit of continuation as I saw it anyway, at least this morning. It looks like we're holding that zone. So we need to keep an eye on that. Yeah, up 1.5% in the pre-market. So if we're going to hold this area, you can see this kind of 80-ish, 81 area has been resistance for a long time. Now that we've broken out of this tightening pattern, if we can get above that, that actually looks really, really good for oil. Right? Say what you want about inflation. It's not going to be as fun as, trading these AI names or whatever. But if oil is breaking out and moving, then we definitely have to pay attention to that. The next one here, the next chart is XLE. So this is just the energy sector overall. So it has a bunch of different companies, not so much the actual commodity, but a bunch of different companies in the energy sector. And if we look at what's happening with the SPY, where we're basically sitting on lows, we had a pretty sizable bounce when it came to XLE. So a nice move in XLE, again, compared to the overall S&P 500, that's very tech heavy. We have the XLE and energy, which is, I think it's like 3 to 5% of the index right now, but moving really, really strong off of this support zone. So a nice push in oil, a nice push in energy. This next chart I have here is gold, which is also breaking out of this tightening base. So this is just another commodity sector that is moving really, really strongly. And then the last chart I have here is healthcare. So I just wanted to show all of these sectors, and again, healthcare at a key level had a nice bounce, relatively strong to the market, just showing that these are all the sectors that didn't do much of anything last year, are doing pretty exceptionally well in the beginning of this year. And we want to see if this is going to continue going forward, because if that switch is going to happen, again, our job as swing traders, investors, the more longer term stuff that I do is just to try to ride on the back of these institutions. So this very last chart I have is KMI, Kinder Morgan. They're in the oil and gas kind of extraction type space. This is actually from a trend following algorithm that I'm building over on my website. I'm going to be in studio with you guys in a couple of weeks. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But the system that I'm running here is basically just looking for a break of these highs, which is, again, 29-ish area, $29 a share. We're looking to see if we break out to new highs, and then we're just going to slap a 50-day moving average on it and try to stay long as we can get above that. Again, just coming from the same sector, noticing that everything that is moving, and if you just look at this chart sitting on highs compared to what we're seeing in the S&P 500, we're seeing in the Qs, we're seeing in a lot of the big tech names, just showing us that there is strength out there. There are sectors that are looking interesting. Again, we just need to expand our view a little bit from these big tech names, the AI names that have been so good to us all last year.
And that's a great point to, maybe touch on a little bit further, in the sense that it's really easy to get familiar and comfortable with the same old day in and day out. And let's face it, we've had 2-3 years of that same old. We sat here at the end of 2023 going into 2024. A lot of people were, making that argument of, is it going to be, the NVIDIAs that are going to lead in 2025? A lot of people didn't think it was going to, and that it might, we might see some rotation at that point. Good exercise to kind of take a step back and say, okay, what is actually working? What isn't working? I know we'll get some questions on this. You showed that KMI chart. When it comes to a breakout type of a trade in this sense, are you looking for some sort of daily close above that level? What actually triggers you into that trade?
Yeah, for me personally, now, the systems I build up, it's just if it hits that price, you get involved. But for me personally, just to increase the win rate a little bit, I like some consolidation above there. So a daily close, even if at noon or 1 today after lunch, it's holding above that level, I may get in as well. I'm just looking for that first opening 5-minute print where we wick up and we wick down. There's all that craziness going on. I'm sitting out of that. So give me a couple 30-minute closes above that. I'll be happy. More than anything, I kind of want that daily close above that. And, to your point of, I think I probably made the same speech last year, and that's 100% the case. We could just pop back into NVIDIA, into the AI play. That's 100% possible. I don't think we can get another double in NVIDIA. I think it'd be worth more than most countries out there. But it could be the case. And it could be the case that this is just a jump with the AI play, not so much the healthcare chart I showed, but it could just be that we are scrambling so much for energy for AI now that we're going to go back into oil, we're going to go back into natural gas, we're going to go back into all this. So again, it could just be a third derivative play down, right? It could have been AI and then utilities were fantastic, and now it's going to be oil and gas. But it does seem like we're going to have some broadening out. We're going to have some rotation at some point. Now that rotation could just last a week or so, and we could go right back into it. But still, those are trade ideas that we definitely want to keep an eye on.
Lots to look forward to as we continue along into 2025. Great stuff, including, as you mentioned, Michael Lott's going to join us right here end of the month. So we'll touch on a whole bunch of stuff, but we'll give you more details as we get closer to that. Good to see you, Mr. Noss. We'll see you after the close once again.
I'll see you after the close.
Yeah, we look forward to that conversation again after the close. I mean, heck, that Kinder Morgan looks like a pretty juicy breakout.
Yeah, we talked about KMI before, but I didn't
nice
realize
to give
that.
us this today. I mean, you never really know. They made an acquisition of gas gathering and processing system, but it doesn't look like it's a huge story, like a $640 million acquisition. Not terribly large and not really moving the needle, but that's a pretty cleanish breakout at the even dollar, like 28.80 something. Like a 29 double top break. It's got all of the things that you'd want. And the best thing about, one of the good, well, maybe not the best thing, one of the good things that Michael can bring to us when he's looking for swing trading ideas is you simply will find underneath the rug some good day trading opportunities as well, because you're just talking about key levels. There's nothing for a day trader that says you need to close above that price on a daily or weekly. I mean, we just like a 29 break when it gets there and take the momentum. As Randy in the house, we've got appreciate you, Randy. We've already got our refill of coffee
and some
bananas. Make sure we get that potassium in there. A more healthy way to get your vitamins than Vegemite.
Yeah, apparently. I don't want to. No statistics have been
expired Vegemite, I should say.
Yeah, even worse than that.
A little more clear.
Look, thank you, Michael, for all of that. I mean, I think that there's always going to be those pockets, as Brendan was mentioning as well, of strength and weakness and where to look. And as he mentioned, maybe we get back into NVIDIA at some point. Maybe the power, maybe SMR, maybe, all these names go up, they go down. And just quickly here, I just want to say, we're starting. So I put out a tweet earlier and asking what people are trading. I'm trading short today pretty much. So you broke underneath the 50-period moving average. That's not a great sign there. Obviously, we did that on Friday, and then now today we'll watch to see an extension move into the lows here for the NASDAQ, right? I mean, 495 on the Qs could be coming into play. Sharif will obviously, as he always does, we'll do a little bit of a market recap at some point, but we'll be talking more about futures. But for right now, we also need to look at some names that have been upgraded and downgraded with Ms. Adara at the screen.
Another pretty exciting list this morning. Caterpillar actually down in the morning, but getting an upgrade from Evercore ISI with a $365 price target. Crown Castle getting an upgrade from Barclays. Elf here getting upgraded by Morgan Stanley, and Etsy down in the morning, but getting an upgrade from Jefferies Financial. Looks like Jefferies is really looking at some of these social media and online names, because with this Etsy upgrade, they also downgraded Pinterest, which is down about 3% on the day. PINS alongside Snapchat and Meta is still on watch as we continue to digest that TikTok ban slated for January 19th. We also have Next Era Energy down on the morning with a BMO Capital Markets downgrade. Constellation Brands, which reported earnings on Friday morning, getting a downgrade today from JP Morgan Chase. And last but not least, EOG Resources up on the morning, but getting a downgrade from BofA Securities. Pretty interesting list, guys.
Interesting list, and right off the top there, Caterpillar, a name. We talked about this last week. At the 200 on the daily, and starting to give it up. Now, obviously, you zoom out far enough, the chart looks pretty good, but this has had a history of when it gets to the 200 period moving average, making some breaches before it regains it. At least on this last little bull move, when it's tested it, it's tested underneath. And this is the first time since it's been on trend that we're going to get a close underneath that 200 period moving average, potentially for 2 days. So this is worth watching. If it gets back into 320, That's the area I like on CAT. Could see that this week if it's bearish enough, but an upgrade, I think they're a good stock. I mean, a good company, but ultimately, right now the momentum is to the downside on this name. Materials have been weak. You're going to see these guys be a little bit weaker, but I think long term, starting to enter that buy zone. Going to throw some stink bids myself, my personal account. Interested to see Pinterest that far down. And there is a small capper. I was just checking this one out. Didn't hear the story as we were listening to Adara, but NITO just made a breakout here on the 3-minute. It's a what stock? NITO? It's a neat stock. Okay, NITO. I actually don't know which way it's pronounced, but just wanted to point out it did make a run last week. So it's not as if it's going into uncharted territories at this point. It already made a run last week, had some resistance in the 2.5 area and the $3 area. So it's just trying to get back to those levels. But get good volume in here already. Just crossed the $1 million mark, so might throw that on your list of small cap watchers.
Yeah, no, I know. We always talk about Caterpillar as, oh my God, I can't believe how high this thing went up. But at the same time, right now, as Neil mentioned, it's had a pretty nasty move down. Like, those I'm not in this name, but possibly should be soon. Like down into this 300, 325 area. Again, a play on China, a play on agriculture, obviously, and just a play on, hopefully, we thought we had a little bit of a run up with AI and stuff like that there as well. Yeah, this just because we haven't had Danielle Shea on in a minute as well. There's John Deere is another name that she was liking, and I always remember 350. How close are we to that level right now? Yeah, nowhere near. But look at the drop in some of these names. So some of these industrials really getting hit. XLI, the ETF, you want to look at there as well. But yeah, nice move. Wow, Deere is really going to the downside as well. But wow, okay, there it goes. Deere down to 400, also something to buy. Elf Cosmetics, I mean, I like this stock as well. It's been basically barcoding for a minute. Yeah, right into here. So looking to break one way. Again, a pretty healthy name. Not everything needs to be tech-based, right? My whole portfolio is tech-based, but should be probably into something different. And Elf made a bottom here, $100, really bounced off nicely from there. Now trying to get through the 50-period moving average. Next stop, the 200, which would be 150. You'd take that in this environment, right? 125 up to 150. I think that's a possibility here on the upgrade. We'll find out more about what it is all about. Today, you also had another move. We got to keep on showing some love here. Jeff's been coming on the last couple weeks anyways, talking a little bit about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and ever since the election, this is a very, very undercover name. I actually tried to buy this name in my TFSA account, not allowed because it's an over-the-counter stock, but there it goes right there. $1 basically election day. I mean, a little bit higher than that, 125, 130, coming back in as everyone gets a little nervous that Kamala is going to win. And then boom, boom, right there, Fannie and Freddie right now trying to go upside as we wait to see if they can take this name back and unlock some of the value there. There's been discussions about the common versus Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, FNMAS, different things like that. But right now, Fannie and Freddie, not that it's doing any volume or anything, but just an upside move there today. I did not want to stop and forget about that because we often get people looking at those names. So yeah, it'll be very, very tech heavy. My sticky note is out. Apple, Palantir. We got Rigetti on there. We've got some Bitcoin talk as well as crypto 91.1 right now. So not
you
so
might
bad.
retest that 90.
All right, desk.
All right, let's get into a few things. I was just going to mention that NITO, they received German regulatory approval for a solar project. So it's a solar stock. So that was that NITO just coming out there before. We get to the futures here. Let's have a look at the overall market. Lots to know here going into Monday.
58.65, guys. That's where we closed out on Friday. We're at a very critical level. We almost got to 5,800 overnight, with 58.09 being the overnight low. And that takes us all the way back into early November, late October. We defended that 5,800 point area with a double bottom. So if we come back into that area again, I'm expecting, at least for today, positive movement back off 5,800. If we keep going, if we bounce off 5,800 and try to go green, we're looking at the overnight high, 58.67 as resistance.
A lot of red on the board as far as individual names are concerned this morning. If you haven't done so, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page. All you need is your email address, and then you can have the watch list for free every single day. Comes right to your inbox. 3.8% here for IBIT. Bitcoin following suit to the downside right now. We lost 52 bucks here on IBIT. Tried to get back above it briefly there, but no luck. It's been, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, setting up to be the
These rate cuts or lack thereof, Brendo, causing a bit of turmoil right now in the crypto market. So accelerated inflation fears are leading to declining equity and crypto markets. The near-term Federal Reserve interest rate cuts now look unlikely, with only one rate cut projected for this year. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's the bad side of things. The good side of things, that Donald Trump takes office shortly, and he's basically now put an advisory group together here of executives made up from MicroStrategy, Coinbase, Circle, and Crypto.com, with a view to drafting legislation as well as possibly starting that strategic Bitcoin reserve we've been talking a lot about, Brendo.
Yeah, it's a week today. Yeah, so one week to go here for Trump 2.0 taking over. So we'll see how that affects Bitcoin. But yeah, there's this level right now. Very, very significant level here, guys, for Bitcoin.
Yeah, like we might retest this 90,000. It just seems like, we didn't get that much oomph last time we got off of it. Let me go to a longer time frame chart. Maybe a 30-minute will look better. Not really. I'm just going to go to an hour on a trading view, and I don't know. There we go. Zoom out. Why is it scaling? I'll fix the scaling in a second. No, but it's the amount of times that we've bounced off of this 90 area, and usually it's been 92 that's the support. So what I don't like about it is the simple fact that we're now bouncing and not getting back above 92,000. That's why I think we could actually retest 90. I like Mara to the short side whenever we have this weakness, pretty much unquestioned. But if we're not getting back above 92,000 in the opening range, then I look over at this. It's like flat bottom at 1665. So you got 1665 flat bottom, and then you've got 17.4. So if we pop and don't break 92,000, then you've got Friday highs. Otherwise, if we do trend and break this 90 and retest it underneath, it's a bit of a flat bottom breaker on Mara down here. And I just heard an NVIDIA collaboration. I don't know if you caught that name. ILMN. Illumina with an NVIDIA collaboration, it looks like.
Collab.
It might have already come back in. Yeah, up 5%, but looks like it might have already made a bit of a top and pull back in. Watch out, the ILMN just heard NVIDIA collaboration. I see Darwin had that one in the chat as well. Shout out to you, Darwin.
A shout out to everybody who continues to support our show here. 400 right now and 91,000 subscribers. So shout out to everybody there. Make sure you keep on hitting the like and the subscribe button. We have IBIT written here at 53. Look, the momentum's underneath this 200 period simple moving average. So for me, as long as we're underneath that, that's what we're working with right now. Here's the 200 simple. It's pretty simple, and it just continues to make moves lower. I mean, I like 54 bucks to get back up to there, but down 4%. Look, I think there is a potential little whoosh coming here at the open where we could flush down even more than this. So as we said, the big risk about holding on to an ETF versus the actual coin itself, like I'd mentioned to you, we got taken out of some Dogecoin. We got taken out of some Cardano near the tops there on stop orders because it's a 24/7 market, right? Like I'll wake up in the middle of the night, boom, something got triggered, both to the long and to the short side. That's a risk when you're trading with IBIT because you can't do anything about this 4% move down. So I feel that people obviously going to have a little bit of nervous hands here coming into today. I don't know what's going on right now, but it is starting to even move off of that right here. That's VWAP, that's 52. So yeah, I mean, now this is changing. This is going to be forever changing, the 200 period moving average. But if you're looking even at a 5-minute chart, we go a little bit more on this, you're still in and around that 53 area. So for me, I like the short there. It's already waiting. So I don't know if we're going to bump up off the open, but if we do, I'm going to be looking at the 200 period moving average, which right now, let's get the party started at 52.50. So if somehow we bump up, look, I'm a crypto, I still am a bull, obviously. I mean, we've talked about this as being a good pick. I had Coinbase listed down as a pick that if you thought crypto was going to go for a pick for this year. So there's the move down as well in Coinbase. I think it's down 4% as well. Yeah, so, equal with the market. And we said if the market was going to bounce up there, you had a pretty dramatic move in Coinbase versus Bitcoin. So if it's going to go the other way to the downside, potentially we could use 252 as a short as well. If you're going to use 200 period moving averages or maybe this 50 period, trade on the 5-minute, you're still looking short in Coinbase. So both of these names today, well under pressure in crypto. I'm not looking long until we get, firmly above for at least a couple of days. I think we're in a little bit of trouble here. People got pretty greedy. And we're buying up there near 100, which is fine. I still think it gets up there, but at the same time, it's a nice dip down into 91 and change. We had that pull up, man. I mean, 50 or 150. And right now, you'd have to go the other way as we break below 100,000. So let's just be patient with it. I think that's the name of the game right now in all the markets. It's a dip buy opportunity for me. We were looking at the NASDAQ earlier, and not to get too long in the tooth here, but you're not on the daily chart here on the Qs. So 540 is the high. You're going to open up at 501. That's $40 gone on 540. So you're down like 7 and a bit percentage points here. So you're not in correction territory. You're obviously not in a bear market or anything like that. So for all of us that are super nervous about this, and I am because I'm very much overweight in the tech names, you have to look back and say this is part of the game. We can't be hitting the bulls and so excited all the time when the market's up 0.5%, 1%. Then when you come in and it's down 1%, it's kind of par for the course if you're holding these volatile names. And then you don't even need to be in tech names. We've seen complete destruction in Caterpillar. Complete destruction. Move down in Caterpillar, move down in Deere. Moderna is going to get hit. Again, that might be a tech name, but the way they rely on some of the technologies there. Tesla's been getting hit.
Insurance companies are getting smoked. Berkshire is just breaking its 200.
Wow, Berkshire is actually a name that I was buying and I haven't bought anything
at a great
in a while.
spot.
Even the diamonds. No, they're all.
Yeah, Berkshire is at a great level. It's literally it's like an everything pullback. It's at the 200 on the daily for Berkshire. Well, I think that's a buy. Look, obviously we understand what's going on with the insurance companies. California, and hopefully everyone's going to be safe.
They put the number at 56 billion.
It's a tremendous
billion.
Yeah, it's a tremendous cost, but it's probably going to give a buying opportunity to name like Berkshire. That's the long and short of it. Like every time it's gotten to the 200 historically, it's been a great buy. It just happens to be there now.
I've changed my whole strategy at this moment because I'm so heavy into all the names. I'm just going to be buying indexes, I think. So I think we talked about the diamonds and how we like that. And if people are unfamiliar with the diamonds, and then we'll throw back in 1 second here. Miss Adara had a great chart. I guess it was graphic out there showing the weightings and whatnot of the Dow. And I mean, this name also, boom, we're getting close to the 200 period as well, down here into 410. So I really like the breadth of all the names here. So I think that this is going to be where I'm looking, or just straight up. You know what I heard actually? It's like I can't stop sometimes. VOO is the new one. This is the Vanguard. So this is the Vanguard ETF as opposed to the SPY. The SPY is a much bigger trading venue for holding stock, but this has just overtaken for inflows on the year. This was the number one inflow ETF. So it generally can be SPY, but this is the Vanguard, VOO. So if you start hearing more people talk about VOO, same exact principles as SPY, but just a Vanguard product. It must be a little cheaper. I don't know. It had more inflows this year than SPY, so I don't figure out why that is. But I think it's probably do with IRAs and stuff like that. So, okay, it's 9:08. Back to the two most handsome gentlemen.
Continue along here. Semiconductors under big time pressure. Part of the reason the market's down so much this morning. Here's NVIDIA. I mean, as we speak, making new lows. So 3.7, 3.8% coming into play here. Yeah, new White House restrictions being imposed on AI chip exports. Has this entire group under pressure this morning? I mean, name one, it's going to be down. AMD actually holding up a little bit better, though, right now.
Yeah, it's obviously Joe Biden's call here, but comes from the Commerce Department. And the point is to basically prevent misuse, including enhancing China's military. NVIDIA widely criticized this decision, says it's threatening global innovation. They also warn of bureaucratic control over the U.S. semiconductor and AI product design and marketing. And they have a very cogent argument here. They argue that the rule will not enhance national security whatsoever. It is targeting technology that's already widely used in gaming and consumer hardware. So not really sure what the logic of this is other than to make a point down 4%, Brennan.
Yeah, late December levels coming into play here for NVDA back to, this is one of those back at significant support right now. This is where we're opening right now this morning.
They heard you guys because we just made a fresh low like 2 seconds ago. As you were reading the story, down almost 4%. NVIDIA, it's a little bit, okay, I think the continuation, when I looked at this one, I'm like, okay, well, on the daily chart, it's going to show you 133.80 prior low, flat bottom breaking. I think you got room to 126 today. That really sets up a couple of things. Like either it's breaking an even dollar at 130 or, I mean, if it bounces off 130, you're waiting all the way until 134. Bit of a wide range or some pre-market highs. So like, I don't mind all that. You just require some patience that there's going to be a pop in the morning. Why I liked, and again, those are just levels for NVIDIA, but why I like AMD is it's got a much tighter range of decision here because you go all the way back to the August low when I zoomed out the daily, like it's going to put up or shut up right here at the open at 115 and 115, 115 half. Like that's multiple levels on the daily, and it's very tightly underneath it by just like 30, 40 cents. So if it breaks back out, then it's holding those support levels and you got to back off of it. We get a reversal, or we just break down underneath the 115 and we're good to go on AMD. And yeah, Rainmaker mentioned in the chat there, he likes the Intel long off of 1875, it being the, 52-week low for Intel, I think is at 18, I thought it was 60. Yeah, it's lower than that. It's 1850.
It's 1851.
Yeah, we were talking about that last week. I think that's probably the spot to look for bounce, and there's a decent chance that it could get there today. I wouldn't rule out the flat bottom. I just like the level we're at on AMD in the channel. I do like that one off the bat. And because of that ARM story, the simple fact that you're going to have ARM, raising 300% their prices, if we're going to have any kind of a bounce today, this is the chip name I probably like to the long side. I mean, it's a 200 period moving average is right here. I get it. Yes, overpriced and all that stuff, and their valuation doesn't make a ton of sense. But if there's any momentum to the upside off of the open, ARM is probably the one I look for some kind of a stair step to the upside. Jesus. Just want to be able to join something if this can get higher. So, yeah, I'll probably I might stay away from NVIDIA unless we get some kind of a real bigger bounce to the upside. It'll probably be AMD for me off of that 115.
All right, let's talk some Tesla, 3.2% coming into day lows right now as well. There is this, Morgan Stanley maintaining overweight, going to 430, so a significant upside there for Morgan Stanley at least. They're also raising the Model Y in Canada, the price, a staggering $1,000. That seems almost like a jab at Canada in general at this point, but this comes after what happened on Friday. We were talking about the new one in China.
And a discontinued price increase for a discontinued model?
Yeah.
Come on,
$1,000?
Tesla. Yeah, what's going on over there? No, but seriously though, Brendo, here's the deal. So now it's a price target increase. It's a nice price target increase up from 400 Fabian all the way up to 430. But here's the deal. The bull case now, wow, a valuation of $800, they say reflects Tesla's advancements in autonomous vehicle driving as well as AI. And they break it down. They're like, okay, look, for their mobility role, so autonomous vehicle driving, we're valuing it. We're throwing $90 a share for that specific technology. They project Tesla's fleet of autonomous vehicles to reach about 7.5 million by 2040 with expected 29% EBITDA. They also go on to talk about network services. They are valuing that component at $168 a share. That includes FSD, supercharging, software updates. So I like the breakdown here. So the bull case, to surmise, $800 a share. The bear case, $200 a share.
More context on the pricing side of things. Well, let me show you. $1,000 is, yes, now just $692 US. There's that.
No good.
Yeah, no, that sucks. But at the same time, I mean, most of my money is in U.S. equities, so I think that's been fine. And, as long as you're not traveling, it's okay. And I want to welcome all the United States citizens up into Canada to spend those greenbacks. I mean, we just showed you a perfect example of how you can live like a king up north, and you should come and join us. We got a new WNBA team coming, the Toronto Tempo, so that should be really hype. If you're a big fan of Drake, he'll probably be at pretty much every game, I would imagine. So you can definitely come up here to lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Do not, although I'm wearing the Blue Jays hat, You know, we have Blue Jays and Raptors are going one way, and Maple Leafs and Argos are going the other. So, you know, it depends on what fan of sport you are right there. But, okay, so right now, Tesla, look, I mean, I'm a fan of this name. It's funny that it comes in and it's going to catch some shrapnel of the market today for sure. But some of those stories are pretty good. I mean, I think price increases, I feel like are fine. The consumer is actually pretty strong. The consumer debt right now, as opposed to... There it is. Consumer debt as opposed to credit card debt as opposed to the national debt and household income is actually at a low right now for credit cards and things like that. So I feel like there still is a lot of money on the sidelines. I don't think anybody's necessarily jumping in and buying new cars or anything like that. But we talked about how Tesla has been the leader in the space. Now you get that new refined Model Y. People will upgrade, and especially people that are on, you know, a third, fourth year of their either lease or just looking to upgrade that car. I mean, I think used Tesla is not great anymore, but at the same time, still holding some kind of value. With rates being where they are, that's not going to help too much. As we just talked about, rate cuts, maybe only one moving forward the rest of the year. The good thing about Tesla, though, is it's falling in. And remember, like, this is just December 10th. Like right here. So looks down, it's January 13th. So you're at 4 weeks market and, you know, you just came back in right now. So it's been a rough month for sure, especially if you were buying all month. But right now, time to settle down a little bit. I like to play not just for autonomous, but also for what Elon means. And I just think that we have the robo-taxi. We have a potential spot there in a lower model, Model 2 or a little bit of a lesser model coming into $25,000, $30,000 mark. So, you know, I like the thought here of being long Tesla. I just think right now we don't do anything until 380. And that's going to be real quick. If this market flushes, like, you don't want to be any part of this. I'm like I said, I'm nervous that the market's underneath right now. We could get that flush. And if it does come in, I mean, that 50 period right now is 365. I don't think we get there, but this low, that low tick of 375 could come into play. So I'm a buyer of Tesla in and around 375 today. I hope we don't get there.
I hope we don't get there. I don't know how optimistic I am about that. Yeah. Tesla's not going to be at the top of my list because I'd rather be, like, we're going to get to Moderna in a second. We've already talked about Bitcoin and Mara and then the chip names. You throw in some of the quantum names as well, and I like Rigetti for some continuation short. So I probably don't squeeze Tesla in there off of the open, but you're kind of like Sean. I do feel like a 375 retest is in play. And then the 50 period on the daily is at just above $360. And it's felt like we've been headed for a test of that level for a while now. So it would not surprise me. That's a pretty big level. It will support resistance 363. Now you got the 50 period down there. I can see us testing that this week.
All right, Moderna on here next, pushing 20% to the downside right now. Updated forecast here, not good, right across the board. Everything pretty much to the downside, vaccine specific. We'll get to more details in a second here. First off, this portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Hive Digital Technologies on the NASDAQ, HIVE. They're pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions in Bitcoin mining, a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin. MicroStrategy bought that last week. On their balance sheet, Hive consistently tops industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future of powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or hivedigitaltech.com. Please sign up for their newsletter. Click that link on the website. I mean, this, you and I were just talking before we came back over here. You know, when you're essentially a one-trick pony, as Moderna tends to be, it's going to be volatile up and down.
Oh, yeah. And they're, like I was telling you off camera, I don't feel that they're reading the room. There is a widespread kind of discontentment right now with vaccines, and that's what they keep pumping out. Whether it's slower than expected sales for their COVID-19 vaccine, or whether the lesser than or the slower adoption rate, I should say, for the RSV vaccine, or whatever for whatever reason they're trying to put in a flu shot mixed in with COVID. So they're really not expanding their product pipeline at all, and that's precipitated them to drop their sales forecast by about $1 billion this year. And as you can see, they just lost 20% of their value.
Yeah, decent volume behind this move as well as we come into $34 here now, guys, this morning.
Yeah, it looks bad, man. Like the prior 52-week low was like 35.80. So you're not trading well underneath that. I kind of like that to play off of on any kind of a bounce. Like if it goes, it's short sell restricted at the open, like guaranteed. You know, like in the next 10 minutes, it's not popping 9%. So it's going to be SSR. That said, pops into that 35.80, 36 zone on Moderna, and just look for continuation short. If you pull up a weekly chart on this thing, it tells the greater part of the story here. It just has not been able to catch or sustain a bid, and you know, like this is 20. It's hard to see, but this is 2020. Where it had the breakout, then support was at like $29, $30. Kind of tough to see in there. I think that's where we're headed. And that was April. I think it was April of 2020 that it made that support level. So yeah, that's another 10% away from here. So I want to short pops into that 35.80, 36 prior 52-week lows here on Moderna. Nasty, nasty, nasty. See the good? Yeah, there's not much good here. It could go SSR bouncing. Like if it does absolutely crater and we see it close to that $30 level, I'd probably look for some kind of a bounce in there just as a mean reversion type play on Moderna. Yeah, not very good here for them.
Yeah, we've talked about, I would play, the space. I mean, I like playing it that way. That's going to be very, very aggressive, obviously. Adair's talked about Eli Lilly as a play that she's liked as well. I think the space, I mean, XBI, again, just to talk about ETFs again, like this name, we're all the way back now to like spring, summer levels of this biotech ETF. There's also IBB. So I haven't nibbled at this. Remember, we bought some here at the 200 period, and first in and around here at 100, then and again at 93, 94. So out of the money. These are all just small. I'm trying to build like smaller ETF spots, and we've talked about that. So this is one that I've started and really haven't added to. The most recent thing that I bought was Uber, and that was down at 60. That's probably in jeopardy right now as well, 65. Okay, so our Uber long is actually like at 67 and change. So we've actually been okay on this one, holding on by a dear thread. But Amgen was a name that's been getting hit as well lately. And just to talk about like big names, we talked about big Dow names and things like that could be at some levels as well. Here's another one, and I just don't want to discount this at all. If you get rid of my mug there, Fabian, just quickly, just so I can show this level. Yeah, so it goes all the way back to like November of 23, some of these Amgen levels. So, as different trials come and as different products go, these names are going to pop and drop. But right now, there are some interesting names at interesting levels. And it's like we always talk about open up your 401k, like today's a great day. But like a lot of that is because I'm very tech focused. And as I look more and more at some of these other names, man, there's a lot of spots and a lot of names that are well held that have been getting hit very, very greatly as of late. And Amgen in this biotech space is just another one. We talk about Pfizer. We talk about that's a Moderna look right there as well. So, all right, let's get back to the desk. There's only 7 minutes left. Oh, we're doing pretty good, though.
We're really good, actually. So we didn't talk quantum yet.
The one athletic apparel name that's gotten most of, like the majority of my money in 2024 probably still is Nike, but Lulu right there. Now I have like 3 or 4 pair of Lulu pants. My new jacket is a Lulu winter jacket. I have sweaters.
Your winter jacket's Lulu?
Yeah, do you know how light that thing is?
No, I didn't even know. I didn't even realize that. I've seen the jacket. I didn't realize that was Lulu.
So my daughter got the Aritzia, the Super Puff jackets, and I was like, oh my God, I cannot believe they're so light, but they're so warm.
Yeah.
So this thing is like 700 down filled. It is so freaking light. You can wrap it up. I'll go get it for you. But anyways, it's Lululemon. Let's go talk to these guys.
Bad this morning as far as the market is concerned. Lulu to the upside here, 2%, 2.1% higher. I don't think they make a bad product at this point. I haven't tried the running shoes. That's one thing I'll reserve my judgment on. But haven't tried their running shoes yet, but I'm sure they're good too. 404 holding here as support. Yeah, they raised their Q4 guidance once again.
And it was strong demand this past quarter, Brendo, for the winter season, for the Christmas season. They had good demand there, and they're trying to attribute some of the success to new colors, new styles, and also maintaining customer interest amid competition. They did update their quarterly net revenue, as you talked about there, $356 to $358 per share previously, $347 to $351. They're expected also their gross margin. This is what caught my attention. Companies that are growing, gross margins are to be respected because usually competitors are eating into your gross margin. So they're expecting to raise that by 30 basis points for the fourth quarter. We'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, they're still crushing it. Sean, this segment brought to you by Lululemon.
Lemon, you guys.
It feels like a windbreaker. It feels like a windbreaker.
And it's super, super thin. Like that's the thing. Neil wants to go outside and wear it.
After when we're done the morning show, I'm gonna step outside in that thing because I'm not convinced that it can even be warm. That's ridiculous.
Dude, I was shoveling snow. I was this thing. And so it's 700 down filled, and it was on sale, so I bought it. Okay, that's what that is.
Canada Goose's Goose is cooked.
I'm gonna go hang this.
So just for Lulu here. We talked about this last week. I actually don't like this double top on Lulu. Now, candidly, I think I already mentioned this. I bought some dips in Lulu for a trade a while back. I'm out of that thing, and it is what it is. But yeah, I don't like the double top that we saw at the 420 on Lulu. So I'm a little bit concerned with the reaction that it's had up here. And then again today, it's not a bullish look when you've rejected that top a couple of times. So I think maybe a retest of this 390-ish area is going to be in play. It just feels like it needs to consolidate up here, put in some higher lows, get back on trend, and then maybe you'll make the breakout a little bit later. But clearly, I shouldn't say clearly it's not going to be today. It just doesn't feel like it's had the juice recently. So I think it's consolidation in the mid 390s or so before you get this eventual breakout on Lulu. We only have 3 minutes to go. I wanted to quickly mention quantum names here. Rigetti, anybody, if you missed out on this last week, then you weren't paying attention to the market, which is possible. You could have been on vacation. And if you were on vacation, the quantum names got punked by Jensen and Martin Shkreli a little bit. And to me, it's just a continuation to the downside. So we got prior lows here at 940. I don't know what happened to here I'll draw a pretty little line in there. And then this double bottom here, 925 and then 840. So this is Rigetti. We had to pay for locates of Rigetti, but they were dirt cheap like always. So the Friday low here at the 840 level and then the 925. Even if both those break, you still got the top end of the range here at 11, looking continuations on RGTI, down 18%, and they're not alone. Like QBTS, that's D-Wave, they're back down at 4 change, so 19% as well. IonQ, the whole kit and caboodle. The quantum names giving it up in a big way this morning.
I just saw it in the chat too. This might be a little personal, but I'm also wearing the Lululemon boxers as well because, thing is you get the free shipping, so you just start to you buy one thing and then you hit the sale thing and the next thing you got a couple. So I actually have 3 pairs of Lululemon boxers.
No Hanes?
As well. I think they're the 6 to 7 inch length. I don't know what everybody wears out there. Probably some tighty whities.
I've never worn Lulu, but I've never had anything Lululemon, to be honest.
It'll change your life, my guy. Okay, so from one premium to another here. Starbucks, I just got the email right here, effective January 27th. Free refills on hot coffee, iced brewed coffee. You do not have to be a member. So you do not have to be a member. So it's everybody that's I don't want to download apps because they're watching me. Right now, Starbucks right here, it just says, if you bring in a reusable cup, you get a free refill right there. So don't, I'm just reading the tea leaves there. But it's always been free refills, but just for members. But now it's for everybody. So there we go. Starbucks that's why when you go into those places, you see literally like Starbucks is like the library, like everybody goes in there and there's like they have their team meetings in there and all that. Is it because the free refills? You guys tell me over there. Okay, so right now, I'm shorting Rigetti as well. We had to pay for shorts. I'm shorting it at 8.50, but now the 200 period's now at $8, so we may have to rethink this. Let's watch out for Rigetti right off the open. Mom spaghetti. Apple breaking through 233, I think is worth a shot as well, especially if we do get that instant flush on the market. Better to be patient and waiting for 234, but I think Apple flush is lower. It is the #1 trade idea that I have there today. Watch out for 234 on Apple. So, I mean, those are levels that I'm looking to trade off of right now. We're actually going to offer a little upside here on Apple in and around 234. If it breaks the pre-market high of 235, I think it's like regroup, refresh, reload situation there. So we'll see what does happen on Apple right off the jump. We should be able to get short right away. I'm at 233.80, so that's going to be a position for me on Apple. I always get not mocked. I mean, I mock myself, and you guys do a good job of it as well. I'm like, I'm not going to get in any positions early. Looks over 931 in 3 positions. So
it happens.
We'll wait to see Palantir at the low near 60. I like that too. It's not there yet.
First bell of the week brought to you by Hive. That's Hive on the NASDAQ, Hive Digital. Check them out. Yeah. But ring in a Dara right about now. That just crept up on us pretty quickly. So Rigetti, okay, not much movement on Rigetti at the open.
I don't think we have NASDAQ quotes.
I'm bursty.
Apple.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, Rigetti's going.
Oh, yeah, that was... Didn't I just say Rigetti's not moving? Yeah, Rigetti's moving.
Yeah, Rigetti's moving, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Rigetti just tanked to $7 and right back up to $7.40. That was a pretty hefty move to the downside on Rigetti.
What's going on with Apple here?
Big time volume candle. We also got, what else is moving here? Moderna. Wow, Moderna. Okay, Moderna just tagged 34.5 after bouncing off 33. So you're getting a pretty hefty bounce to the upside. I'm looking for 36 as continuation on Moderna if we're able to grab it. So obviously there was a little bit of fun action off that open. Lots of volume on the open there. Let's see if Moderna gets into VWAP.
Yeah, we're only in one trade right now. It's Apple. We talked about trying to get that Apple short, so we got it at 233, but 233.67.
Position board?
Like I said, position. Every day, the position board seems to have some problems, so thank you. Bear with us right there on the position board. But I am short Apple. That's the only one. All right, let's find out what else is potentially flushing right now. All right, so Palantir goes to 63.50. No, nice little bounce there for Palantir, but still going the other way. Oh. There goes Apple right now. Let's spin it right now. That's a money trade right here. Now 50 cents in Z-Money as we get a little bit lower now for Apple. Watch out for 232. We like that level. We're short right now, 232.70s. We'll get that position board worked out very, very quickly for you, ladies and gentlemen. But that's what I'm looking at. And then the other name here, we're still getting out some more bids. NVIDIA, nice bounce upside there. I don't know if you noticed that one.
Yeah, NVIDIA bouncing. Some of the chips are bouncing pretty big. But we're looking at Rigetti and Moderna the most. Rigetti, it's almost at the $8 level. So Moderna got to 35 in VWAP, pull back underneath. I'm at the 34.5, trying to pick up that short trade in there. And here comes Rigetti. Like, wow, that is a hefty move up. Now, remember, this 840 was the prior low, so I want to fade back into 840. Any curl in that range, it's going to be it's short sell restricted because it opened up more than 10% to the downside. So any kind of curl in front of 840, and I'm looking to engage in that short on Mom's Spaghetti Rigetti. Looks like it'll be the first one for me. I haven't even pulled up Tesla yet, but this is really screaming. So you're getting a big relief rally here in this quantum name. The NASDAQ's doing almost nothing, still down that 1.1. But $8 just broke, about 20, 30 cents away from resistance. Any kind of a curl here, we're going to go into the short trade. And Moderna's still sitting on the offer.
Yeah, okay, there it is. So it's good to go now, Fabian. So we are now short Apple at that right price. So that is going to be the right price there for AAPL. Right now, short the name. Just took almost $1 on it. Well, it's $1 right now. Apple, so watch out for that one. Trying to come through to the downside. It's going to be a big position. Not a big position, but a big trade. There it is. It is your first dollar right there, holla for $1. And again, it was our #1 trade idea there today was go short on Apple, and there it goes. We do miss the VWAP trade there on Apple, but still worth it for sure, I think. Let's hold to see where it goes. All right, Palantir there. Flush, no, but up to the 200 period, yes. We should have taken that, I believe. I don't know that we want to be short this name because it's 3 or 4 straight up candles, which is kind of going against it's what the market's doing. So let's just hold off on our Palantir love or hate. All right, let's bid some more out here at 80 for Apple. All right, I'm going to punch a little bit out here at, okay, well, I just punched out 05s, but we got 95s there. So we're getting a little bit, okay, here. Perfect. All right, let's just stay on the bear maybe. So we do get a piece out there on Apple, but I think right now we can just let it settle. You mentioned Rigetti.
Oh my goodness, AMD.
$8 now, Rigetti.
Well, while we're eyeballing Rigetti at the $8 level, AMD did a ridiculous wick candle to the upside here. Got to 17, completely rejected it, closed back underneath the 16 level. So that 115.5, it did an over-under, but that's one heck of a move. If we can't hold VWAP, I got to try to jump in off prior close on this bad boy. Moderna is, that's the one that's really bleeding. Didn't get the short at VWAP on Moderna. It just broke 33, so fresh low. Going to move the goalpost a bit if we can get back into 33s. Ooh, Moderna, you knew Moderna was weak, but actually even weaker than anticipated as mRNA screaming to the downside. Now down 23%, we missed it on Moderna. I tried to pick that up when it did the wick above 35, but those moves to the upside abated rather quickly, especially on Moderna. Oddly enough, NVIDIA is holding up pretty well. So I'm going to take a look at ARM once we get into position on Moderna. If there's any kind of a bounce and pep to the step in the chips, it is ARM, the one that I liked to the upside. So, but got to make sure I get into Moderna first, though.
All right. Just as you guys were talking about, there's Apple. Apple right now is $1.35, $1.40, $1.50 now in the money on the number one name on my sticky note there today is Apple. We'll talk about that when we get back from Madeira.
Keep an eye on PHIO. This is Pharmaceuticals. Really strong catalyst here, reporting 100% tumor clearance in 2 of its patients during this trial for one of its treatments. So PHIO, good catalyst, about 30,000 to Arval, so massive relative volume here. Very small float, about 547,000 shares here in their float, and a market cap around $8.5 million. Also, I'm seeing RGTI spike to the upside here on this volume scanner. BDTX also in watch, guys. Back to you.
We're still $1.30 there in the money on Apple. I'm going to start the Rigetti. I talked about this name at $859. We take a very, very small piece right now on our GTI. And yeah, we're going to look at the chart together here. Maybe we can find something. So I liked $850. If we can get a little bit closer to where we are now, I mean, obviously it's moving around a bit here. I'm okay to start to build a little bit more short now into this. I was looking at, honestly, like this quantum, I like the space, but like breaking through 9, I think is where eventually you want to stop. So 910, something like that, 912 there for Rigetti. So if that's going to be our area of stop out, Apple right now is like we put it down here as our number one idea here on the sticky note, right there, Apple short. We weren't very patient with it. It started to get going, and once it broke, we talked about breaking through that 233. Once it broke through that 233, man, it was game on. And look what Apple's doing as the market now continuing to go. Apple, there it is, man, breaking through 231. And oh boy, Neil, this is a monster right here. One trade today, $2. This guy's got short Moderna. We're on one again today. I hope everyone's enjoying the show, but it's pretty hot fire here. One trade wonder right now so far, as we'll wait to see what Rigetti's going to do. Short right now, Rigetti 811. Like and subscribe if you are enjoying said content. It's a big one today, and it starts with Apple.
And here comes, look, Rigetti just got to that 840 level, so this is the curl. We had it underneath $8. It bounced off VWAP, broke prior high, so there's our entry, there's VWAP. Now you're into that 840. It's that prior bottom, so this is Friday's lows. Looking for that curl off of there. Looks like it just about did it.
Good.
Come on, get me in. It's short sell restricted, even though it's not 10% now, but it's already down 10%, so you cannot hit the bid. Unfortunately, I just tried like 3 times to hit the bid there.
Rigetti's
and did not get filled. So you try to catch it on the way to the downside instead of on the way up. But I'll still see if we can't grab into it. Moderna, we did end up taking some profit at the low of the day. This is not on the pink sheets. Let me just do this for you guys. You got some profit at the low at 32s. We're in at 32, just around 32.5. I want to reload this one in front of that 33 level. So now we get our fill in Rigetti, but we're still in mRNA and don't want to lose sight completely of AMD. While this tries to load up there, AMD still looking relatively weak. It hasn't broken the bottom yet, so good sign, at least in terms of trying to get into the short. It's holding on to VWAP. Still like the 115.5. If we're able to get that price, that's where I want to jump in. So we did get the fill on Rigetti. just kind of have to leave your orders in there when it's SSR. That's pretty much all you can do. You can try to punch, but you're waiting for there to be that uptick, right? So you almost have to get hit with your order there, like as it comes against you on RGTI. 840 almost is the exact high. Want to be able to add to it in front of that price. If it bounces VWAP, that could be an opportunity to get more. So this, Moderna, we're in, but AMD, we are not. That was the one stock we wanted short that I am not into. So let's see if it can't bounce, give us this 115 half. Maybe we just have to go VWAP hunting as well. Yeah, weekday for the market. The Nasdaq's already at 1.5% to the downside, though I still see lots of green candles on NVIDIA.
Yeah, and here's Neil's point, but written about an hour ago. There it is right there. Fade it up into 850. So it's nice that Neil just mentioned 840 was the high. So we've been fading it, and we'll take a little bit out right there as it comes right back into $8. So we get 8, we get $7.95 as well for Rigetti. It's not a huge trade right now. It's 20 cents or so on that level. The bigger and the baddest trade right now is Apple. I mean, we were down into there, man. We got some 230, 34s is our best out on Apple. I'll put another bid right here, get some more out here. But right now, we rely on and see if we can have some diamond hands now with RGTI. Let's see if it can come back in, right? 200 periods right here, 785. We've got a really good position on right now, so I'm going to put another bid in and around 785, see if we can get that, then bid again. Okay, there it is right now. What's up, Canada? That's 770 right there. Oh man, Neil, we are on one again with Rigetti, and there it goes, man. Nice little move there for RGTI here today. Good stock and nice move. Look at that out. We just got 785 or 787 right there on Rigetti, as Apple still $2 in the money. Yeah, so far so good, man. Big day alert here. 2 for 2 on the trades, and both trades, brought to you by L Sticky Note there today. So we're pretty happy with that one. Come on, Rigetti. Let's just keep on maybe recycling.
It's bouncing off VWAP, so you got to respect. This is the second time, shorted twice. Both times take profit at VWAP and no continuation yet on Rigetti. So if it pops up and gives us more in front of that 840, again, just double bottom from Friday. There's your double bottom. If it can break that to the upside, I don't mind jumping away from it. But I got to go back over. There's another bounce on Moderna. So just like Rigetti, Moderna breaks the low. It's trying to break this 32. Let me zoom in for you guys. It's trying to break this 32. Hasn't done it yet. It looks like we could make another lower high. If we get a bounce that cannot take out 33, I'll look for an add back in on mRNA. And as far as AMD goes, just not a heck of a lot going on here beneath VWAP. This is actually holding on to VWAP to the upside. Very similar to what I see over in NVIDIA. Both AMD and NVIDIA are holding right in and around VWAP. They need to make a decision candle at this moment. So I'm not going to chase it. We're a little farther away from the resistance level than I would like to see on both of those. The only other thing to watch is we're underneath 91,000 on Bitcoin, and Mara is adjacent to those lows. So I still like the Mara short. We're not at that 90. We're a little close to 90,000 to try to short any of these bottoms, but the pre-market high is going to start to set up as long as we can hold on to the weakness that I'm seeing in Bitcoin. So watch out for that 90,000 level if you're trading it. It's Mara off about 17 change where I'm going to look for the short.
Whoa, okay. I was going to say, let's just make sure that we put out the right bids here and the right offers. So, all right. So I was just going to make sure that Apple, as it's been moving around, obviously, a little bit here, let's just be very, very careful with it. It just touched 231. I do think we can get a little bit lower, but I do want to take okay, there it is. I do want to take another bid down here. Not there it is. It didn't hit yet, but I do want to take another bid down here, sub 250, if we can get it. I just put a bid at... I put it at, sub 230, 230.50, 230.28 right now for some reason. I just put a bid on there right now as well. Rigetti now below $8, so giddy up, man. I think we can get a little bit lower. I'm bidding 75s on this one as we just put it out, man. We'll go 2 for 2 here today. Very, very strong. Very, very strong belief, strong conviction on these trades today. And again, both written on here. So that's why we got to take the trades that we got to take, right? Palantir, just another name that we had talked about earlier. Not really doing too much right now on Palantir. We'll have to wait around for it. My scanners really aren't popping.
Tesla's
that was
strong.
The next look there. Is it Tesla strong? Okay, because, yeah, NVIDIA holding that 130 pretty nicely as well.
Yeah, Tesla might be this might be a little bit bullish. Hold on to VWAP, trying to break out the top. It's the strongest name that I'm seeing, at least early on. So maybe you are going to get a retest of 390. There's a lot of room for Tesla to get to 400, and 400 is an obvious resistance level. I think we've seen it like 3 days in a row at that price. VWAP still holding on here on Rigetti. AMD is holding on to VWAP north side, or at least attempting to hold on to VWAP on the north side. So I want this continuation. Whoops. I want this continuation where you get the lower high, and then we can short off of that lower high instead of having to wait for some of these tops in here. So patience game on AMD. NVIDIA, as I watch that, that's also holding on to VWAP. So when you see this kind of strength, I think you got to be patient if you're looking for some chips to the short side. What the heck is going on with
Market's
U.S.
bouncing here?
No. What's going on with U.S. Steel?
Yeah, I heard that in my ear. But
U.S. Steel very strong off the 7% on U.S. Steel. What's the story? Okay, well, we know that obviously we know that they're suing the government, and obviously they think that the deal can still happen. They try to make some concessions, but I'll keep this ear to the ground for this because always looking for movement in this particular name. It trades at such a huge discount to the deal price. There's going to be some good volatility. But I didn't catch that story. Sorry, guys.
No.
But U.S. Steel up 7.5%.
I don't think it was a story. I think it just sort of said, yeah, no, I mean something, but I think it just said U.S. Steel popping on movement. So we'll have to wait to see on that. Well, we're going to take another banger. Right there, Rigetti again. We got another 9. We got 797 there again on RGTI. Getting a little bit lighter because definitely not, making that tank move sort of that I thought it would do at some point today. I mean, it's making a great move. Let's not, discount that too much. But still, Rigetti right now, not tank. There it is. Okay. I guess let's just keep talking about it, and then hopefully we'll continue to do that for us. So there goes Rigetti. Nice move to the downside. We'll still bid 770. I was getting a little nervous that we had held up in and around this area, but nervous we should not be, as it looks like a good trade there for RGTI. All right, what's up, Adara?
I'm not seeing any news on X here, U.S. Steel, but it's worth noting they actually had a decent move up pre-market as well. They were up around 4% with okay volume and no catalyst. I just checked on social media. There's a lot of people confused as to the price move on the stock, but there's no news that I can see, and this interest really picked up in the last minute or so, I would say. So ex-U.S. Steel, a little bit unsure as to a specific catalyst moving this name, but as always, if I see anything, I will definitely let you guys know. Just a reminder, no economic data prints coming out at 10 a.m. today. Back to you.
Materials are weak, too. Materials have been weak, so it's like, why is it going to be strong, even on its own? Maybe worth checking out to see what Cliffs are doing. If the steel names are bouncing, I'm going to be mad at myself because I was looking at a new core chart recently and was like, I think that's a good, it's starting to look like a good value anyways, but that's neither here nor there. Moderna just tried to retag the 33 level, so came back underneath the halves. These wicks, if I maybe zoom in further, there you go. These wicks are kind of nasty. So on the way back down, when it re-broke the prior low, grabbed the short, it held a lower high, but 32 is still holding on Moderna. I want to see if we can get some more out in front of that 32 level as this continues to look a little bit weak. Yeah, that U.S. Steel is going to be interesting. Some people are saying Cliff might be making a bid for them, but then why would Cliff be going up? Cliff went up last time they talked about not being interested, so I'd be surprised as to why Cleveland Cliffs would be going up if they were actually going to make a bid. Not that it's not true. Again, I don't necessarily know what's going on with that story. NVIDIA, that's still holding above VWAP. I'm not yet looking at that chip short. I think we got to be a little bit patient, but so far so good on Rigetti now at 760.
Yeah.
I think just every single pop, we're going to short the pops in those names. Adara again?
Yeah, we do actually have some news here on U.S. Steel. Thank you, Sharif, for sending this to me. Apparently here, we are seeing reports that Biden administration has delayed enforcement of its order blocking the deal between U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel. So basically, apparently, Biden administration has delayed enforcing that order to block the Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel deal. So right now, I guess that blocking has been delayed, sending X to the upside, guys. Back to you.
Biden making all these deals. What a good guy, man. What a great guy over there, Biden.
Do some things on the way out.
But I must have said that yesterday because there's no way he's awake yet. That seems crazy. 9:47 in the morning. Okay, here we go. Nice move to the downside for RGTI, baby. And that's what we do. We're not flushing ourselves down the toilet. We're flushing down RGTI. So a really good trade, obviously, on that one. And again, up to 850. We often get questions about what does it mean on the notes when we say these things, right? And, when I'm saying like this, fade, like we said this on RGTI, fade up into $859. I mean, and then again, that's just my writing. I also do list it on here, and we talk about the trade into here as well. So keep pressure on these quantum names, right? We talked about that, and that's what we wanted to do. So again, as it was written right there, Apple short, RGTI. The other play was iBit and Palantir. So not moving around too much. The one thing I'm hearing, so Cleveland Cliffs is now involved. It's going to be, I know Adair is going to, we're going to get all of this, but there's stuff happening now in this. I think Cleveland Cliffs with CLF, we can look into that. Hold on a second. Let me see if there's anything going on with CLF, because that's what I just heard as well. Something about CLF, something
They're
about
partnering with Nucor for a potential bid.
Right, okay. So, all right. I mean, some of these names have been getting hit, so I don't really know if this means it's a buy. Normally, when you're acquiring a name, you want to really just be in the name that's being acquired because you don't want to take on more debt to do that with a Nucor or with the Cleveland Cliffs. But again, not knowing obviously Neil and I don't know anything other than what we're reading, and so that's what that is. All right, Pinterest moving around. Yeah, there it is. The offer would be, here it is, right here. So yeah, this just came in on Benzinga right here.
Oh my
the offer would be in the high 30s per share. Cleveland Cliffs would purchase all of US Steel for cash and then sell off some sort of a subsidy here to a subsidiary, of I guess to Nucor there. So we'll have to figure out that. But if X is about a high 30s valuation, I mean, that's where we are right now. What's up, eh?
Just to clarify that story here, CNBC reporting this. This is, just a report as of right now that CLF here, Cleveland Cliffs and Nucor are partnering together in a potential bid for U.S. Steel. It's been clear here, and I want to point out that U.S. Steel has made it very clear the deal they want is the one with Nippon. So, I mean, obviously a little bit out of their control there, but it's worth noting this is the deal that is wanted by U.S. Steel, the company, is their proposed Nippon deal. But regardless, as mentioned there, CNBC reporting that this potential offer from Cleveland Cliffs and Nucor would price X in the high $30 per share. So again, right now, not too far from where they're trading. We've got a bit of a pop here for Cleveland Cliffs with volume pushing to the downside. So CLF, NUE, and X on watch here. Very exciting first half hour of the session, guys.
Yeah, no doubt.
Very exciting.
I think I'm gonna like this one above 36. If this dips back into the 36 level or anywhere close to it, you got VWAP behind. I'm talking about U.S. Steel.
Yeah.
I just think obviously high 30s. It kind of puts a little bit of a floor in it. Anyone thinking that the Nippon thing could go through, that's at like $55. So I mean, ultimately, it starts to get a little bit juicy. If you're gonna put any kind of a floor on this stock, I want to try to buy some dips in U.S. Steel. I don't want to be chasing it up here because if they say high 30s and it's already at 37.5, I just don't like that at all, especially if some of this ends up being a little bit unfounded. So from U.S. Steel, if it gets to 36, I'm going to look to buy the dip there. Hey, you didn't have that many long ideas today, so this might give us one. AMD just tried to tag above VWAP. It looks like it's holding lower highs. There's your stair-step pattern into the downside. If we can grab something above VWAP into the quarters, ideal. But if we just end up breaking down from here, might end up chasing this one a little bit lower. Rigetti still doing the same thing it was before, but now lower highs underneath VWAP. So continuation might not be off the top. It might be a bit of a head and shoulders type look. Shoulder, shoulder, head. Still want to give it a chance that the reloads are going to be tighter to the 8 to 8.15 area. But if we don't end up getting those, then we just got to be able to take what we can, joining that trend into the downside. So U.S. Steel, hopefully that'll come in for me at some point. We'd like to be able to buy the dip there, but I am not going to be a chaser. And we tried it twice. We're able to get 32 half to 32s on Moderna. We reloaded a third time. Now it's going up to VWAP. It's SSR, everybody, down 20%. So have to let it abate a bit. If it gets up to 35, then we'll take another curl. I'll look for a mean reversion setup. Like once we slap a trend line, if it continues higher lows, the break of the trend is the way I would jump back into the short there. So the only new idea is going to be U.S. Steel because that news kind of came out of nowhere. It's already popping down into VWAP. So at 36.75 now, I'm waiting for it to get back to the pre-market highs, and then we'll try to catch some bids.
All right. Again, thanks so much for everybody for watching. Make sure you do continue to hit the like, hit the subscribe. Go follow me at Trader TV, Sean. We have right there the two biggest positions, obviously here today, as we both talked about. You guys can see we have Rigetti right now, Neil. That is right now We're doing it again on this name, Joe. I mean, this is just another one of those things where now it's a $7 name, $8 name, and we're putting $1 on this. So that was going to be a good trade again. I never know where to get out, so we'll just keep on getting out on the way down. I mean, we have some kind of risk management here today, as we talked about this fading up to 850, and there it is right there, the fade exactly into 850, and then boom goes the dynamite to that downside right now for Rigetti. So nice move. Again, a very dangerous name, I still feel like, right there. So we are piecing more and more out as we go to the downside. Right now, to be exact, we only have 20% left. So good trade. We're doing better at all of that, I feel like. All right, and then here we go again. Apple, nice downside play. Still waiting to get a little bit of better coverage on that. I think breaking through 230 is going to be something to discuss. So that's going to be that play right there. SMR, man, shaking our rears right there on SMR. We're not shaking our head. We're like, what? That just came down from 1820 as we got nervous today. We talked about that just after we went with Michael Noss. Maybe a switch up in some of these plays into different energy names, as KMI was a good one that he mentioned. He talked about USO breaking as well. That would be oil itself. But there goes SMR taking 1820 back to 1920. So it's $1 on that name as well. So, hey, man, Rigetti, we do not sleep on that. That's a huge move to the downside. We can't just sit here and be like, hey, man, we got these winners. You take the winners when they are there. We did that on Rigetti. You always look back and be like, you know, why do we get so much out of VWAP or this or that? But we have done well. We have 5%, 5%. We held about 30 or about 25%. Now we have 15 left on RGTI. So bangers abound, man. Two big trades today. Apple got into the $2 club, and we took advantage of that. And now on Apple, guys, we have 10% left. 10% left on Apple, 10% left on RGTI, and let's not sleep, right? Let's just keep on looking for more opportunities.
Yeah, I think right now it's almost close to this VWAP test and trend break on Rigetti. I think it's you've already made a couple of top-end wicks here, so I have a trend from the lower high. If we break out back above it, get out. If we break this to the bottom, I think we get that 7 even. Remember, it's SSR, so you get to an even dollar and bounce off it. I want out of the stock. For the first time today, I'm in AMD, but I look at it, you know, I looked over at NVIDIA as I was catching this lower high. I said I wanted to be able to short off the lower high, and NVIDIA started breaking out. So I just got the fill to this high. I think this is a moment where this might not be the right spot on AMD. So when you have an opportunity to get out for a small profit, when you've got a bit of a leading indicator showing you this is not as weak as I'd want. Stair step upside on NVIDIA, holding VWAP there. You've got the NASDAQ to boot as well, which is holding out some highs. So this is what the NASDAQ looks like. Bottoming tail wick, higher lows being put in. So it just immediately took out some of that AMD, and we'll keep a very, very tight stop on this. So very, very tight stop in here after taking some out in front of VWAP. It just doesn't look like it's that weak relative to the overall market. And NVIDIA, as I said, is breaking out the highs as we speak. So why try to fight this one to said downside? So AMD, if it comes out, it'll be a flat trade because we did take some small profit there. But if we break out above that 40 level, I think I put my stop at 42 actually. Then we'll just have to hunt for another entry point. Or maybe even look for some kind of a long if it continues to set up. I'm not averse to it, because the market is trying to take out these tops. I still haven't been filled in US Steel, unfortunately. Like, it just doesn't seem to want to get down to VWAP, but it's held some higher lows at 36.5, so I might camp out just a little bit higher and nibble into US Steel on that Cleveland Cliff Nucor news. Kind of came out of nowhere, but Nucor is the biggest and the baddest, man.
You guys often want to know about our net situation and things like that. We don't share that, but we're at our day's goal. So right there. So if we're at a day's goal, that's it right now. As Rigetti has filled us out there, we're out of some Apple. And I just want to let everybody know that it's been a good day. Just the 2 trades. We're going to look for some more. People want to look at Amazon, so shout out to everybody. I'm just in chill mode. Like, I feel that, you know, I want to thank everybody for watching. I mean, ultimately, the reason why everybody's here is for winning trades. Hopefully, good talk, winning trades, discuss the market, help you guys get out of potential losers or figure it all out. But, I mean, if you're here for winning trades, then, I mean, this Apple trade was a one and done. Bang. Right there, right off the open. We talked about it breaking through 233. I thought it was halted. There was nothing happening. I just went short anyways. Would have liked to get more. So that's the first idea. The second idea was pretty simple as well. The fade on Rigetti. This could have gone against us. Anything could go go against you, but it doesn't. So we are happy with that. And I can't be at day's goal unless I start to cover a little bit. So there's another cover. As I say that, we have to make sure that we get out of the positions because a goal is a goal, but you got to reach those goals. And we did that today. So celebratory moments here for me. All right, so 219. So people, Amazon. So I was going to say this is probably a good short underneath 220. We just got there. Like, I'm a guy, simple trader, probably the simplest of traders, and that is support and resistance momentum. So anything under 220, like it, right? I mean, it's the same reason why we talked about all these other names. Apple underneath 240, now hopefully going to be underneath like this Apple trade is continue bleeding to the downside right now. So yeah, we're making more now. Rigetti to the downside. Amazon, long story short, I like this 219.50 now. We missed it. It was a good look. Should have been more on that. Should have been a little bit more eyes wide open to that trade, and we missed it. So that's that. We're just stuck on all of this, man, because Neil, guess what's happening right now? There it is for Ozan. There's Apple right there. We just take $2.30 on what is, and it is also a chicken dinner winner. So a nice little move on that one. Look, man, truth is in the pudding, right? Proof is in the pudding. There it is right now. $1 on Rigetti, right? $1 on this $8 name, $2.50 on Apple. So if you're in these positions from the jump right now, it's $4.50 in the money right now on these trades. So far, so good here with Apple, with Rigetti, and with all of them. So yeah, good shorts there. Neil's got Rigetti as well and AMD. But again, as we wrote down $8.50 on this, the high for Rigetti today is $8.38.
$8.38.
So the fact that we have 8.27s, I mean, that's amazing. And that's what the fade is all about. Fade it into these levels. So 850, bang it on the head right there, man. Large cap, small cap, quantum name. It's Rigetti.
So I think we're going to go to Adara for happening now, but also happening now is DJT, up 5%, the inauguration being in 1 week today. Another big time runner here as we go to Adara for happening now.
You'll be looking here in information for DJT. I want to wait to see anything confirmed, but I haven't seen anything on Benzinga. Apparently, it's trending on Wall Street Bets, but I will look for further information on Truth Social or Trump Media and Technologies. Let's take a look here at the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Both of these getting a nice bounce off the open. NASDAQ here still down about 1%, looking a little bit less buoyant, I guess, for lack of a better term, than the S&P 500. So definitely a bit of a mixed picture when you compare the tech stocks to some of these names on the SPY as a whole. We did have a huge warning here when it comes to catalysts and things on watch. Bitcoin, pretty weak off the open. We know that we had a lot of inflationary concerns when we left on Friday. The market recovered a little bit from those lows. So it looks like these issues could still plague the markets and could still be in investors' minds. X, though, definitely not looking too plagued here. U.S. steel up about 7.5%. Seeing some reports here that Biden has delayed the order to block its deal with Nippon Steel. Now Cleveland-Cliffs and Nucor reportedly in partnership to have a bid for the company, valuing it in the high $30 per share range, currently around where it's trading. That says reported by CNBC. So keep an eye out on any news here, updates with a potential deal for X. Then we have NVIDIA, NVDA, and a lot of these other chip names looking like the rest of the market, kind of bouncing off the open and struggling a little bit as of right now. To the downside, as we actually have more White House-related news basically imposing here some new AI chip export restrictions that NVIDIA particularly has not received very well. Then we have Abercrombie & Fitch down about 17% here with their guidance for the next quarter. So keep an eye here on ANF. Lululemon also to the upside. There's this ICR conference this week going from today until Wednesday. It's a retail-related conference, so keep an eye on these retailers. A lot of companies are expected to be there. I will be looking out for that, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Like, we'll keep our ear to the ground. I mean, DJT doesn't need concrete reasons to go. It's a bit of a squeeze name. I think we all understand that. But going to continue on trend here. Rigetti, move the stop. If I have a trend line up, then I'm manually moving the stop in here. So prior bar high. If it breaks out this 740 area, I'm jumping out and waiting in for VWAP. It smelled a little bit wrong on AMD. So like I said, I'm going to take some out in front of VWAP, and we got that entry. It just broke that local top. So essentially going to pay some fees there. It just, again, NVIDIA was breaking out in that moment, so didn't really like that one. So no reload. Until we get a downward trend here, I want to see lower highs. Maybe like a crazy wick top or something could get me in. But this all of a sudden looks pretty bullish when I check it out on AMD. So you got to be able to move on to the next opportunity. So if we are getting some kind of a pop on Rigetti, I want to look into VWAP. Be a continuation play if it does head lower. there are no real bottoms. It would just be a double bottom break at 7, which I don't like on an SSR name. So we're looking for a pop back into VWAP. All it did was go right into prior day double bottom at 840. So pretty solid technically so far. If it can bounce to VWAP, that's what I'm going to like. US Steel doesn't want to let me in. We're just going to have to be patient with it. Was a long idea that we got just a little bit late when the news came in there. So it's not something that I want to chase. If it wants to settle down, then I still think a VWAP test is in play. Like, it's still very, very much whipsaw action on US Steel. It hasn't really settled too much. I don't want to be chasing any of these highs. It's almost like 80 pennies away from VWAP, which is too much of a chase for me up here.
All right, some good questions there, obviously, in the chat, and we'll try to do our best to address all of them as we continue to, provide you guys with, hopefully, like I keep saying, man. I mean, we're here to talk about trades, our trades, your trades, anything like that, as we try to figure out and negotiate here more winners for you. But that doesn't necessarily matter, right? I mean, like I said, hopefully you're here because we're some bunch of nice guys. But there's Rigetti right now. We're still covering this position. Again, really like the stock down here. Was a good idea. We chose this out of all the other names. I was, again, Oklo. You can take a Sam Altman type thing. This name's gotten hit as well, down another 10% today as this keeps on bleeding down near the 50-period moving average. There's that I don't think we even have this in our system yet. No, we do not. The QTUM ETF, QBTS, another quantum name. We just picked Rigetti because, honestly, Mom Spaghetti, Rigetti's probably the #1 P&L name for the show maybe this month as we hit it again today. So there goes Rigetti, nice move. I mean, after it might be Apple, I don't know. But QBTS, wow, down to $4. Like, this name today, down another 30% as it just keeps on getting what apparently is nastier and nastier here in the quantum space. Thanks, Jensen, for all your kind thoughts about the space. But okay, so here we go again into this level one more time for all of us. NVIDIA 130, 128. We had Again, we don't have the level, so it doesn't ultimately really matter. But, whoa, that's too bad that it's doing that every time. But there's that 127, 128 level. You're not into there yet, but that would be the long. It's nice to see that bounced off of that today. Maybe more to come here with this name as we continue. What's up, Adara?
Basically here from DJT, what I can see is no catalyst, but a lot of attention here on a technical level. So people on social media talking about the consolidation here on the daily chart, with resistance being that $37 level and a clear base around 34. It looks like really that this is basically, as Neil mentioned, a bit of a squeeze here, inspired by a lot of social media furor around that $37 resistance level. Now it's broken out of that. It's broken out of this area with volume, and it's also additionally being fueled potentially by excitement for Trump's inauguration next week. It's worth noting, though, tons of social media attention for this name. We're talking GameStop levels of social media attention, and there is also this next level of resistance here around, well, this would be just shy of $39, so be cognizant here of that level for DJT, which appears to be running basically on a squeeze-related play. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And again, obviously, squeezes are going to happen. Moderna is I'd say it's a squeeze because it's just SSR and you're going to get a momentum bounce here. I said I'm going to wait till it gets to VWAP and then do some kind of a trend reversion. If I like the short and it's trending to the upside, then I want to make a little bit of a reversion trade. So there is the trend since the bottom, or at least the higher low. There's it closing underneath the trend. Local high is pretty much at 34 even. So we're going to just drop that in. Don't like an even dollar stop, but just adjacent to 34, just slightly above it. So back into Moderna. Had to wait for it to set up for us. But hey, everybody, if you are feeling overwhelmed trying to find the perfect prop firm, with so many options out there, it's easy to get lost. That's where Prop Firm Match comes in. This is a platform that's going to help you identify and compare reliable firms tailored to your trading style and goals. Whether you're after low fees, high profit splits, or quick funding evaluations, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to hours of research and confusion. Prop Firm Match makes it simple to find your perfect prop firm. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and take the guesswork out of finding the perfect prop firm. Shout out to them. And scan that QR code, as we said. You can also click the link in the description of this video as well.
I like that idea. You never know. I mean, we've already found the best one, Real Trading. You can go to realtrading.com and do that. That's a system that we are trading on as well, giving us all the shares shortable for Rigetti at virtually free. And that has turned into a beautiful short opportunity. We're covering more right now. We just did some more at 725 right there on RGTI. And again, that's the benefit, again, of, and, you know, we always talk about how we trade and all this and all that, right? I mean, this is the whole thing about using a bit more shares for me, like 4 times in, so that when this happens, and look, you can get run over, but when you're right, and it's not like this was a trade that's by fluke, it came right into the levels that we wanted, you hit it, and you stay with it, and you're able to get more and more profit as this thing falls down. And again, picking tops and picking bottoms, very, very difficult, that is for sure. Apple just stopped at 230, so we have a bunch more outs down there. We got our best out is at 230.10s. So that almost broke low. That would have been pretty sweet to have grabbed that. But again, did not break through. So we are getting lighter and lighter on all of these trades. We said we had 10% left. Now we have 4% left of Apple. So we got 2 more outs right there. So that was a good trade. And then we said we had 15% of Rigetti. We now have 10% of Rigetti as we got some more out right there. I did want to look back at INTC. And again, remember what we talked about with trading. And that is that it only takes, in my situation, 2 today to hit it, right? We talked about that with some great trading from OB on Friday. And it's about risk management. When you're wrong, be wrong quickly and not wrong for a long time and get in and out of those trades. Intel, again, good bottom at 1880. That 52-week low coming into play of 1851. You see, there's my screen's flickering a lot. It's funny because Adair and I talked about this on Friday, that she noticed that on Sharif's screen. All right, so that's that trade. The other one, was Tesla. I want to look at that again because we didn't have this on our sticky note, but we did talk about 385 coming into play. I didn't think that we'd be able to get it, but as you can see right now, yeah, it's a good trade there at 385, but you would have had to have held it against yourself. So that was that pre-market break there. Feels like it broke early, then went down into 380, and then the levels that we had looked at again were 375. We had said that maybe Tesla gets into that 375 area today. Looks like right off the open on that flush, you just had to be brave and take 380. And if we rewind, I said 380, but that was a falling knife. Like it was at 382.50 when we said it, and we were like, you know what? Probably don't want to stand in front of Tesla. So that was brave. So brave for anybody that took that. And Travolta's like, come on, man. You know, fortune favors the bold and the brave, and we were not bold or brave enough with Tesla. But as we said, man, it's Apple leading the way, and Rigetti, Neil, that just broke $7. So let's go, man. This name, I mean, my wife made this amazing baked ziti on Saturday night. It's like a penne. It's like a pasta. Oh. Come on, man. You don't know the baked ziti, man? But anyways, there it goes right now. Nice pasta right there. My favorite now is Rigetti. So there we go to the downside. I do like rigatoni, though. And penne.
You know what? I actually don't have a favorite pasta, I have to admit.
Mine is Rigetti.
As long as it's homemade, like homemade pasta is the way to go. If you've never had a good homemade pasta, that's what it's all about. Or just literally everything that I ate in Italy, which I'm not going to make it up. Man. The first 4 dishes I had were all, it was like I had the best ravioli I had the best spaghetti I had. I'm like, okay, well, at some point, everything is just better over there. So a new position, of course, was getting into Moderna as we were sort of doing that ad read. Again, the wicks are going to make it hard to scale this, but it just tagged that 34. It came right back underneath. I just grabbed the 33 quarters out, and we're going to look for the stair step back into the low of the day. So just a reversion back into the low of the day. On that, Rigetti, it just did a bottoming tail candle. This wick just happened, so I got out when it broke trend. And then it continued trend back down. So now what I want to work off of is that low a day bounce. There's your 77.36-ish area. I want to work a re-entry into 736 as this continues to bleed. AMD just got back into VWAP. I want to see it lose VWAP before I'm shorting that one at this time of day. And US Steel, still lots of volume, relatively speaking, but now it's starting to abate. I like the fact that it's holding VWAP, and it's holding 36.4 pretty good. So if it does a rounded bottom, maybe we're not going to see VWAP on that one. So Moderna's about 60 cents the money. I'm bidding 33 even for the next fill. Would love to be able to cash that. And of course, AMD, as I said, it's holding VWAP, but it's still looking at least a little bit relatively strong. It's got to make some decisions here. It doesn't really have a trend break that I can take, so let's either wait for it to get under VWAP or maybe it's not going to set up for the short that I want on AMD. Got to be patient with it as far as I'm concerned. I still see NVIDIA on trend holding higher lows as well.
Okay, I actually wish I didn't see this, but we did, which is fine. Look, it's going to be good for the show, right? We have a lot of people watching this, and I want to thank Adam DeLuce for all the kind words again, of course, in the chat about talking about real trading and all the ideas and how they've just been flowing and how we've been hitting it and all that kind of stuff. Neil, this says we're adding the TQQs and the NASDAQ to the short idea. Neil, this level says I'm looking at the 75 level to grab for a pop. So here's the TQQs. The high of the day, 75.02, right there, now into 74.20s. So again, we'll bang it out again. We'll say it is another one. But again, to that point, we don't have that one. And I kind of wish that we had not seen it because that's a banger right there. I mean, we love trading the futures and we love talking about trading the futures. And I would love to have that trade on. But I do not have said trade on board. So right there, banger there, though, just to show everybody that, hey, we're still him. And we had that trade and we should have had it. And we should have had it a little bit more than that. So my bad on that one there for the TQQs. I mean, not my bad. We had it. I just should have followed it a little bit more, and I would have loved to discuss that trade with all of you here. But like I just mentioned, I completely forgot about it, and I just switched over. I was like, let's go over to the futures and have a quick look to see what's dancing over there. And I was like, right. Where are we? And then I saw 75 and was like, ruh-roh. We forgot that level. So, all right, good little level there. Rigetti, good outs near the bottom, of course. That was 694. And we say outs near the bottom. I mean, I have no idea if that is the bottom or not, but so far, so good on Rigetti coming into $7. We'll take that every time. So, Apple back up to 231, looking to short that again. That's too bad, though, about the TQs. We'll see if it gets back up to 75. I still like that level if we do get back into there. Did anybody in the chat happen to grab that? Good level there on TQs.
Yeah, good level on TQs for sure. You can have the levels up there. You got to try to get in. Like Rigetti gets to that 840, Qs gets to that level. Tesla gets to 400 today, maybe. We might have jinxed it when we showed strength on Tesla. It's already pulled back, but I saw about 20 people in the chat now mentioning PHIO, now up 400% and still climbing. Looks like you've got yourself a big one here. This is a reverse split, break out the prior reverse split high. It's about to go, oh, never mind, it just went into a false halt. So it got to the halt band to the top side and then just, I guess, reverted back in. When it gets to the halt band, it's got about 15 seconds or so, and then it would go into a halt. So for now, PHIO still screaming. It's very close to going into a halt. As a matter of fact, it's trying at 886 once again. Let's go to the desk with Adara to take care of some business.
Yeah.
This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport. Introducing a new discovery in the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a US-based manufacturer, and they're rapidly expanding, with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Back to you.
For that one,
How is this not halted?
Amazon, what is that one?
No, this PHIO, like it was false halt at 885, like twice, right? Sorry, check that, 886. I saw twice. Now it's going into the halt band at 935 and stacking up as if it's about to halt. But all that keeps happening, it drops the bid by like a cent or two, resets the band, and just keeps on going higher. So I think that's why it's not halting. It just did it again, dropped a few pennies and continues to go. I'm not chasing this with a 10-foot pole. As you can see, this is just a reverse split runner. US Steel finally getting into VWAP. We just grabbed that. I might check the price of locates on this at some point on PHIO. We've seen these come back rather heavily when they do, in fact, lose that bid.
EIPHIO. Good name there. Again, that makes me think about other sort of volatile names here. Let's check in on Moderna. I know you still have that, so yeah. Nice move. Okay, into $32, bouncing off VWAP. We always like to treat these names as if they were sort of like that VWAP style of trade. So a good little look there. Being short off of VWAP for that. Another name that I've liked for a minute at these levels, but we got to wait to see. It's been a good pick there. Adara called this to the short side, and it's been going to the. I mean, look, let's just call it like it is. Right now in the market, it's been a lot of shorts coming through over the last couple of days, right? So good little call there on Netflix making moves lower again, it looks like here for Netflix today, although it was going. I mean, this is why I was initially on the radar a little bit. It started to go upside, sort of fighting that market move. Now the pushback in for Netflix, a big FU candle right there over the last couple of days from 870 down to 840. So a nice push down for NFLX. As, again, someone in the chat said, like, you know, stream, it's very, very difficult, obviously, to find the winners in the streaming game. I think that's going to be true. But Netflix has already showed its cards and literally like started with the House of Cards, I believe. And then now yeah, I think that was a Netflix name, wasn't it? But then all the way back down into 820 or so could be a level. So I think if you're dip buying, and again, for me, I'm going to try to stick with some ETFs, but I like this 820-ish area for Netflix. Definite danger zone down here, 760 or so. You break that, then you probably do see 700. So again, in what's always going to be a difficult environment to invest, just be careful that you're, you know, watching out for your positions. So Netflix broke the 50-period moving average. That's generally a sell sign on those fronts. So Netflix doing those things right now for you down to 850 or so. Apple's still hovering around 231. We can take a look at that, but for right now, that's about it for me.
Yeah, so just that PHIO, I just checked and got the locates. Even though it's not even at like $10 yet, they're 1 cent.
Oh shit.
Is that right? 1 cent per share? Yeah, it was 1 cent per. I double checked it. It's 1 cent per share.
Oh, okay.
So very, very cheap, essentially free locates. It just double tapped $9 on this strong trend to the upside with that same high at 950. If it fails at a third time, it might be worth a little bit of a look. But strong move on PHIO. U.S. Steel just bounced off 36.5 a second time. I mean, technically a third time, but second time since we were looking at it in here. Was able to get some at 66, bidding in front of 50s as well. If it loses a higher low, I think I'd wait for VWAP, but anything out in front of 37 or 37.5, I think it's an inside range. The story said high 30s price, and we topped out at 37.5. So I think working this range makes a heck of a lot of sense with U.S. Steel. And of course, it was speculation that Nucor and Cleveland Cliffs would team up, or sorry, could team up for a bid, not would, could team up for a bid for U.S. Steel. That assuming, of course, that there is no Nippon Steel deal to be had. Let's go on over to Adara for the small cap recap. Good luck on PHIO. That's got to be there.
PHIO absolutely is on this watch list. We're going to start here with IWM, down about 0.6% in the day, but actually great look off the open here. Curling here around support, now trying to break through that previous support, current resistance level around 216. So bit of a bull-like look for IWM, save for the fact that it's down in the day. Let's see if this 216 breakout comes to fruition. First name here, arguably not really a small cap at all, but DJT gets a spot on this list because it's a runner, because it's gotten so much social media attention, and because the inauguration of Donald Trump is about a week away now as of today. DJT here, so this is going to be Trump media. I could not find any news catalyst on this, but a lot of social media attention here, basically revolving around a breakout of the $37 resistance level on the daily chart. We also have PHIO, of course. This is actually getting a bit of a drop here. Not one, but two topping tail candles. Regardless, great catalyst for Phio Pharmaceuticals, reporting 100% tumor clearance in 2 patients as part of this trial. So PHIO with an under 600,000 share float, very small float and clearly very volatile. Last but not least, LITM. This is Snow Lake. Looks like a Canadian company. I was not able to find any catalyst for LITM today, but it's worth noting they have rallied in the past year, up about 40%. Guys, make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content we bring to you every day.
Yeah.
Go lithium.
Get that like and subscribe. Yeah, what was that? Was that LAC or what was she?
Oh, no, sorry. That's Snowflake.
Yeah.
Snow Lake Resources.
Yo.
Sorry. I saw that. Oh.
You almost popped them.
Well, dude, sometimes, you know, Randy's, he's like a ninja. Sneaky. You're a little bit sneaky, but that was way too sneaky because, like, okay, well, we could have worn that coffee. That probably wouldn't have been that good, but thank you, Randy.
What you got? Yeah, no, blue on black on blue, or you got straight black action there?
That would not be the first time I spilled a coffee on this, though. And you can't even tell. Excellent job with this desk, by the way.
Average job.
It's better than that side.
It's a great job.
No, but dead on. If you look at our side compared to the Midday desk.
Sharif has an issue there. I don't know.
No, like Sharif's.
What did you do over there?
But if you look at right in front of where Sharif sits, see that?
Exactly, Randy. This is what I'm trying to figure out. What happened?
Like, I'm jacking mine up all the time, and it looks absolutely pristine.
I'm sending it back. I'm sending this job back. I'm going to find out who did that. Obviously, it's a finishing issue. I mean, that shouldn't be doing that. So we'll have to speak to the carpenter, who of course is
Randy. Randy made this desk, these desks.
Still, that's so much.
He made the big desk as well. But
all right. By the way, spaghetti time.
Problem.
I told you my new favorite pasta was this one, and rigetti right down here at $6. I mean, this is where I was talking with my one friend that was long 77 cents and out at $6. He goes, he missed the whole move up. Well, he got out at 6. I mean, 10x is not quite missing anything. But at the end of the day, he's like, I'm buying it back at 6. I'm about to phone this guy back and be like, either get that order, either get that order in or cancel that order. Like the other way, I don't know if you thought it was coming in this quickly.
3,
there for rigetti. So you're out of it. We still have a piece. Here it goes, man. $1.50, guys, on an 850 name. What is that, Neil? $1.50 on 850. How much is that? What percentage wise? Maybe
17.5.
Yeah, so not a bad little move there for RGTI. Down now 24%. The thing is, it was late to the story because, and we were lucky enough, both of us really, to be able to short that pop. I mean, we. Some of these names, they just got going. Here's QBTS as well. Like, this got going early. If we come over here, Fabian, right there into $5. Like, this could have been just even a better trade. Like Neil just said, 17%, 20%. They're all retraced about the same amount back down in right now. So pretty brutal, man, for these names. But it gave you the trade. It gave you the initial pop for some reason. So if you're looking at that at $5, I think just those that were covering, I would say, like, it was been a pretty dramatic move to the downside. So what winds up happening is you get traders that come in here from Friday and have really been holding this thing over the weekend all morning. They're like, oh yeah, nice win. And then realizing that, hey, maybe it's only a nice win when you cover. And then all of a sudden, I think that's probably those first 6 or 7 candles there to the upside on Dave's famous spaghetti here were covering, short covering, and then we just sat there and was like the Cookie Monster. Give us all of that rigetti there, cover it in there, put some marinara sauce on it, and then down to the downside right there, 20% winner for you on RGTI. Apple still having itself a day as well. In the story of what's just been 2 trades, a great talk, it's rigetti today to the downside along with Apple. So the big 2 bangers for me putting in work right now. The other name was iBit, and
NVIDIA just broke VWAP.
Go ahead, because I'm just spitting nonsense.
So NVIDIA, I'm going to be on AMD in a quick second, but NVIDIA just broke VWAP, just broke contain, lower highs, as you can see over there.
Right.
So finally...
Oh, iBit got to 53?
Finally, there's this...
Have been kidding me again, Neil?
Finally, we have a bit of a setup here. Red to green, or at least green to red here on AMD as it broke down. So trend reversal. Going to wait off this high. We said we wanted to wait till that prior close. We're putting in those higher lows, but you're getting a curl at VWAP with the market pulling back in. So I'm going to get the trend short, give it back into that prior high. We got away from AMD at 115, and now we'll put it back on at the 116 level. I should have double-checked Moderna. Not Moderna. We're in Moderna. Mara. As we did tag, yeah, so Mara didn't get there. Yes, it did. 17.4. Mara does get into 17.4, as a matter of fact, but still putting in higher lows. If this is where we're curling, let's work for some lower highs here on Bitcoin, or at least Mara in reference to Bitcoin. So at AMD, we're going to jump back into if we get that opportunity. US Steel just made another retest of, I guess we're not getting the 36.5 again. Oh, higher low on US Steel. Going to get an offer in front of 37 even. Doesn't look like it wants to actually tag us at that 36.5 again.
Apple again.
This is the play into the high of the day. Like, I'm not holding this through the high of the day on US Steel. It gets to 37.40, then we're jumping out and getting back in. We'll just take the 50-cent range here.
So we did it again. Where the heck is my fail button? Because Neil Ayal right here, iBit high 53, fade 53, short 53. We just wrote down 53 on iBit right there. Like, I can't, the thing is like, I know it's kind of like hot tub time machine. Like, I'm going back in time and writing these levels down, but we're not. There's 53. Man, I gotta just. So in the beginning, when the open happens, I put orders out and then I cancel them when they don't hit early enough. I was just really lacking there on following crypto. So 100%, obviously, as we sit here, you know, there's only one person. I mean, look, I'm responsible for my own nets, obviously, and it's been a really successful day, so all is well. But that was a little bit of a missed opportunity, but we don't rest on laurels over here. We make the trade again, and there it is again. We shorted it right there at 66s, getting some out now in the 50s here for IBIT. So again, you know, really like the stock there, shorting it, but just against that 53 level, we discussed it. It came in, boom goes the dynamite right there. Nice trade on IBIT, but at the end of the day, we don't have it. If you had that 53 level, good on you. Same way we called that. We called NASDAQ 75 on the TQQs and stayed away from it. You know, that one right now would be that. So that's 850s. 730s, 120 handle winner right there. But at the end of the day, is what it is. You got to stay strong on what you're doing. We're strong here on IBIT as it falls in. Another fill right there, another banger. Neil, we're 3 for 3 here and just stacking right now. So what's going on over there? Because so far, so good on this day.
Yeah, just sort of chilling. I got the buck in the money on Moderna right now. We're trying to reload on U.S. Steel. Those are the two. Unless AMD, gives us the entry we want, I'm not going to force the action here, because when I look up, here's Moderna. For everyone out there, here's Moderna. It's now put in a lower high, so it's got a trend reversion in, trend reversion out. Try to keep it simple. I'm bidding out in front of the 32 level because that's where the buyers came in our initial short. So if we get 32, we get 32. Otherwise, this breaks trend back into the upside, and I'm going to jump out of the trade there. But it's these two names that are kind of the stare down. So you're getting the rollover on AMD, you're getting the fail at 116, the rollover on NVIDIA, you're getting the fail at 116 on AMD where it's trying to hold positive. Couldn't do it. Now it's got the trend all morning long, which could break underneath VWAP. So something like this. Again, just be patient with your entries. I like a mean revert. If it breaks underneath and closes underneath 115, that's from the pre-market to the open to its test of VWAP. We lose that, it's an easy entry setup for me, closing underneath the 115. Otherwise, I have to get short off the 116. That's $1 worth of range. Could set up 2 trades, but all we need is that one on advanced market devices. So here is another fresh low on Moderna. Again, if it breaks trend, we get out. Right now, just chilling out about $1.25 in the money. Let's go to crypto with Adara.
Let's take a look here at this crypto market cap chart, because we're actually apparently near a very key level of support from the end of November on this crypto market cap chart. We do have some crypto experts, including here the chief marketing officer of FX Pro, saying that if we break below this $3.2 trillion level for crypto as a market cap of all crypto, not just Bitcoin, that could actually trigger a lot of selling here. Would be a big sign of a change of sentiment. Levels that are mentioned here by this individual include 88,000 and then 74,000 if we continue to break below that key level. So we're going to have to keep an eye on crypto above that $3 trillion market cap level. Bitcoin itself, though, actually bouncing quite nicely. We know we had to push almost at 88,000. I think low of day just above 89,000. Then coming back here to reclaim 92,000, which was a previous really key level of support resistance. However, this daily chart still looks a little bit worrisome for Bitcoin. Bit of a rounded top here, and of course these continued touches of 92,000. So as long as 92,000 can stay afloat, we could have some hope. But if it breaks below and then we hit that 88,000, it both looks and sounds like, based on what crypto experts are saying, that we could be in for a little bit of trouble for BTC. Let's take a look here as well at Binance and at these crypto market cap or market charts here. Ethereum holding on very much worse than Bitcoin. Actually down about 7% in the day and trying desperately to hold on to 3,000. So lots of key levels coming into play for some of these larger crypto names. XRP down about 2%, BNB down about 3%, Solana down about 6%, Cardano about 7%. So lots of weakness in a lot of these crypto related names. And guys, make sure to hit the like and subscribe if you enjoy the content we bring you. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for all of that. Of course, thank you for the crypto update as we continue to be short IBIT. We just covered, we're out of half now of this. It just bounced off the 30 area, so we did cover some in and around that 30 area. But for right now, Bitcoin and crypto, we're now getting out and out and out on this. As we already said, we're already having ourselves a little bit of a day here. So we'll just again, just sort of start stacking now, right? I mean, that's the advantage that you have from getting some of those early winners. You can get a little bit like more specific. If you're like me and you just, I don't really want to risk things on opportunities that I don't risk money on opportunities that aren't the greatest. I'm trying to take advantage of big trades that I see or plan them out, get going on them, hit them, right? So those were those ones. Did that Amazon get back to 220 yet? No, it did not. So again, a missed opportunity here, I think so for sure, with 220. So that was just one of those plays that we probably should have had many more shares on, or at least a little bit of a better opportunity up there. We didn't have any shares, but 220 for Amazon. Definitely a level that I am looking at there. DraftKings. I mean, there's always going to be different kind of names that we're looking at. DraftKings just hit as well, DKNG. Let me just have a quick look at what that name is doing. Okay, 40. So yeah, so $40 on DKNG could have been one of those plays as well. But again, missed opportunity there on DKNG. So just a couple plays. SMR having a nice bounce off there, as well as that Coinbase. Coinbase starting to really retrace a little bit there off of 250. So there's been so many great trades there today. We're blessed to have been going 3 for 3 here today and hitting these goals. But again, Coinbase, there's a lot of risky trades. And I feel like in a market like today, we talked about that.
Lulu was actually really good.
Yeah, Lulu, yeah. So like that's it, right? Staying with names that maybe have those catalysts and have reasons for you to like them instead of stepping into some of these other names. But crypto had a good story to it today. So we should have been a little more aggressive to that short with
get
IBIT,
this poll.
But we still have IBIT.
I'm not. So first of all, if you want to answer this poll that I'm showing right now for us, how are you watching the show? Desktop, mobile, TV? It's a subscribers only chat, which means hit the like, hit the subscribe, and then let us know. Like, how are you watching it? Obviously, I'm watching it on the desktop. Although if I'm at home on a day off, I find if I tune in, it is often on my phone. I'm usually trying to get some stuff done if I happen to. But yeah, let us know. It looks like 75% on the desktop. Hey, why did it go away? 4% on the TV.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. Like, show us, just maybe send to either mine or Sean's or just the Trader TV account, maybe some pictures if you have a setup on the TV, because it seems like it's a little bit rare. It would probably look pretty pimp on a nice big screen TV. Well, maybe if you want, get your setup shown on the show. So let us know. Send it to any of our accounts on X, I should say, your setup on the TV. Only 5% of you watching on a TV. Speaking of X, not formerly Twitter, but US Steel. See if they get a deal done. Does Elon and then X, the symbol for US Steel, goes away? Does Elon then come back, and when Twitter goes public, does he finally turn it into X, which has always been his thing, right? Like the X app, all in one.
Yeah.
But just to show you, I am now out of the trade. US Steel, we wanted it to calm down. So we saw the news to the upside. I don't want to just get in at any point. Made the high, made the lower high, then it reverted, bounced off of the support level, broke back out that local top. So there's your, let me zoom it right in. It's going to be kind of hard to see. Broke that prior high, breaks trend, breaks the prior high, jump in there. That was 36.65, the prior high. We got in at 66. It then trended back up into this resistance. The second it wicked this bar high, I jump out of the trade. This was a take it to the high of the day because it's a potential deal that, heck, it could be nothing on this as far as I know. Like, there might not even be a bid as far as we know. That said, that's the structure of the trade. Moderna is trying to revert back in as well. I have my trail to this prior bar, which is 33. So if it breaks back above 33 on Moderna, then we're going to trail out of this trade as well. So that's the last two. AMD hasn't really set up all that well in terms of giving us a short opportunity. It is what it is. Like, I tried it when it was putting in lower highs, but look at it now. Higher highs and higher lows. So what am I doing? Just staying away from it. Now, I wasn't looking long on the stock, but you've got a pretty solid upward trend, and until it breaks that trend, no point trying to fight it. You don't want to be doing that. At the end of the day, like, sometimes you got to be able to get away from an idea. We took our shot. It didn't smell right at the moment. We managed to get out of it. And when I said Lulu's been good, it was more that it just bounced very cleanly off of Friday's lows at 390. Like, at the open, this is Lulu was already doing a bit of a weird dance in the pre-market, but it just bounced right off that 390 level all the way back into 404. It's red on the day now. It was the opportunity off that support that I was getting at. So lots of things are giving you some pretty solid moves in there today. US Steel, I'll reload it if it wants to give us that same long again.
Yeah, I'm getting out some more IBIT right now, but what's helping me get out of this is looking at charts. And I think that if you're going to scan anything right now, scan that QR code on your screen and enjoy Esignal charting. I mean, it's charting that does change the game. We've really used Esignal for a very long time, including, are we running that, or should I just go, yeah, okay, no problem. I just didn't know if you wanted me to show some more examples. There it goes. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize on these market moves by making those plays on your best charting system. Over 50 plus brokers connected. Get to that app store ASAP, Sharif, because if you are an Esignal subscriber, there are many apps for you to use, including scanners and everything you can download right on your phone as well for that. Very, very customizable. For me, that's my favorite part of the Esignal apps is that the customizability. Also the fact that you can trade many different markets as it is an entitlement-based system. So you want to trade something over in China, over on China, things like that, then you can do that. And NTDOY, you want to trade on the pink sheets, you can do that on OTC markets, or you simply can invest and get those Japanese entitlements if your broker allows for that type of trade. But make sure you do scan Esignal, and we want to thank them for affiliating with us, as it is the charts that I use. Like here's an example right here on the trade rate, and this is what I look for. I look at this a lot in the pre-market. We have Adara, Neil, everybody, Sharif puts together this, Brendo put together the watch list, and this also will help populate different names that are starting to sort of move around a little bit. So there's lots of different resources out there. Just make sure you have one trusted one. And I always think, I mean, my trusted resource for early morning trading is our own watch list. Make sure you go into the link in the description and sign up for our watch list today, because it has everything. All these names that I'm on today, Apple, IBIT, Quantum, they're all there right on the watch list. So then go over and check out at Trader TV Sean for the sticky note that's giving you so far today, Neil, 3 for 3 on the trades. Very well described, very well taken, and we've had really great outs. And it's just lucky that nothing's ran our stops today, but it'll be another big day over here with some of these trading. We are getting lower and lower, though, on our IBIT trades as they're starting to come out here. Holds the 50 period. So we've just bought some more. We bought some 58s, and just before we did that promo there, we talked about buying those 53s. So far, so good here on our friend IBIT, and actually doing quite well. Holding out right now is IBIT, right? I mean, the crypto space only being down that 2%. This morning, we were down 4%. We got as low as $51 right there. Nice little rebound there off the 50 period moving average. Of course, IBIT going to follow Bitcoin, which is now 92.5. That's about it for me. You're on Mara, so another good IBIT.
Oh, this is actually mRNA. Well,
sorry, yeah.
mRNA, trend break to get in, trend break to get out. But let's go see how some other sectors are doing with Adara at the screen. Go Energy.
Some of these sectors are not actually faring too badly here. Health services shockingly, strongly to the upside, led by a 4% up move in UNH. No catalyst for United Health that I could find, but it's worth noting they actually have earnings on Thursday. This is their first report since the shooting of United Healthcare. CEO Brian Thompson, which brought a lot of these health insurance names to the downside. So keep an eye on this ticker. Energy and minerals, bright green across the board. And we know nat gas was to the upside, so keep an eye on these plays as well. Producer manufacturing has some strength. Consumer services has some strength. Process industries pretty green, as well as this industrials names. So keep an eye on those tickers in terms of things to the upside. To the downside, it's a lot of other options. Retail trade really weak here. Keep an eye on these names with that ICR conference this week, which is a conference for retail-related names. Tesla really weak here in consumer durables. And of course, the technology names. Every Mag 7 in the electronic technology and technology services sector is red, and a lot of these other names are following suit, though there is a little bit of strength in Broadcom and also some of these defense contractors like LMT and RTX. RTX actually announcing a $33 million deal this morning, and LMT donating $1 million to Trump's inauguration. So keep an eye on this name as well. Defense plays could be to the upside, guys.
Very much.
And it's a week until the inauguration. So,
which, you know what? And and a market holiday. Because isn't it,
no.
What do they call it?
Next week?
Is it 2 weeks from now? What's
Martin Luther King Day? Is that what's this month?
MLK. Yeah.
Or is it President's Day? You just said both there. Now I'm confused.
No, next month. is February's President's Day.
I don't even know how to use this.
February's President's Day and January is MLK.
Yeah,
But,
I don't think there's any more holidays this month. I don't think.
MLK.
MLK.
The only one. Yeah.
And what day? But what day is that?
Should be the 20th.
Okay, so we are off then.
It's the 20th.
Oh, okay.
That's what was like weird to me because in my head I was like, oh, we're gonna get to all year. No, I was thinking.
That's good.
Before I looked at the calendar, I was like, oh, we'll get to trade on.
Right.
Like it's inauguration day. You're thinking DJT
That's
or
what I
all
was
those types of
thinking.
plays.
Okay.
And then it didn't even occur to me until I saw the calendar this morning.
Right.
That yeah, it's going to be another holiday. So this is the first full week that we've had in a month, and then it's a holiday shortened.
There's so many holidays in January.
It's weird. Well, we obviously the Jimmy Carter.
Oh, yeah,
that
that's
kind
the
of
other
comes
thing.
out.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
a little bit different. It's a special situation.
Doesn't every month roughly
for-
have like like how many holidays are in a year? Like, I mean, there's
I actually don't know.
probably just
Yeah, I'm not.
ChatGPT this. Yeah, okay, so the 20th. So do not join us a week today.
Well, I mean, everyone's going to be watching the inauguration. I wonder
Are
if.
they? I mean, I was going to say that. Like,
No?
what?
Don't you
No?
guys watch the inauguration? I don't know. No?
What? Well,
I would assume Americans would.
would you? Would you?
Oh, that's a
would
good
you
one.
watch the prime minister? Hey, what's going on? There's somebody. Who is that? Raul? No, who sent that in? Oh, there it is, Investing Jordan. That's
Yeah,
why
our heads
we didn't have our heads are in the way. Thanks, Investing Jordan. So there it is on the TV. So we inventing. We don't same as my house. So we have an 85-inch Samsung on the screen, and that's where like all the Dress to Impress, all the YouTube, all those kind of things are blasted on every single day. And sometimes I'll
That's
catch the
cool.
kids watching us.
The chat in
That's the
bubbles,
thing, you can
instead
do
of-
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Instead of the normal panel, it's just
Right
a little
on
bit
the screen
nicer.
there.
Yeah, I like that a little bit.
So, anyways, yeah, make sure you get the HD so you can see, you know,
DJT?
how it's all going on there. But yeah, people still looking at DJT.
40, it's about to get to. 4-0.
Okay, so
DJT.
maybe
Now 12%. I guess they're
I
not
was
waiting
gonna
for
go
the
to GameStop there,
inauguration.
but
This
it's
is a heck of a squeeze going on.
why wait, my guy? Why wait? You know.
Yeah, 40 even. You want to break out. And that 39 level from the daily chart, that's what's holding up as support right now. So it's got support at a level on the daily, prior resistance on the daily turning into support. This wants a 40 break at this point. I saw John Womack say, why is Pinduoduo up? Just double checking. Okay, no reload on Moderna yet. But yeah, why is... I don't know why PDD or the Chinese names are up per se. But the one I usually care about is going to be, why is this not working on my dropdown? There you go. It's usually Alibaba that we're more interested in. Only 2% to the upside. And the thing about PDD is much like all of the Chinese technology names, see that downward trend and see it hold on to support, it's just lower highs off all of these bounces. Like every time it bounces in the mid-90s, it puts in a lower high. So I think they're good when they can actually break out a level, like break out one of these resistance spots. I feel the same way about Alibaba. I thought it was close to making that kind of a move previously. Come on, Baba. And then Baba did this, which was make another break of the low. So I think there's a tremendous mean reversion trade coming up on Alibaba, but suffice to say you got to wait for it because it's still trending down. Maybe it gets to 70 again. You just got to wait for that 70 entry on Baba. All right, so you might get this VWAP retracement here on Rigetti or a retest of VWAP on Moderna. Whichever one gets there first is probably the next trade for me. I don't know if I want to take a breakout on DJT. I might talk. It's 11 o'clock. I don't like breakouts at 11 o'clock.
Right. Right.
Well, it's almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a valid point. You do get the best of the business coming up with you guys in just 10, 15 minutes as I see the professor now sitting down. So I turned to my left and I asked the professor, what are you guys teaching today? Ooh, bang, we like that one. It's a little MACD action over there today. So if you're a little bit, wondering about some of these, he's talking about conversion. So again, that's going to give you opportunities to trade. So we are going to talk about how to use the MACD to look for different opportunities and potentially get out of some of your positions and just understand it. And I think the thing about the Midday show that is really is awesome, it's that learn to trade. So it's like, here's what the trade is, learn the strategies, learn what MACD is, learn what simple moving averages are, learn what options, different calls are, different spreads, this and that, how to properly play them, the chain, all that, and then put your skills to work, right? Ask these guys questions. How is it looking? Not any any technical indicator is ever going to be right, probably even 51% of the time. It's how you use those in combination with other names, other technical indicators, momentum, everything. Put it all into one, learn to trade and learn a different style, or add to your bucket, right? I mean, that's the big thing too, is like, no matter what your style is, you can always improve it. I mean, I have an indicator too.
I have a 100% indicator that it is never lost, this indicator. And that is if Mac Hollins dresses up as Fred Flintstone, the Buffalo Bills have won 100%
of the games.
Of their games.
Right.
And it's only happened once, so your sample size is pretty much nothing. If I'm Mac Hollins, someone needs to go send him like a Barney or some other Flintstones getup so he can do that for Buffalo. But
I'm sure he'll be doing that this week.
He'll do something. The guy's a bit weird. Trust me, he actually shows up to practice, and he's.
Oh no, I've heard about it.
He's barefoot. Like he's a different kind of dude, but he also is an absolute. Beast
if you're in the NFL,
blocking. Yeah, he's a freak of an athlete. So Righetti's at 20% down. It might get to VWAP, it might not. The other way to look at this is if it broke and tried to get to prior high and that was the short, prior lows, Friday's prior lows, the same thing sits in here at about 7.25. So as long as it could be anywhere in this range, which lends me to like a bit of a trend break. So if it's going to hold this trend up, great. You can wait for any of those key levels, VWAP, 725, or it just breaks this trend back into the downside. One of those two things. Obviously, VWAP is going to be a place that we want to get back into it. The other stock I want to get back in, and it's trying to dip now, is U.S. Steel. So if it pulls back into that 36.5, then that's where we'll try to grab that there. So where is DJT? Did it break? Did DJT break? Yeah, so DJT, it broke 40, but not much of a dip. I was kind of thinking you fail a 40 break, pull back into that level on the daily at 39, some people have gotten out, and then you start holding this 39 level from the daily chart. That's in here.
Question.
So that's what I like on DJT. If we can pull back into 39 even, maybe try to join this one.
All right, so a great question here about TQQ. Look at this. Another TV. What's up to Film Freaker right there? Thank you for that. Yeah, good little look there. I think it plays really well on a TV. We've had some people talk about that to us in the past, so thanks for sharing. And that was an absolutely fantastic idea. Look, someone just mentioned there in the chat that the TQs is currently at that $75 level, and it is. But the thing is, like, again, it was a momentum play early. Now, we've already touched that bottom again there. We've really respected that. Now it's upside. You can tell I'm not short the name, so no. I'm not taking anything right now as far as shorting of the futures or anything like that. In fact, we just right now took out another piece as we broke above VWAP. We only have 4% left. Now we have 2% left of Apple. And Righetti, we have 2% left as well. IBIT is the piece that we still have about like 40% or so on IBIT left. We just took another piece out right there at 54s. So if it continues to fall down, good for that. But right now, really just trying to clear this out. I think the weather's okay. You were just out there. It looks good. Yeah, so we'll be heading over to the gym a little bit.
And then we'll be cold.
Yeah, and then we'll come back and we'll figure that all out. So I still think it's relatively cold. It's -1, so it's like 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's not enough a test for the jacket. I was kind of hoping.
No. I'll be wearing the jacket all the time. So on
a day where it's double digits, that's when I want to try out that Lulu jacket.
Yeah, you just have to walk around the neighborhood.
And just see. Because if you weren't here watching the beginning of the show, like Sean has like a Lulu jacket which weighs about like an ounce.
Yep.
Or obviously not literally that much, but it feels like nothing, and it's a crazy.
I think it was only like $300. Like it's pretty affordable. Yeah. At the end of the day, though, we do have one more announcement to make, but it's going to happen after we get back because Adara is waiting at the big desk with Money Talks.
We do have here the U.S. dollar on a 5-day winning streak, just shy of that 110 level. Currently here, trading around 109.98. Zero economic data of any significance today, though we do have at 11 a.m., so in about 8 minutes, New York Fed inflation expectations. If those move the market in any way, I will definitely let you know. But it's also worth noting here, we still have very high expectations that there will be zero cut at the next FOMC meeting. So 97.3% of participants pricing in a zero cut, exactly the same rates here. So 425 to 450 at that January 29th meeting. 2.7% of participants now still pricing in that 25 basis point cut. We know as of right now, There's no cuts really expected until July, if we get any this year. There's a lot of hawkishness here in the market. And actually, B of A, after that higher than expected NFP print we got on Friday, they actually said they now think this cutting cycle is over and now the hike cycle has begun. So a lot of hawkishness, a lot of uncertainty in this market. It's worth noting a month ago, December 13th, so before the last FOMC meeting, 78.3% of participants were actually seeing no cut. As of right now, like we said, almost 100% expect not to be a cut. So keep an eye on this increasingly hawkish sentiment in the market, guys. Back to you.
Yeah. All right. So just really quickly, man, let's do it again. Another one. And this time it is still the bear, as we've only been short. So we have only short ideas on here. We only traded the 3 ideas. We have 4 ideas on here. The one that we did not get involved with was Palantir. So we'll wait on that one. But we are at the highest spot we're at all day. We're at 150% of our daily goal right now. I can keep updating those numbers to you guys if you want as well as we go. But so far, so good on the day, as we'll just continue to watch out for this. It's because IBIT right now, what we've just added to a little bit here is it's come back in. So we took some out there at 50s. And again, what I'm trying to give you, like where we're at for net wise and all that kind of stuff, it's like I'm trying to give you the realized, because we're sitting here in unrealized trades. So it's like until you cover, it's not really that big of a deal, which is why I'm trying to tell you also what percentages we have left. And I think we're doing a pretty good job with that one. But most importantly, look, it's been a great day. But after a great day of trading, especially if you've been exercising in the morning or maybe you're fasting or something like that, you're always really interested in what is for lunch. Okay, so in honor of, the most famous pasta of them all, rigetti, we today have rustic Italian sausage with peppers, onions, and mushrooms, along with some steamed rice and some broccoli. So for me, props up. That's not bad. We'll just be having salad, of course, Neil and I, as that's what's good and that's what's up with our lunch. But hopefully on the top of that would be a like if they're going to cut up a little Italian sausage on top of that.
Brankel's here, so we'll definitely be having some sausage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where is Brankel's? What's that guy up to anyways?
Well, I mean, I just know there's going to be a little bit extra lunch, because if he's not on the desk, that means there's a little bit extra for me.
Yeah, but if those algo guys are in there, then yeah, I mean. And by the way, and we had to say salutations to Captain Protein behind us. Ever since that guy's left, we've had a lot more protein to eat.
Yeah, shout out to, definitely shout out to our good friend Patrick. So the market.
No, not Patrick, not P Money over there. What did I used to call him? Patty Ice.
Patty Ice.
We're talking about. I'm talking about the.
You're talking
the Silverback legend himself.
Okay, yeah, you're talking.
Yeah. Used to work with us. Ty, yeah, he was on the show a couple times there as well. IBIT falling into a key level again, back in here below the 50-period moving average. I do have a bid at 52.40 right now to ring it again, man. Another 26 cents. So it's just today has just been a really, really great day. We're feeling pretty good about ourselves despite the Packers.
Well, I mean, ultimately.
They're still the youngest team, but
Philly's a monster defense.
Not just that. We are missing our wide receiver 1, 2, and 3, and the best corner in the league.
Yeah, I didn't even see I missed a lot of it. It was a weird day. Oddly enough, I didn't really say anything. I actually didn't see a single down in the Buffalo Bills game live. I watched the whole thing on replay because my dad gave us a bit of a scare last night or yesterday, but he's all good. So just one thing quickly, AMD finally broke that trend line to the upside. So there's your trend line. It just broke it now. It was a heavy, heavy candle that it reversed on. So I was able to short it pretty much at the price I wanted by just kind of throwing the offer and seeing if it could get back up. If it breaks back out above the trend, I am out. But I just saw in the chat, John Womack, I don't think I'll be going to Bills-Ravens this weekend. My daughter has some stuff. It's like a party. I looked at my calendar and I'm like, well, we have stuff both days. So I'll just be happy to be able to watch the game. And then someone in the chat actually asked who here on the show eats the most protein. There isn't a contest. It's obviously Sharif, and anybody that's surprised by that, the guy has like a concoction of 25 eggs, or how much is it? 13? 12 eggs that he eats every single day. So there's no competing with that whatsoever. It's 100% Sharif.
Yeah, 100% Sharif.
It's not. No, Joe, you're not. Joe, trust me. There's no chance that you have more protein than Sharif. Oh no, I'm not even an idiot. I was gonna say like. The guy, look, obviously, you got to do what works for you. As far as I'm concerned, it's a little bit of overkill. He eats all the eggs that basically come with our breakfast in the morning. Obi over there just prefers to have Vegemite every chance he gets.
Yeah.
As he shakes the head. You get the vitamin B12 or B whatever the heck it gives you, and it doesn't matter if it's like 3 years old. It stays good. You can't eat a 2-year-old egg. Promise you that. You can have that Vegemite, though.
All right. I just got the note from my wife, too. What should we have for dinner? Oh, my God. That never stops. So now we'll have to... Look, I told her I like getting a little stir-fry action. I mean, she likes to go sometimes with like a meatless Monday. It's something that I think she's done like a couple times in our life. So that could be... I said, why not like a little tofu?
I'm passing on that.
Tofu stir-fry or something. But she always makes it, a little chicken breast or something like that, I told her. But tonight we're at hockey again, so that does not stop. She got the game-winning goal yesterday, man, 3-2. Of course, I got it recorded. My guy, I don't have it recorded. Other guy, people had it recorded. She went backhand. It was either so the thing about this is that I was saying to people, it's like I feel really blessed to have a daughter like this because her herself, and there's talk about this on the team, and it's funny because it just came up. It's like she's the cheat code. It has nothing. It's like when you have a kid that wants to get up and do something. I don't care what it is, anything in life, art, music, anything that like it advances. Like she wants to get up every single day and go. Like we were in Brampton for 7:30 on Sunday morning yesterday to go back to back. Brampton came down to us on. Which is only a half hour away, came to us on Saturday, then boom, Sunday morning, right back in on that action again. So it's like it's the effort. Yeah, and it's just the effort. Yeah, home and home, yeah. It was just the effort that she puts into everything and just the nonstop joy for what she's doing. Like Marissa just mentioned to me right here, she's like, oh, we have a short day today because she wants to go to the gym before she has an hour of on-ice practice, followed by an hour of 10 years old, hour of dry land training. She wants to go to F45 as soon as she gets home from school. So it's like...
That's like the training center.
Okay, it's like I need to introduce her to Sharif, man, because, well, everyone knows F45. That's the Mark Wahlberg. That's the the workout. I
don't want to assume everybody knows.
No, you never want to assume anything, but... At the end of the day. Anyways, that's the cheat code, is the effort is the cheat code. That's what I keep telling everybody.
You gotta find something you have a passion for.
Exactly, and it's just like, once
then you're excited to actually do it. Until you find it, just try a bunch of stuff until you sort of figure out what that might be, because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Like finding that one thing. It doesn't have to be one thing, it can be multiple things.
No, yeah, whatever it is. I mean, my son started snowboarding yesterday. He came home from that. Exactly. Was absolutely sore ass and all, and really loved it. I mean, the guy had never snowboarded before. And loved it, had a great time. Went up, took the bus up. There, met all bunch of new people, and it is what it is. Let your kids do everything.
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna go from 2 guys with kids to 2 guys without kids, so you'll get a little bit of a different.
My daughter finally started basketball this.
There we go, boom.
So it's like
we'll see if that's.
She's still in the very much figuring it out, and we're refusing to. We haven't put her in track and field or anything like that yet, but we're letting her figure it out. Basketball's kind of her new one, but you know what? It's already 11 o'clock. I just saw it change over. You can see Sharif and Joseph down there. The market at VWAP. I did take a mean revert on Rigetti, but we were mentioning the mean reversion for a couple of names there, Rigetti and AMD. Let's go on over. We've got the Midday. We've got the Bash Brothers. It is Sharif. It is Joe. Go get him.
I bet.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly, actually during the Midday, right there. On that left, that is your boy Joey Options right there, and I'm Sharif, and we're gonna wait for everyone to come on over from the other chat. Shout out to Adara, shout out to Fox, Juan Padilla as well, Mateus Lane joining, Joe and I, shout out to him. Glad to have you on board. We got Tisha, or Tisha. How do I say it? Is it Tisha or is it Tisha? Tag me, because I always call your levels out. For the small cap gapper, the Piper, Alaric B, Stock Up, and Jeremy Newman. We got the Blue Baron himself and El Sol, Benjamin Wickie. He's wicking in these trades, baby. Benton C, COYG, baby, but it was a tough weekend, obviously, for Arsenal. Bax, we got Masked Crusader drop trades. We got Elon in the chat as well. Raza Jafari and Pickle Jim. Paul Goodson and Pratham. Dexter Font, Dale, that's it. Big O, oh, the Big O, I see, okay. Dino, we got Mr. Love Shack right after the Big O, okay, that's interesting. Mary L, we got Jerry Garcia and Sam M, FX Options, Oscarito, Wes Y'all, and then the last, but certainly not least, small cap gapper trader, Dad Trader. What's up to everybody? Good morning, Joseph.
What's up, right? Hey, I had to tell Sharif, hey man, stop texting me in the morning, ask me what I'm wearing, because sure enough, yeah, we gotta show him what's going on here. So yeah, you know what I mean. So we gotta figure something out here.
We didn't plan it.
Yeah. So
the only thing that we got different is I got brown boots on. You got black.
I got the black boots on. Yeah. We got a little difference. Yeah.
A little bit different.
We gotta figure something out on that front. No questioning that.
Good time.
Yeah. Good stuff, brother. Yeah. How was the weekend? Good.
It was good, man. It was good. Went over to a high school buddy yesterday. Watched the game.
Nice.
Watch Katina Man's boys get knocked out. Watch Neil's boys absolutely kill it yesterday. What else did we do? Then I got my nephew and my brother-in-law in from LA.
Oh, nice.
Obviously, they escaped some of the. Well, it's not in there anyway, but they got a lot of opinions on that, Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a tough look out there. Fire's destroying a lot, hopefully everybody stays safe out there on the West Coast and just avoid the fires. I know I've seen some guys on Snapchat, Sharif, like just driving their dirt bikes around whatever the town of Palladius or whatever, how you ever pronounce it. And
Palisades.
Yeah, Palisades. And it's not a good look, unfortunately. A lot of people,
It's ugly. It's ugly from so many different levels.
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll probably chime in on it in the 3 hours that we got today. We got a sick lesson, Joseph, but we want to cover the...
Yeah, let's get into that there, Sharif, real quick before we send it off back to you. So, guys, let's see what we got on the session. I mean, it's a little bit of a mixed bag here. And for some reason, energy at the top of its class today, up about 2.27% here. So, yeah, the best performing sector thus far. And then materials in second place, up about 1.4% as well, too. And then we have XLV sitting in third place, only up about 0.6% there, guys. But yeah, utilities at the bottom of its class here, down about 1.8 or 1.9%. And then we got the tech sector. You can use XLK as the vehicle on that front. We're down about 1.3% on that front. And then we have consumer discretionary, So XLY, guys, down about 0.3 or just under 0.4% there. So a little bit of a mixed bag. We're getting these breakouts somewhat, Sharif. I mean, Tesla's been trading extremely well this morning. But as for the overall indices like Qs and SPY, it's breakout, sell it back off, breakout, sell it back off. And then we now have Apple hovering slightly above VWAP. But as of right now, guys, you got to find the strength. You got to look for those strong sectors. But let's see what Sharif has for the lesson.
All right, we're talking about these moving average convergence, divergence, MACD for short. We're talking about the crossovers today. So hopefully by the end of the lesson, we'll be able to spot some potential entry and exit points using the moving average convergence, divergence, which, as we know from previous lessons, or maybe we don't, this is a momentum oscillator, so it's completely different than how we would using these moving averages, and we use them a little bit differently. So let's get right to it. As we always do, let's explain the concept from a high level. MACD, as I alluded to earlier, stands for moving average convergence, divergence. It's a technical indicator composed of two lines. I'll show it to you in a second on the actual chart. But the first one is the MACD line. This represents the difference between two exponential moving averages. We don't need to go into the details of what those EMAs are, just to know that the MACD line represents the difference between two different exponential moving averages. So as we can already see from the get-go, it's using moving averages in order to base its signals. The signal line, the second line on your MACD chart, that's a shorter EMA of the MACD line itself. You can see how this gets awfully derivative. The MACD line represents the difference between two EMAs, and then the signal line is a shorter moving average of the MACD line. So it becomes very circular here in a second. So the shorter EMA of the MACD line, the signal line, it smooths out the fluctuations. The MACD line is calculated by subtracting the 26-period EMA from the 12-period EMA. That's how we get the first line. The calculation creates that MACD line, as we alluded to. The 9-day EMA of the MACD line is called the signal line. So the signal line is a 9-day exponential moving average of the signal line. Again, very circular, very derivative here. And that's typically what we're going to see. It's going to be on the bottom of the chart, okay? Your baseline is going to be that zero print. So if you're above it, we'll talk what that means. But for today's purposes, we're really focusing on the crossover between the lines as our signals for entry and exit. And so this is kind of what it looks like there. This includes the histogram. The histogram is just basically the difference, the space, how far apart the MACD line and the signal line is. So you can kind of obviously see how far they are by looking at the difference between the two lines. But, you know, if you want a more accurate representation of how wide or narrow the space is getting between the two lines, you need only refer to the histogram line right there. So the histogram shows you the space, the distance between the two lines on the MACD. So understanding the crossovers, let's talk about that. The key to the MACD crossover strategy lies where these two lines intersect. There are two main crossovers to watch out for here. The bullish crossover. We've seen this before using moving averages, the 50 and the 200 with the golden cross and the death cross. It's kind of similar here. We're looking for bullish and bearish crossovers. The bullish crossover is when the MACD line crosses above the signal line, so goes from south to north, crossing it from the bottom to the top. This is suggesting to you a shift towards an uptrend and a potentially good time to buy. We're explaining everything at a very basic level here. It's not always that simple. The bearish crossover, kind of the opposite of that. The MACD line crosses below the signal line from north to south. This indicates a possible downtrend, suggesting it might be time to sell or hold off on buying. And this is kind of what we're seeing over here. We're going down, lower highs, lower lows. All of a sudden, we get that signal with the MACD line crossing above the signal line. And then lo and behold, what do we actually get? We get a gap up. Now, we haven't broken above, obviously, on LinkedIn. This is back in the day. Remember LinkedIn before Microsoft bought it? This is back in the day, this is below the upper trend line as well, but we kind of have, what could be the beginning ingredients of a breakout there with the MACD line crossing above the signal, and you also have a decided gap to the upside. This is the exact opposite. This is the bearish crossover now. We're moving along our merry way. I don't know what stock this is. Doesn't really matter, but we'd get that signal line where the MACD line, the signal where the MACD line crosses below the signal line, telling us possibly it could be time to sell our position or time to short or not to add at this particular level, okay? So you're taking a look at the chart. So imagine a stock chart with the MACD indicator displayed below. Let's say the price has been down lately, but the MACD line starts to rise and crosses above the signal line. This bullish crossover might be a signal, or might signal to you, I should say, a buying opportunity as the momentum seems to be shifting upwards. But remember, nothing in technical analysis is foolproof, and you should be always looking for other indicators, price action, volume, whatever other indicator you want to use as confirmation. The more indicators you have pointing in one direction or in the same direction, the stronger your case should be. And it works both for bears and bulls. Okay, so the MACD line, or the MACD crossover, I should say, is a helpful tool, but by no means a magic formula by any means. Here are some things to consider. Number one, false signals are an ever-present danger, and they happen often. Crossovers can sometimes be misleading, especially during choppy markets. Confirmation. As I kind of alluded to not that long ago, look for other technical indicators or price patterns, chart patterns, candlestick patterns, volume indicators, whatever, okay, to support the MACD signal before acting upon it. And you should also keep your eye, now we're not talking too much about this today, but you should also keep your eye on those overbought and oversold areas on the MACD. As I mentioned at the beginning, it's a momentum oscillator, like the RSI, like the stochastics, okay? And those bad boys, they have overbought and oversold conditions. We've seen that with the money flow index as well. So MACD kind of has that, but that's not the way we're looking at it today. We'll look at the overbought and oversold conditions and price action MACD divergence on a different day. Okay, well, we'll kind of allude to it at the end, but that's it. So beyond the basics, the zero line crossover, the MACD line itself crossing above the zero line, which is kind of the break-even point there, can also indicate potential trend shifts. So you don't actually have to have a MACD signal line cross in and of itself For example, the MACD line can move from negative to positive by crossing over that zero barrier, and that in and of itself could be, I don't want to say it's an indicator itself, but it could be possibly foreshadowing what could be coming later. And divergences between price action and MACD cannot be overstated. Personally, this is how I use momentum oscillators rather than crossovers. This was suggested to me by Michael Noss, and what I mean here is when the price movement diverges from the MACD indicator, it can signal a trend reversal or the coming of a trend reversal. And what I mean by that is, for example, you have higher lows and higher highs on the price, but you got lower lows and lower highs on the MACD. They're not in sync, they're not in tune, they're diverging. Usually it's the indicator. Now, I don't want to say this with certainty, but usually it's the indicator that foreshadows what the price is going to do rather than the price foreshadowing what the indicator is going to do. Usually it's shown up on the MACD first, okay? And this is kind of what we're talking about there. We're making higher highs, higher lows on the MACD or on the price action, not so on the MACD. Look at this area, a crest over here at $37. And then look what happens subsequent to the price. We get to about 38.5, but we don't make a higher high on the MACD. The MACD makes a lower high. And look what that foreshadows. That foreshadows the sell-off that occurred subsequent. So MACD or indicator, price action divergence, awfully important, okay? And this is kind of the opposite of as well. We're making higher lows on the MACD, but we continue to make lower highs on the price. That is a problem. It's not conclusive, it's not definitive, but it is something definitely to be on the lookout for. So the final word here is the MACD crossover. Certainly a valuable tool for intraday traders. By understanding how it works and using it with caution, of course, you can improve your chances of identifying potential trading opportunities. Remember, practice with paper trading accounts before ever risking real capital. If you can't be profitable in the sim, what makes you think you can be profitable in real life, Adair?
BRKR, this is Bruker, basically providing Q4 2024 revenue expectations. They're expecting between $750 million, $970 million to $980 million here with solid bookings. They also provided their 2025 outlook, so they're seeing upper mid-single digit revenue growth for the next year. So BRKR, a bit of a volume spike here as they provide some guidance in Q4 2024 sales expectations, guys. Back to you.
How's it going over there?
Yeah, everything's all right. So if we can pull up my screen here real quick. Someone in the chat asked me, Vici, we're going to take a look at SPY in just a second, but here we go with some TSLL, just looking for relative strength in the overall market. A really strong opening drive here from Tesla, pulls back, holds VWAP extremely well, and then you look for the continuation in the strength. So there it is on TSLL. Off to a half-decent start this morning, so can't complain about that. Entry can always be a little bit better. Let's see if we can continue here, how deep this pullback may be. The overall market does seem that it wants to come in a little bit here, so that's totally fine. We'll assess the situation as time goes on. But let's pull up some SPY here, because a lot of people want to talk about it. But let's zoom out first here from a daily perspective and see what we got going on the daily. And sure enough, as I opened up my scanners on the train this morning, I just noticed everything is gapping down, as well as Bitcoin and the overall markets. A lot of tech-heavy stocks gapping down as well, too. So starting to come in off those highs, guys. And again, nothing to overly be alarmed about, totally healthy. We did break some key support levels. We're only down 5.25 off of the all-time highs here in the SPY. So we'll continue to monitor this. I do think that there's going to be some more short-term downside, but I think it's a buy the dip scenario. Plenty of tailwinds for the market. It can be just something along the lines of, hey, we're not looking at as many rate cuts as the market had priced in for this year. So again, taking that out, seeing where we go from that front. Again, I don't know if we get one or two. We might not even get any. A lot of people are talking about hikes as well. So just got to be aware of that stuff. Market taking some profits here. We broke through this key support level as well, too, around 583. So until we get some definitive turnaround signals, then I'm going to just continue to go with this trend on that front. We are rolling into earnings seasons as well, too, folks. So this Wednesday, we have JPM, BlackRock, and some other banks starting to report as well, too. And then shortly after that is when you get the big names in tech to start to report. So looking forward to that. And we have to keep on our eyes out on that as well, too, because if the earnings don't support our past moves, then we can see some more downside. But if there's strong earnings growth, we're starting to beat on top and bottom lines on some of these big names, and always look for forward outlooks as well too. So strong guidance can definitely help the market continue in the Northeast and recover off these lows that we're at. So again, I think this is a healthy pullback. Not too worried about it. And if we get earnings to support a higher move, then sure enough, I think the market is going to continue on that path. So yeah, time will tell. Let's see what Apple's up to. I built a thesis here, Sharif, on Apple.
Yes,
As of right now, it's not exactly playing out how I would like, but that's okay because we are starting to sell drastically. One thing I was looking to do, guys, is make some options play based off of this candle here. As you can see, we had this nice signature, this volume signature with that hammer print at what something I would classify as an extreme low. So maybe are we going to get around that turnaround area? We'll wait and see. Let's see if price starts to turn around here. Once we breach 240, then maybe we'll go a little bit higher. But I think I was listening to some analysts on CNBC, and they said, I think iPhone sales aren't going to come out as hot as people were expecting, so that could damage the stock as well, too. So, yeah, starting to come off those all-time highs, Sharif, and running right back into that range. So only time will tell. We'll have to wait for that earnings report on Apple to see where we go from here.
All right, so we're involved in Kappa right now at the $0.50. A couple of outs so far, waiting for the next one in the high 70s. I'm waiting at 77s. 76s just showed up on the ask. There's an awful aggressive tug of war between buyers and sellers at this level. You can just see that reflected on the tape as well as the book. We had large size in the low 60s that got eaten up by a monster order, but it wasn't enough to propel this one continually above 77. So we've taken out a couple of ads. I've defended the $0.50. I've taken my best out was 75s. Here we go again. Coming into the mid 70s, about to say mid 60s, but we're again met with a wall of aggressive shorting. And I got to tell you, I mean, based on what happened on Friday and the lack of continuity with the small cap gappers and how the Rust basically got destroyed on Friday, right? Small caps absolutely got obliterated. And that's to be expected. Small caps will not do well in a high rate environment or a higher for longer environment, or I shouldn't say they're not going to do well, but it's going to be a hard road to hoe, baby, because these guys, they don't have any money, right? They got to go out into the what's it called, the debt market and raise money at higher rates. Obviously, that eats into margins. You don't have to be an accountant to understand that business, but that's the situation. So here we go. We just took out that print in the mid 80s, so we're doing real well right now, about 30 some odd pennies in the money. Let's wait here in the low 90s to see if we can get a print. But to build on the point I was saying, I think the reason we've been doing really well with small caps is we've kind of had the bias or the view or the hope possibly that the rates do come down in next year. If that isn't going to be the case, I think, you know, maybe the great times we've been having right now with not Kappa, but with the small cap gappers, sadly comes maybe not to a halting
Kappa.
end, but yeah, I'm in Kappa right now. And not to a halting end, but definitely a bit of a harder time to continue with their strength. So we're printing really well right now. We just took out 3, so about 50 pennies more in the money. Let's see if we can take out some more size over here. I'm going to wait at 310s now, see if we can zig and zag with their good move into Kappa. This thing's up 200%, Joseph, and it behooves me to give you some details on this thing because I just noticed I didn't. So I've only got 2 more outs on this, so I can kind of rest easy. Here's the deal. This thing's done 51.8 million shares. It's a $37.5 million market cap with a float of 0 shares. So we're trading invisible shares right now, Joseph. Everything's fine. No, kidding, of course. Let's find out what Trade Ideas has to say about KAPA and the float. 3.34 million share float with a negligible short float of 0.11%. So not much doing there, guys, in terms of a short float, but definitely a smaller float to definitely help with scarcity and illiquidity. And that's kind of why these low float monsters end up moving in the way that they do, because they lack a larger float, and the lack of a larger float creates scarcity, and scarcity definitely creates volatility and parabolic squeezes. And so if you haven't traded these small cap cap gappers. That is part of the hallmark of the small cap gapper is that they have low floats, most of them, not all of them, and they become a bit parabolic once they do get mass participation in the trade. So the majority of the position waiting here at 310s. We'll see if it comes in, but let me tell you, anything below that 240 print and we're gone. So we're long at 252. We're going to risk a little bit just to give this one a bit of room. So I have to actually adjust my stop from the previous level and from the previous size. So we're going to go and wait at 238. We'll wait at that level there, and then we'll give it all the way down to there. So we got our stop in play. Kappa, ugly topping tail candle through 310, but I don't mind packing my patience. And if it wants to break the $0.50, I'm good with that. We're taking the majority of the position out. Also, Joseph, there is another one here. PHIO looking awfully good as well. This is another triple-digit winner, and it's a lot bigger than Kappa. PHIO is what I'm talking about, up 374%, holding that $8 area, and by extension of that, really holding the 10 exponential quite well. It's got a high the day of 979. This one, I would say, look to buy it off the 10 exponential so far, but it's losing its momentum. It's kind of in this consolidative bull flag phase. Anything a print below the 20, which is the yellow line on my chart, I'm gone. Let's see what it does. Adara, what's up?
It's time to take a look here at some of these outperformers to the upside and downside in the S&P 500, as we always do. But a bit of housekeeping before we get into this. Make sure that you take the time to like, subscribe, and participate in our poll. There are actually 3 polls during the midday every single day. So during How to Trade, you first have a poll around 11 a.m. where you can pick from 4 trending tickers in the day. Then at 12 p.m., you'll have the Playmaker poll where you can decide if you'd like to go long or short. And then Sharif and Joe will take that trade live. Then at 1 p.m., you'll have one last poll to choose between the top 4 trending tickers of the day. The top 5 tickers that are chosen between the 1 p.m. poll and the 11 a.m. poll will be covered in the rundown with Sean and Neil. So make sure to get your votes in there and make your voice heard. I always like to have a bit of a theme for this segment here in terms of the biggest movers to the upside and downside in the S&P 500. Because it's such a weak day for the market with the NASDAQ down about 1%, I wanted to look at sectors that were especially strong and tickers that were especially strong within those sectors. So we're going to start here with health services, pretty much dark green across the board. UNH, though, leading this group to the upside, up about 4.5%. Humana, pretty strong as well. They're up about 7%. But UNH is especially interesting out of its earnings report on January 15th. 16th. That's going to be this Thursday before the bell. So keep an eye on this ticker. Also, OXY, Occidental, up almost 4%. Rejecting 53 right now, but this is a beautiful case here of, actually bouncing off 53. Higher highs, higher lows for OXY. All of these oil names, and we know UNG is pretty strong here as well. We do have some new U.S. sanctions towards Russia's energy supply chain, but also Occidental having its own positive catalyst, getting a price target increase from Truist Securities. Last but not least, a lot of these defense names here are pretty strong, including LMT, Lockheed Martin here announcing a $1 million donation to Trump's inaugural committee. This is especially of note here because we know that there's some speculation that the Department of Government Efficiency, which is DOGE, of course, led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, there's some speculation that they're going to be actually cracking down on government spending, specifically in the defense contract space. So LMT trying to get here on Elon Musk and Donald Trump's good books with this donation. Definitely keep an eye on these defense names as we head into January 20th, 2025, guys. Back to you.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
what do you got, Joseph?
Yes, sir. I'm just looking here at Nike. I was trying to find some news on it. A lot of people in the chat were talking about it. But, I mean, yeah, it's trading nice on the session. But let's take a look and zoom out here for a second. We're only about a percent or two, or not even maybe, off of these all-time lows on Nike. Yeah, when the rest of the market is selling and you're getting a little bounce at in NKE, totally justifiable, I guess. But I can't find any news. No, I wouldn't get too giddy about this right away. We're still down in the dumps with Nike. I don't know, inventories are high. Just not looking good here on Nike and from an apparel standpoint. We talk about it plenty of times before. It's just so much easier to reach consumers now and to be as dominant in the athleisure wear when you got the likes of Lululemon, Gymshark, Alo, all these new fresh brand names that everybody's liking and at discount prices compared to Nike. When you go to the Nike store and you see a sweater for $100, you can just turn around, go to Gymshark or something else and get that same sweater for $50. So yeah, tough look there on Nike. And after they kind of stepped out of Foot Locker and they opened up their own brick and mortar, going into the malls as well too. So cost ineffective on that front. But Nike, nice little bounce on it. We need to see a lot more on that Nike front in order to want to start to participate on that. But let's see what Adara has to say.
Actually, the comments here on Nike, it's not news, but it is a reason I think this name could be so strong on the day, and it's Lululemon sympathy. We know Lululemon, I mean, it's the stock not too hot today, despite that initial positive push, basically flat in the day. But the reason I want to bring this up is because Lululemon actually raised their guidance for the fiscal year for both EPS and revenue. That could be seen as a great sign for names like Nike, which of course, as just mentioned, is in the same space as Lulu. So this looks like this is a potential sympathy play here with higher revenue and earnings per share expected. Nike also got a upgrade from Piper Sandler on Friday, so this could be a day two move on that as well, guys.
Thank you for that, Dara. Much appreciated. So there you go. Yeah, it's a little sympathy play based off of Lululemon. Yeah, I mean, not really a Lululemon guy. My girlfriend is, though, for sure. I did own a couple things from it, but there are more gifts. So, yeah, let's see what's going on, guys. Let us know what you're looking at in the chat. Tesla's starting to pull back in here, holding the volume-weighted average price extremely well, same as well as NVDA in the overall market. So the Qs are just a little bit below the volume-weighted average price right now. Let's see if we can break through. I think that momentum and that volume is going to need to step in. We might see a little choppiness heading into earnings. We know that's coming in the next couple of weeks, so I think that's going to be the narrative. The street really looking forward to see how these prints are coming with these big names, especially like with the likes of Apple, NVDA, and Meta as well too. So looking forward to hearing from those guys as well as the banks. I like trading the banks around earnings, especially JPM, one of the bigger ones, I guess the biggest bank there is in America. So yeah, wait until those earnings come out. I think the market might be a little bit choppy. We are breaking some key support levels, Bitcoin, SPY, and the Qs. But again, if those earnings support these moves higher, then sure enough, the market will continue on that path. So yeah, what do you got going on there? I'm
still in my position at Kappa, but shout out to Tisha. I see XXII breaking out there off that, let's see, what are base out, 5 1/4, and now it's zigged and zagged all the way up to 8 1/5. I'm not touching this, Tisha, until it breaks above the pre-market high. The pre-market high was printed at 7:40 a.m., and that takes us all the way up to 865. So I put my alert there at around 850, a smidge below 850. As I see the way it's trading, without even having looked at the book, I can tell you this is trading awfully spready and dangerous to trade as a small cap gapper because the bottom can just absolutely drop off. So it's above VWAP right now. It's got a couple of topping tail candles into that 8 1/5, but I'm really interested if it can take out the pre-market high on the closing basis. I'm talking about XXII, 22nd Century Group, $4 million market cap with a volume of around 9 million shares or so traded today. We'll keep an eye out on this one. I got back in to Kappa at 245. I already wet my beak there in the high 50s. I'm keeping a really tight stop because there's obviously a lot of selling at the $0.50 here. I'm taking half the position I initially took so that if it does drop off, I don't lose a lot of the gains that we've made over here. But it's going to have to continue. It's going to have to hold up above this area. Look at this area. Resistance that we had from essentially 945 all the way until 1020 until we broke it on a decisive basis at 1115 right at the start to show. But as I'm watching the tape, the seller pushing this below the whole dollar is becoming ever more aggressive, where they were selling it off 55s, 53s. Now they're putting bigger size at 51s and 50s. And that's something you need to be on the lookout for when you trade these small cap gappers, because a big account can absolutely manipulate this. Now, it can manipulate to the high side and to the low side. So what do I mean by that? So as we move along our merry way and we come in to a key area of technical support and you think it's going to hold on there, but then it doesn't seem to be able to break above, one key price level. You need to be on the lookout for being pushed down incrementally lower. Incrementally lower, what I mean by that is, like the example I just gave, if you were selling off at 55s aggressively, and that was kind of the wall, and then, about 2 minutes later, when you drop down to, say, mid-30s, you work your way back up to 50s, but this time, you can't reach 55. You're reaching 51, 50. 52. That means that the algo or the seller who's trading this to the short side is becoming ever more aggressive by dropping their large order lower and lower and lower, helping dampen the upward momentum on a name like this. So we're about 2 or 3 pennies out of the money right now on it. But again, anything below that 30 print and I'm gone, we're going to risk about 15 pennies. So XXAI in focus below VWAP, but I'm also keeping an eye on DATS because it just broke out again. So I was involved in this one before we got onto the show. And now this one is zooming right back up to the upside over here, getting a really nice bid. DATS did fail the pre-market high break. So that was one of the rare occasions where I feel like my rule didn't work on that particular occasion, where, you know, we usually weasel in on the break of the pre-market high, and usually that's a pretty good area to base your entry. It didn't work that way with that. So clearly there's a seller of note at the $0.50. We're involved in it again. Let's take out some profits as we zig and zag here. Seller at the $0.50 here on DATS. And now recall, DATS is a holdover from Friday. I mean, I was trading this one on Friday. It was left up on the side chart. So keep your eye on this one. 658 HOD, and it could be a bit of a resistance level because we did reject that before, Joseph. So be on the alert, guys. 6.5 on DATS seems to be a bit of a local resistance level.
Hey, good look there, my guy. Man, I'm just pulling up your good friend Pan W here and just looking at everything from a daily perspective, as well as CrowdStrike. And I mean, we talked about breadth for a while here, and the market was just being dragged up by the strong 7, the Mag 7. And sure enough, the overall market seemed relatively weak. But here's CrowdStrike. We're running into some key support levels on a lot of these tech names. Like I mentioned, NVDA, we broke through. Tesla as well, too, down 20% off those all-time highs as Tesla. And I'm looking at Pan W right now as well, too, just to kind of get a grasp of tech and breadth. But it is relatively weak, so a little bit tougher of a look. Let's see how far off those, no, I wouldn't say all-time highs, but 12% off of those yearly highs or last year's highs. So again, let's see what happens. I still think these companies' earnings are going to support the moves higher. It's just a little a pullback here, and once we kind of get into that mid-teen range on the Qs and the SPY, then I would look for a turnaround. But again, we're only down about 7% on the SPY and the Qs, which isn't too much. But if you kind of break that down, and then you go to the likes of NVDA, Tesla, and Google, right? So Google's down about 6%, Tesla being down 20%, and then you have NVDA that's down about 13%. So these are rightful corrections, and maybe, I don't know if it's necessarily the scenario right this second, but you want to start buying these quality companies into these like kind of correction territories. So that's something that I'm going to look at here with NVDA and Tesla. I mean, I already have. It's my third largest holding, but am I going to add up here? I don't know necessarily, but I am. We mentioned time and time again on the show that I think that I think we are bullish on Tesla, especially in the coming years with him working alongside Donald Trump and just getting robo-taxi. This guy needs to get some fleet on the ground and start getting some trials so we can get some more confidence in this stock. And I think once he does, we'll start to see this thing to recover. So we'll take a look off these all-time highs, what we're looking at here on Tesla, which is about 20%, just a little over 20%. So again, a nice dip buy on Tesla here. But we know how this thing can act. It's extremely volatile. The beta's high on Tesla. We were extremely strong coming out of the election, and then now we're starting to retrace that move. I think we run into this 362 level, and then maybe we look for turnaround signals from that standpoint, because that's exactly what I'm going to be doing from an investment standpoint and from an intraday standpoint. This thing needs to get some steam going, and I think it will. It gets memey at times. We're aware of that. So once you get that 1 or 2 positive catalysts coming out on Tesla, then it's time to get that ball rolling again and start looking to take advantage of those moves. Now let's talk a little bit about AMD here. Jose and some guys in the chat, we were talking about this, and he mentioned, okay, AMD from a daily perspective has gapped down 3 days in a row, and even classified this morning as a fourth. So looking for a potential bounce here on AMD. But again, I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, until you get those, or last week, until you get those positive catalysts, don't look for those strong recoveries because they're not going to just come out of the blue. The overall sentiment in this stock is weak. We're not even anywhere relatively close off of these all-time highs, which is around this $225 price target, which happened early 24, and we essentially haven't even come close to testing those highs. So AMD is still weak. We need multiple positive news catalysts to come out, strong earnings from AMD, and then hopefully that this stock can start to recover because everybody's kind of rooting for it. It's supposed to be second place to NVDA, but it's not looking anything close to that. So just keep an eye on that. Let's see what IBIT's up to here, folks, as well, too. Maybe we look to take a little bit of a long here because we are starting to curl around, holding the volume-weighted average price fairly well, but we did break through some key support levels on spot Bitcoin, so we have to be wary of that. If the buyers aren't going to start stepping in, then I think that we're going to start seeing some more downside. I was just listening to Tom Lee as well on CNBC, as I mentioned before, and he says I think around 70K is going to be max pain on Bitcoin, which would be pretty painful, but again, that's just an absolute buying point. That would bring us back into this range here of the breakout that we had in early November. So again, I think a consolidation, look for some turnaround signals anywhere in the 80s, mid 80s to high 70s, and then look to participate to the north side. Tom Lee said $250,000, 180 at the least. We're still in the early phases of this halving cycle. So yeah, we're not even through year one. That's coming up, I believe, in March or April or something like that. So we still got 3 years, but again, that halving cycle, be patient. I think this thing continues to appreciate.
Yes, sir. All right. We're scalping here on PHIO. It's kind of went into the 20 exponential where we long 73s. Just took out some at 8s, now setting up at 815. PHIO, I see it kind of as an ascending wedge, sort of kind of trying to respect that shape, but it's got good support off the 20 exponential. That's a few times it's dipped into there. We'll see. I've placed my stop already. Let's see if this one can break right back above 8, 979 HOD. But I see what everybody's yelling about right now. XXII halted was anyway to the upside. 832 now, the official high day, and there it goes. It's taking up the pre-market high as we speak. This one's awfully spready, though. Look how it's moving 20, 30 pennies at a time. The candle zigging and zagging from the top end of the range to the low end of the range. That typically means it's spready. You don't even really need to look at the level 2, but we'll do anyway just to kind of prove the point. XXAI is the one that I'm talking about. And as I see it right now, it's about a 30 penny spread, 9 penny spread. So zigging back into 20. So it's really dangerous to trade this one. That doesn't mean it can't be very, very lucrative. And here comes $9 right now. So it's really dropping, popping off, I should say. I mean, you could try to catch this on a dip trade because it doesn't often hang out in a level for very long. So let's see if we can catch it on a dip trade at around 860s or so. Seems to be defending right now, though, the $0.75 level coming into about those 870s and jumping off again. So you're going to have to trade this one carefully, guys. Remember, it's around for a good time, not a long time, right? Here we go. We just took up some at 80s. Let's set up some at 90s over here. On XXAI, got the dip. There we go. We took out some at 90. Here comes 9. So I'm going to wait at 920. Let's see if 9 wants to clear here. 9's acting as a very, very stubborn resistance level. There it goes. Okay, so we take it out to 13s. Can we continue going into the $0.05? That's exactly where I'm waiting on this name, but $9 still acting as a bit of a stubborn resistance level. And now I'm seeing about 300 lots posted at 9, I believe, 02. So that was moving down from the previous there. You can kind of see it. Here we go. It's getting eaten up. The size getting eaten up there, but it clears the size at 902 and then drops right back down. Adara, what's up?
Look here at your earnings segment, which again has returned because we do have earnings season back on the horizon. It begins in earnest with bank earnings, which are going to come Wednesday morning. But in the meantime, let's take a look at some earnings related names. We had no proper earnings today, but we did have some guidance being issued by some of these retailers. We'll take a look at that. Lululemon, as mentioned earlier, did issue some guidance, stronger than expected across the board. The stock is relatively flat on the day. They expect Q4 revenue above their previous guidance here, so $3.56 billion to $3.58 billion is what they're currently expecting. That is above estimates of $3.517 billion. Their earnings per share estimates, they also raised above their previous guidance. So currently guiding between $5.81 and $5.85 per share versus prior guidance here of $5.56 to $5.64 and the estimate of $5.66. So again, above their previous guidance and above estimates here for LULU. Then we have Abercrombie & Fitch. This is a distinctly different picture here for ANF, which is trying to bounce but decisively down in the day here. Their guidance is not too bad. They did guide an increase in Q4 net sales here. They're expecting growth between 7 to 8%. That is above their prior range of growth. And they're also expecting stronger growth here for their net sales for fiscal 2024. However, their sales here, or what they're expecting their sales were during the holiday period, were a little bit weaker. So slightly weaker than expected holiday sales guidance or expectations for ANF, sending this ticker to the downside. Lots to look at here in this retail space for sure. And also, if you're looking for earnings heading in to tomorrow, we do have, after the close today, KB Home reporting at $4.10 with consensus estimate of $2.45 per share and revenue of $1.99 billion expected. Then a small cap that likes to run is Air Test Systems. They're expected to report at 4:20 p.m. We got a consensus earnings estimate of about 1 cent per share. So potentially here's some profit for AEHR. Revenue expected to be $14.6 million. Tomorrow morning, exactly 0 names on the earnings calendar. So watch out tonight, guys. Back to you.
Hey, here we go. Okay, guys, XXI is breaking out really aggressively now. 947 HOD. I think we got 60s. I'm waiting at 69s now for the next fill. It's almost triple digits in terms of percentage up on the day. It's still, I don't think anything's changed in terms of danger. It's still very spready. It's still very volatile. The only reason I even am in this is because I took a dip trade off a key level. I didn't chase it. Here we go. Here comes the $0.50, and there is selling again at the $0.50. Nothing posted though. When you look at the level 2, the book, there's really nothing posted of note. No specifically significant size. A few lots peppered here and there. So you are dealing with an iceberg order when you are meeting resistance, or you're getting orders that are just reacting to the price action in the moment. So right now I'm keeping an eye, 947 right now, HOD on XXII. I'm looking for that 969 touch and drop, but if we don't get it, I think I'm going to move my stop up from 839 where I had it previously, and I'm going to move it back above that 860 level. So we're not going to give back as much if this one, the bottom drops off. And believe me, the bottom certainly can drop off there. FIO is coming right back down, so we'll take out the last remaining one out there. I'll set up on FIO again, though, at around 615. If we can get something around 615 on, sorry, 650, 6 1/5. So 620, 6 1/4, something like that on PHIO. That's where the volume weighted average price is. If we get a dip into that level, I'd like my chances possibly for an area defend this level right here on PHIO, Joseph.
Hey, good look there. Yeah, guys, just keeping an eye on the overall market here. Let's see if this IBID trade starts to work out. But let's take a look at the cues from an intraday perspective here. Just trading within this range, so a tougher look. Those breakout trades aren't going to be the easiest on today's session, especially after that gap down in the pre-market hours. I do think we recover and start to fill this gap because we had multiple gap down days, and you can see just from a secondary trend here in the overall market, we are pulling back as well. To mention time and time again that we're down about just under 7% on the cues from those all-time highs. Breaking through some key support levels, which is really important to see. So at that point, you got to go kind of analyze and be like, okay, what is that next level of support, and what is going to drive the market to turn around? And sure enough, just as we start to approach earnings season, we are breaking through some key lows, which I think is really important, because if those reports come out really well, then I think we can start to recover on the market. But let's take a look at what we got going on for next week from an earnings standpoint as well, too. So on Wednesday is when we really start to get that ball rolling, folks, and that's with JPM, Jeremy Diamond and Company, Jamie, obviously. But yeah, so let's see what we got going on. This thing has been on an absolute monstrous run ever since it kind of acquired SVB's books. So that helped them. I watched it, and Sharif and I were talking about this not too long ago. After they acquired their books, they just went on monster like runs in their reports. That's starting to cool off now here in JPM. But again, hovering around those all-time highs, I think if you're going to get involved into the banks, you always have to take a look at JPM. Would you be buying it right now? Maybe not. But if you get any form of dip after the report, then you got to look to participate, because I think this is a foundational company that you kind of want if you're going to broaden your portfolio. So you'd have the likes of Walmart and JPM just for that breadth within your own portfolio. So there is Walmart as well too. Hasn't looked back since that hammer candle, that a potential dip buy. But let's take a look at some of the other banks reporting next week as well too. So we got Citigroup here coming out on Wednesday in the morning, and then we have Wells Fargo as well too, guys. So those are some companies that you want to keep an eye out and see what they have going on. Come their reports, see some relative strength in the overall American economy. So yeah, okay guys, let's take a look at this IBIT trade starting to work out here. We do want to continue in this strength. So we had this really strong opening drive here. Unfortunately, we didn't see this hammer candle right at this low after this 5-minute opening range break down. It breaks down and then recovers, punches through the volume weighted average price, and then essentially doesn't even really look back. Pull back into the volume, into VWAP, and now holding that. Let's see if we can go and test the high a day. I don't know if necessarily this is going to be one of those days where we get that squeeze type action, because we do know that we broke through some key support levels, which may not necessarily mean, hey, we're going to get that massive bounce in this underlying. But again, anything can happen if you feel like that's a large enough liquidity grab, and then we can continue to the northeast. But I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case for Bitcoin. I still think we see some downside in this underlying asset for the next little bit. But one thing, and I mentioned time and time again, is that this consolidation phase here on IBIT was was a lot longer than I was anticipating. And then the breakout was a little lackluster, and then headed right back into this consolidation phase again for almost over a month, well over a month at this point. So let's see if Bitcoin can get the ball rolling again, and then we start getting that volatility skew to step in once we start moving to the top side. So I do think by summertime we can get to that 1.25 and maybe even higher. But I know Sean was talking about it earlier as well too. 50K or 150K. I don't know if we, like, again, I could be totally wrong, speculative, but I just think 50K that's almost 40, that's over 40% from where we stand right now. And that would be hectic. So a lot of people will be shaken out at that point. If we ever do touch that 50K target on Bitcoin, I think that's an absolute buying opportunity. But again, I think we go north of that before we touch 50K.
Yes, sir. Okay, so XXII halted to the high side. $10.45. We're done with this trade. So got in at 860, done at 969. It is continuing to go. This trade is still active and valid. It's got 4 green candles uninterrupted to the high side on the 5, and for the exception of one measly candle of indecision right over here that was red at around 1125. Everything's been green since the breakout off that 5 1/4 bottom that it put in. I mean, I wouldn't have touched it until it cleared VWAP, obviously, and then by extension of that, the 864 area. That's why I was long 860, because that is the pre-market high. 7:40 a.m. it printed 865. So that's a look. Halted, 1045, up 113%, very strong, and looking to do a lot more. So keep your eye out on this one when it is unhalted. I'm back in DATS. I'm trying to build up my position over here, as this one's had, it's decent here, putting in higher lows and higher highs off the volume weighted average price. Where am I in? I'm in at 17s. I've got planned DCAs to defend 6 and into the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can continue to move up. It's a 4 penny, I should say, spread on a $6 name, which isn't really to my liking at the moment. There does seem to be some selling here at the $1/4. Okay, we just took that out. And now we're printing to the high side here. I'm waiting at 33s now. Seller at 30s of note. No size posted on the book, all hidden orders, all iceberg, to be expected with small cap gappers. So let's see if this one wants to continue moving up to the high side. Layering my orders, I'm keeping my DCAs, my planned dollar cost averages, into the volume weighted average price as they are. I'm not going to remove them. Just because I took a print doesn't mean that the idea isn't valid. So keeping my eye on that. Shout out to Tisha. Well. Nice move on these small cap gappers. I love this show. Thanks. Thank you, Tisha, for shouting out XXII. You still didn't let me know if it's Tisha or Tisha. Neil calls you Tisha, and I call you Tisha. And we need to resolve this. So tag me and let me know exactly how to say your name. I can't be saying your name wrong every day when you're a small cap gapper trader like this. Put some respect in your dang name here. So that's a look right now, guys. Halted to the upside again, XXII. I'm also keeping an eye clearly on DJT because, well, it hasn't given up the ghost, right? It made a big move into 40.85. It looks like it's having trouble, though, with $40, a symphony of lower lows and lower highs, but not as aggressive, obviously, as it was to the high side. Donald John Trump to the high side today, baby. And I don't even know what the hell is going on with this. It says, I'm just keeping an eye here for any specific headlines as to why this is moving. Short eye. Okay, there you go. So Tisha. Yeah, short eye, right? So not Tisha, but Tisha. Okay. Yeah, you're wrong, Neil. Sorry, bro. I thought you were right, though. That's why I checked, to be fair. Yeah, so good look, guys, right now on these small cap gappers. It looks like maybe they're hanging out. We'll have to see if the sustainability of these bad boys continues today. The Russ is down 0.94. The only one of the major averages that's actually up on the day is the Dow. It's up 0.25%. And the reason I mention the Russ is because my perception has been when the Russ is weak, these small cap gappers have less continuity. When the Russ is a bit stronger, they have more continuity. I'm talking about having that strength to the upside where it continues to take out key levels. Otherwise, you know, we're met with some selling there. So that's my look. We're involved in the DATS at the moment. We're done our trade on XXII opened, and it is continuing to go. A new high of the day, Joseph. Dang. 1192. This thing is on one, as Sean would say. This is really taking out levels right now. Very aggressive. Again, guys, the spread is very wide. It's very volatile. It's very dangerous. If you are trading this, please exercise caution and trade it correctly using key areas for your entries as well as your exits and stops. There's nothing wrong with using stop losses. I don't subscribe to the no stop loss gang.
Well, that's a quick recipe to end
get fired from here.
And to end your trading journey real quick. So yeah, guys, really stick to those stop losses. I think just to touch on that a little bit there, Sharif, it's such a fundamental aspect to trading is having those risk management measures in place. As we just mentioned now, it is one, if you're trading for a living, you won't have a job for very long. And two, if you're trading on your own and you don't have your own risk measures implemented, you're going to end that trading journey very, very quick, all right? And that's one thing when you're at home too, Sharif, is that you don't have anybody behind you like Wainers or Brankles being like, hey, what are you guys doing, right? So therefore it makes you like more susceptible to you being like, hey, I can break this rule once, but if you continue to break those rules, eventually the rules will break you, and then sure enough, you're back at work, and you'll be like, oh, well, I wonder what's going on in the market today, but I don't have any money, so I can't trade. So guys, just put those stop losses in place. The more comfortable you get accepting those losses, the better off you'll be, right? Sometimes it's extremely frustrating. Like, we've all been in that boat. You just need to get away from your desk. Set it up with your broker, first of all. So have that max loss on your broker, then have that max loss on your platform. Once you hit it, that's it. Day is done. And I get it. Like, I've been in this boat so many times, is that when you think it's like, okay, yeah, it sucks so much being like stopped out, being at the end of your day at like 9:40 or 9:50, like the day just started, and 20 minutes in, you're done. That's fine. There's always going to be tomorrow. The market will be open tomorrow. Do not make that loss outsized. And then if you do make that loss outsized, and then the next day you come back and then you put in a good day, but your loss is way too big, you didn't recover from what you did yesterday because you were impulsive, you were frustrated, and you weren't thinking rational. So guys, trust me, we experience all the same emotions here. We are equally as human as you guys are, and we get frustrated, but we just have to get up from our desk, go do something else, trade sim, just not look at the screen for 15 or 20 minutes or even an hour, cool yourself off, and then come and reassess, all right? So just always have those risk measures in place, guys. It's extremely important. Have those stop losses and those max loss days set inside your broker and within your trading platform, and then have and then set those settings so that you can't touch them for 24 hours, okay? Because I've been there. I traded at home for years, and I've been through those losses. Like, you're on a stellar run, you're trading extremely well, and then one day you just wipe out like a month of gains because you're not willing to accept your loss and have the inability to just get up and walk away from your desk, which is an immense skill in trading. It's probably one of the most underrated skills, is just being able to just quit trading for the day and coming back, reassessing the situation, and then coming back the next day. Because guess what? The market's going to be open the next day right at 9:30 sharp. It's not going to be late. It's not going to be early. 9:30 sharp, that bell rings. Wall Street's going to be prepared. And you don't want to be sitting on the sidelines being like, well, I can't trade today because I blew up my account. Don't do that, right? I've seen, so yeah. Ryan Fay, appreciate was done with me last week, holding Tesla short through the V recoveries. I mean, dude, like, you have to understand, you're gonna go through those, you're gonna experience that pain. It's just how you adapt and just like not want to go through those scenarios again. I've done it a couple times. It's just like, yo, it's such a horrible feeling. It's like, okay, I don't want to do that ever again. And then sure enough, you stick to your plans and everything works out much better. But you'll have those days. You can't completely eliminate them, but you can mitigate those risks to an extreme amount. All right, guys? So yeah, let's take a look at what everybody else is looking at. DJT, everybody's talking about today, trading extremely well on the session. I'm just talking about relative strength and looking for strong things here, but we got a $10 super chat from Marty. Advice: I just came back to trading. I'm semi-retired and wasn't following my own rules. Took a beating revenge trading NVDA last week. Watch those stops. Exactly, and think about how you feel about that, and then now you come back next week and you put in a couple stellar days, but then in the back of your mind, it's like, oh, well, it's gonna take me much more to recover now because I wasn't willing to just stop for that session. So yeah, follow those rules, man. Write them down, and again, you once you break them so many times and you get sick of breaking them, you're gonna start following that, but hopefully that's before you hit max pain. But here's DJT, guys. Thank you for that $10 super chat once again, Marty. Much appreciated. Hopefully you learned your lesson on that front and just go to continue to stick to those rules, because I mentioned time and time again, the market was here before we were even alive or existent, and it's going to be here after. So don't get too much FOMO. The market will be here day after day.
Day after day.
Day after
day. After day.
I don't know that one. Which one is that one?
I have no idea, bro. It just pops into the head.
It's a banger.
We're just going to go with it. So I'm picking up DJT at VWAP. This is going to be a really tight trade. It's at the volume-weighted average price, and it also has price action support in that area with the area crest that it put in at 10.05. So we're going to give this one the old community college try. Here we go, popping up. There's a seller at 8, a seller of note at 8. Let's see if we're able to take out that seller. So 13's now on the ask. I don't know why I'm not getting printed when it's clearly crossed. Oh, yeah, I did get printed. My mistake. I'm setting up at 20's now on the ask. Over here, let's set up a little bit higher than 20's. I'll set up there to see what we can get to the high side there, but it's still zigging and zagging. Nothing doing quite yet on this one. Gonna keep a tight stop on DJT at this level. Already de-risked a little bit because the bottom can drop off. I still don't even know why this thing is moving. So don't want to risk too much. Still in DATS at the moment. Sadly, didn't get that print at 05s. I think it did dip into 05s. And that's really frustrating when you have a planned dollar cost average that doesn't get filled, despite the fact that it gets wicked. That's usually because of the spread. And so that's just part and parcel of trading. These small cap gappers, especially ones with a 6-penny spread on a $6 name. Not a good look, but that's what we're involved in with right now. And we're going to keep an eye out on that. As I tell you about that, XXII down halted again. Oh, well, this time it's the first time it's down halted. 11.25, 11.24 technically, the halt level there. So we'll keep tabs on that. We did get the print there on DATS at 33s, but what I'm in trouble with right now is going to be DJT. So we're about 20 pennies out of the money on this, and if it prints anything lower than 75s, I'm gone there, right back into the whole dollar. It goes very indecisive. Is DJT at these levels? We're going to have to risk something here, so I'm giving it to the whole to the $0.75. If it breaks below the $0.75, we'll take our L on this one. But yeah, keeping an eye on this, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there. Yeah, so we'll send it off to Adara here real quick, and then we're going to go to Neil with the lesson of this day. But a lot of people are enjoying the talk about risk management, so I think we're going to touch on that a little bit more when we get back from Adara and Neil.
What a push down here still for the market. This is the S&P 500, which just made on the 15-minute chart a pretty intense bearish engulfing candle. NASDAQ here looking pretty similar, actually looking weaker than the SPY, and that is actually about to flat bottom break at day's lows, barely holding on to that key $500 level. So let's see how the QQQs fare from here. One piece of economic data that we got today, really the only one here, New York Fed one-year consumer inflation expectations for December coming in exactly with the prior month, so completely unchanged, 3% versus 3% prior. We know inflation is certainly going to be on watch here. We had a higher than expected inflation expectations print there from the University of Michigan on Friday, stronger than expected NFP print also on Friday. So there is a lot of speculation that we either are going to have a huge pause in the cutting cycle or actually begin a rate hike cycle. So certainly a bit of a bearish look there for the markets, but not everything is bearish. X here, U.S. Steel, and a beautiful bull flag, actually, with higher lows. A bit of a flat top around $37.04. CNBC reported that Nucor and Cleveland Cliffs, the latter of which has previously tried to acquire U.S. Steel, are actually going to be working together for an offer for U.S. Steel. They're going to be offering about apparently in the high $30 here, so probably around where we're trading currently, around 37 for U.S. Steel. So keep an eye on that one. Let's take a look as well at DJT. Shout out to Sharif, who's been involved in this name. This stock here, Trump Media, has had a nice push to the upside. I could not find any news catalyst on this, but there's a lot of social media excitement here, some speculation that we were trying to break out of that daily consolidation, which we actually did here. There's a top about $37, so looks like it could be technical breakout for DJT, but be aware this one's also on watch with the inauguration next week on Monday. Make sure that you like and subscribe if you're enjoying the stream, and follow us on social media, Trader TV Live, or if you're looking for some more analytical content, make sure you check out TTV Research. I work on graphics and cool posts for that every single day, so definitely check that out. In the meantime, also take a moment here to thank our sponsors at Prop Firm Match. Feeling overwhelmed trying to find the perfect prop firm? With so many options out there, it's easy to get lost. That's where Prop Firm Match comes in. Prop Firm Match is the ultimate platform to help you identify and compare reliable prop firms tailored to your trading style and to your goals. Whether you're after low fees, high profit splits, or quick funding evaluations, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to hours of research and confusion because Prop Firm Match makes it simple to find your perfect prop firm. Just scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and take the guesswork out of finding the perfect prop firm. We're going to send you over to Neil, where he will deliver his lesson of the day. Without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Oh, got to say off the top of the bat, thank you, Adara, and thank you for all that great discussion on risk management. I see even in the chat right now, we've had a few. Alex Davis in there, we're chatting back and forth about risk management, because ultimately that's what it comes down to. Sometimes, look, risk management means a lot of things, and we often talk about it in terms of when to get out of a trade that's wrong. Sometimes it can also be when to get out of a trade that's right. Part of it should also be when simply not to take a trade. And there is always going to be a situation that comes up where you like a setup, you like a stock, you like a direction, you like a price level. It gets to that price and it's not the setup that you wanted, or there's something wrong about it, or it's just flat out obvious that it's no good at that price. You've got to be able to step away from it. I'll try to give the best example that I could find of that today. And ultimately, I didn't trade Boeing for obvious reasons. A lot of times I'd love to show you like hey, here's what I could have done better. Maybe I should have not done what I did here. In this particular case, I did stay away from Boeing. There was a chance, and we've known about this 200 period and the 170 level all last week. I don't think it's shocking to anybody. Spoiler alert, it broke today. I thought it was a bullish move for it to break 170 on Friday and then hold higher. But if that's going to be a bullish move, I had in my note today, if it can break out 175, there's your higher low, break out 175, or simply support the same level from before, look for longs. Now, it's easy to say, look at how many times it bounces off this level. You should just be sitting on the bid there. Well, that's true. It's bounced off that level cleanly. Now, at the open, you had some shots here, 170 half, if that's where you're focused on for some reason instead of like a quantum name or something that was moving more, it gave you a couple of bounces. But when it actually got to $170, what were you staring at in that moment when you're looking at it really test this 170 level each time? Well, you've got the close at 172, at the open failing to break into green, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, consolidation breakdown. I know this is kind of obvious, but there's a chance that maybe you were, if this was a stock that you loved and you loved that 170 level, I couldn't argue with that because the chart looks okay on that 15-minute. But every time it gave you the bounce, you're getting less and less out of it. I think it's pretty simple that when you got this last shallow bounce in here that couldn't even break this 170.70, you need to get out of Dodge. There's no need to even be in the trade at that point if you were taking that support level. Me, it would never set up good enough to go for a long, so it was an easy stay away. But it doesn't just have to be a line on a chart or I like this price. You are allowed as a trader to have some discretion as to what does it look like when it's trading at my price and what did it look like getting there? And do I need to be on that bid? I think this was a case where it just never set up for a very good looking long. If anything, maybe was a missed opportunity short. The other one, which is a bit of in a different direction. Now, obviously, the market has ultimately come back down here a little bit toward the low, but AMD for me. You know, AMD had, let me go to the daily chart first. AMD has been trending to the downside. You were retesting a huge level down underneath $116 on the daily. I can zoom it out and show you how big of a level. There's a potential breakdown here on AMD all the way to the bottom of this channel, which sits at 105. So it's favoring shorts the entire way down. It's at that big 116. But look what it was doing in here. I tried it when it was making lower highs. I mean, it screamed up at the open. That's easy not to get out in front of. Now, ultimately, if you like 116, was this a winning trade? Yeah, if you took it and didn't stop out. So if you like 116, which was your resistance and where you closed, technically you used a winning trade here because you could take 116 in here, and if you never stop out, it breaks 117, comes back down underneath 115. You could make a buck. But I would venture to say that that's probably going to get you in a world of pain the times that it doesn't work out for you. So I would never make that trade. It never gave you some kind of a reasonable entry point unless you were just standing out in front of a moving freight train and hoping it worked out for you. When it started putting in lower highs, then I can short it to a tighter stop. But look what happens. Holds pre-market resistance as support. Take a shot at it, it breaks out. Do I get out? Fine. How does it respond when it dips under 116 again? Another higher low, not touching it. Goes to 116, fails again. Another higher low, not touching it. Breaks 116 again, and then waited for one specific thing because it's established a trend with the higher lows. So instead of just standing out in front of 116, which look, if you just shorted 116 every single time, great. I don't like that game in an upward trend. I'd rather get my chips in when it broke that trend, which it still has. It's still holding underneath the trend line and now working a bit of a trend to the downside. So you've got to, part of risk management is also setting up an entry rule so that if a stock gets to your price or starts confirming the direction you want to get in, this is what I need to see to actually get into the trade, not just that it happens to be trading at my price level. Because sometimes you're just going to get absolutely run over when you do that. And if you were favoring shorts in the chips today, I think you had to have a ridiculous amount of patience to actually get a good setup in any regard. The other thing I wanted to get to, just the last one along these lines, was Moderna. Because I talked to a few people this morning, and Premium Obi and Wayne and others on the floor and other traders at other offices. Moderna was going to be a stock a lot of people were interested in. But if you were trying to short off at 36, which is a big level on the daily, it had a candle pretty much like AMD's. At the open, it's 33 to 35.30, and then an instant flush back through, which is usually a pretty good setup for a bottom break. But the first thing that happened on the bottom break is just terrible prices because it's SSR trying to get short off the 33 level. And then much like AMD, it just works itself into an uptrend. So don't fight it, take tight stops, wait for it to break the trend. Let it set up again into the short, which it did eventually off VWAP, because you cannot get anchored to a price. Like anchored to, hey, this is the breakdown. Every time it gets into 33, we'll just keep on taking it and then work that into VWAP because VWAP's VWAP. you'd be holding that 150 pennies against you, and then eventually $1.20 against you. Would it work out? Yeah, it eventually comes back in, or you can just get out of the trade, wait for it to show you an entry setup, and then jump in when it confirms what it is that you're looking for. So let a stock get to your price. That's fine. You can have an idea, you can have a price level you like, but what it's doing when it gets there matters so much. You do not need to short a price level just because you think it's resistance if it's staring an upward trend and doesn't look like a good entry. There's always going to be another opportunity. If you have to sit on your hands for 20 minutes, so be it. Don't get that FOMO. Like laser focus in on what you need to see in order to get into a trade, as opposed to, this is what I thought was going to happen when I sat down at 8 o'clock in the morning, so let's just go with that. Context does matter. Trend does matter. So make sure that it's doing what you want to see when it gets to your key price, and sometimes that'll help you avoid a trade that you don't need to have. The case with Boeing today. It just never looked any good at that 170 level, so you don't have to take it. Just because you liked the level last week doesn't mean you have to get in when it gets to that price this week. There's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts, every day around noon. XXII going to halt to the downside right now. That's going to be the second halt in a row to the downside on this name. It's up about 90% now, giving back the triple digits win that it had. It looks like it has support at 875, and then you're also looking at that 815, 820-ish area where VWAP is at. So XXII halted to the downside again. Keep your eye out on that one. I'm involved still in DATS at the moment. Got the dip trade at 6. Just load that bad boy up over here. Waiting for the low 20s to print on this one. Still have a couple of DCAs on this one planned that still haven't been triggered. We got the one at 605 that did trigger. I like the higher low situation and the possible defend of the 20 exponential, but it does look right now like it's a bit of a compression pattern with higher lows, but also lower highs. So we'll have to keep an eye out on this one. I like it all the way to VWAP. So it's going to have to hold the volume weighted average price, which also has price action support at that volume weighted average price. That area crest that we had at 9:40 a.m. gives us more credence that support level could hold. And this is the level right here. We pop up into that 575 and then drop all the way back down to 481, which is actually the low of the day, which was actually also a key area low on Friday, I believe, as well. That was basically the looks like the low there that we printed right before the bell, right before that 4 p.m. print, we dipped into 480. So that level ended up holding today. So an inside day technically today on DATS with lower highs, but also higher lows. So we're kind of ensconced by yesterday's price action. So DATS looking decent, not the best, holding up at 6, but not the best mover, no doubt about that. PHIO continues to put in lower highs, and by extension of that, lower lows as well into that 650 area. It's also got 6.25 VWAP. So, I mean, it's hasn't changed its tune for the better part of an hour and 15 minutes. It's been putting in lower lows, lower highs since 10:55, since we made that high at 979. So it's going to have a reset here, a restart, because of the pattern looking awfully bearish right now. DJT. Holding up at VWAP on a closing basis, but not on a wick basis. So you're going to have to, if you're going to try to build your position in and around that $39 area, 38 and change, basing it on VWAP or this area hold up over here, this area bull flag, well, you're going to have to give yourself a lot of room, because between VWAP, which is at 38.89 or 38.90, and the lower end of this range was at 37.80. So you're going to have to, if you want to build your position at this area, which isn't my move, you're definitely going to have to give this one a lot of room between your entry and your stop. It does seem like it is on the way down right now, but Joseph's got to pay some bills.
Hey, let's go, guys. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. Worksport, ticker WKSP. All right, guys, Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growth revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport, guys. There it is. Scan the QR code and click the link in the description.
Yes,
so, yeah,
sir.
Good stuff there. There's an interesting comment in there from Crapstock. He said, yeah, you have to blow up a couple of accounts in order to follow your rules. I'm going to have to disagree with that. When I first started out trading back in 2021, 22, I didn't even touch a live account until I got a thorough understanding of risk management, how I wanted to trade, and kind of just a general understanding, all right? So again, you don't need to, you just have to be really cautious in what you're doing and have a full understanding of risk on that. I remember I started with something called calculated fixed risk. So it's just a hotkey that goes from point A to point B and calculates your shares and the amount that you're willing to lose on that trade. So if your platform provides you that, especially in those early years, use that, utilize those tools that your platform provides, because I don't think it's necessary for you to blow up multiple accounts in order to understand, like, hey, I need to start following your rules. So I just wanted to touch on that there. What do you got going on there, my guy?
I got this.
Let's go.
Mike McCarthy will not return as Cowboys head coach. Neil sent me this right now. Now, this is under the category of trade rumors. So I don't know. Obviously, he's not going to get traded, but it looks like it's a rumor here after talks on a new deal failed to result in an agreement. Mike McCarthy is set to depart the Cowboys, says Tom Pelissero, one of Katina Man's boys over there. NFL Network reports Dallas and the former Super Bowl winner will go their separate way. Thank God. This offseason, several sides have pointed throughout the year to McCarthy remaining in Dallas despite the fact he spent the season on an expiring contract. And the owner, Jerry Jones, communicated with one another once the campaign ended, a point at which the Bears and Saints emerged as teams which could be interested. Why do they want to do that to themselves? Becoming a free agent tomorrow night looms as the expiration date of his current pact. Please do not sign this guy. Just please don't do it. So here we go. We're involved now in Kappa, looking to hold here at the $0.50 area. Let's see if this one wants to hold the $0.50. It's been holding the $0.50 for the better part of, I want to say, an hour or so. It looks like it will give way, though, into the volume weighted average price, and that's likely going to stop us out into that 230 area. A big seller showing up here mid-40s, so we'll get stopped out here if it drops below the $0.25. But aggressive selling right now in Kappa, and also aggressive selling in DATS, two that we're involved in. I was able to de-risk a little bit on DATS at this level, but not in Kappa. So we're going to see if the volume weighted average price wants to break. Thank you for sending me that, Neil. That made my morning. Let's see if Kappa wants to continue selling off here. Let's place our stop in and out the area, or if it's going to hold up at the volume weighted average price. So that's the look right now. Let's have a look at DATS. So both are above the volume weighted average price. So I don't want to say that they're not tradable, but both are, kind of in precarious situations right now, because the only thing that's keeping me bullish on them is the fact that they're above VWAP. And since we're so close to VWAP, that could change shortly. XXII open again, and it's about to break 9. It has the volume weighted average price at around 8.25, so be on the lookout for that. So what I'm involved in, KAPA, we're a bit out of the money on that one. DATS, we're kind of almost break even, not really, about 5 pennies out of the money on that one, waiting for either of these to break VWAP to the downside and get stopped out, or head back to the high side. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joseph. What do you got in your sub?
Yeah, good stuff. We got a $10 super chat here real quick. Sharif, Neil Roberts, $5, sorry. Your talks always encourage and help manage risk and control our emotions. You the best. Neil, the real deal. All right, yeah, hell, I like that one. Yeah, so thanks, Neil, as always, much appreciated. And thank you, Zion Lala, for that super chat. Much appreciated. My friend, what did I do there? So yeah, let's see what we got going on here, guys. Tesla is going back to those highs of days. Let's see if it breaks on some momentum. Trading half decent, one of the better larger caps on the session. So going into, we're still negative on the day, unfortunately, but again here, going to test those highs of days is Tesla. That volume on the lower time frames is starting to pick up here. Positive signal for the overall market. But one thing I wanted to touch on, I was like, okay, well, what can justify this choppy price action? Well, tomorrow we have PPI, and then Wednesday we have CPI. So we usually know that coming into those days, the days ahead are a little bit choppy, and the market is looking for a direction. We know that the volatility is going to step in when those reports drop at 8:30 in the morning, both Tuesday and Wednesday. So there's going to be plenty of volatility to be had and stepping in the overall markets and trades to be placed. So guys, just if it's a choppy one, if you've hit those losses, then just relax, because the next two sessions are going to be nothing short or nothing lackluster, I should say. I don't even think they will be. So I think they're going to trade really well. I think the market starts to recover if those prints come out relatively well. And at what point is the street just going to accept the good news is good news? I understand a strong labor market can possibly increase inflation again or leave the street worrisome on that front. But again, just accept the good news for what it is. We just got to follow what the street is doing. And that's what Tesla continuing to creep in on those highs of days, now positive on the session, up about 0.2%, is Tesla as the Qs start to recover as well too, going to test those highs of days on the Qs. So let's take a look at TQQs real quick, guys, and see what we got going on. Quite not too far off of them, still negative on the session, but that's okay. I think as we start to recover, we got to see what the big boys are up to, and if they want to move higher, it's going to drag the overall markets with them. We know that extremely tech heavy, so let's see what Nvidia's up to on the 5 minutes, chopping in the same range that the Qs are here, guys. So again, moving in unison at this point. Let's see if we break some key resistance levels up here. That volume is going to need to step in order for the mag to break through these key levels. So again, matter of time. Let's see what happens. It's around that lunchtime hour, so you can expect the choppiness. But I just mentioned Tesla making new high a day, NVDA going into some key resistance levels. Google was really weak on the session as well too here, folks. Let's see if we're starting to recover there. So you can see this 5-minute opening drive on Google, that selling pressure really stepping in, trading below the volume weighted average price. We have since recovered, hovered around above, the VWAP for a while. Punch back through, having the inability to hold below VWAP. Let's see if Google starts to pick up some steam.
All right. Keeping an eye on the other side of the market there. The large caps, looks like the NQ working its way back into that 20,850 point area, so it really reclaims 800. Keep an eye out on that. You're getting a bit of a bump up in some of the Mag 7 right now. Nothing that you really could write home about. It looks like Tesla is the only one, possibly. Yes, Tesla, the only one of the Mag going green, barely green above that 395, high 394s. It looks like it has a 395.70 now, HOD on TSLA. So good recovery for Tesla. It had a couple of good notes today. Morgan Stanley with the bull case of $800 and a bear case of $200. Liking this one, liking the AV, autonomous vehicle technology. They also like the supercharging network, FSD subscriptions. There's a lot to like from, according to Morgan Stanley, with this bad boy. So we'll keep tabs on that. I'm still involved in the same two stocks that I was involved in earlier. DATS, looking to hold this one into that 5 3/4. That's going to be my line in the sand. It's going to have to hold VWAP, as that's kind of my modus operandi with these small cap gappers. They got to be trading above VWAP. Same thing here with Kappa. Kappa was strong on the day. It's right back into that 235 again, which is VWAP. This one did respect the volume weighted average price, both as support and resistance. Doesn't have to do that forever and ever more. So anything below the $0.25, we're gone there. So that will be a bit of a bigger L on Kappa, as we did have many additions into this one. Small DCAs, but nonetheless, they do add up. So that $0.25 is going to have to hold. Otherwise, we're going to take an L on this one. I'm also keeping an eye on DJT, despite the fact that it's below VWAP now. If this one wants to reclaim above that 39 1/4, I could get involved in that. I'm not going to use VWAP as like my line in the sand with DJT, just because it's been putting in multiple lower lows and lower highs and kind of wicking above and below it multiple times. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. PHIO as well, coming into another interesting area here. Let me find my trading screen for PHIO. Let's load up that bad boy. PHIO has a volume weighted average price of 6 1/5. and it just dipped into that 6 1/5, which is 6.20, and then popped back up about 30 pennies into that 6 1/2. I'd submit to you that there is likely selling here in the 6 mid-80s. There was a lot of defending at that 6 mid-80s with a range actually established there with 740 to the top side and 6 mid-80s to the downside. So I'd like to see it above that 6 mid-80s before I get involved, even though it's defended the volume weighted average price. So Kappa coming in real close right now into my exit. We're gonna have to keep an eye out on this one as VWAP is now in focus at that 2 1/3. 233 is where VWAP is. Doesn't look like their buyers are stepping up in the same way that they stepped up last time, because when we dipped into VWAP at 1125 and 1135, we got buying. We got decided buying off there, and then we made the new high of the day into that 3 1/4. That isn't happening this time. There doesn't even seem to be a bid standing there. So that presents me with a problem. DATS, though, breaking back up above 6. We'll see if the seller, who was at around 610, has now moved down to 6. So I'm keeping an eye on DATS for higher lows, looking for that compression pattern to maintain, and then keeping an eye on that. So that's my situation right now. Not much going on for me with DATS and Kappa. Kappa is close to getting stopped out. DATS looks like it might be taking out that 610. It's showing me 610 right now. So it's a bit of a spready name, so we're going to have to keep an eye to see if that 10 penny level can get crossed on the bid side as well as the ask, because right now it did get crossed on the ask. So here we go. PHIO just dipped into VWAP now, and that I'm seeing a double bottom right now on the 5-minute chart where both wicks have bounced off the volume weighted average price. This is interesting right now on PHIO. Both candles come into that 6 1/5, 620, 619, something like that. And both times it's bounced off to the $0.50, but the trend is no different. We're still getting lower highs. Both candles are red, at least it was. Now it's going green. So PHIO in focus, but we'll have to see how to play this one. Looks like Kappa will get stopped out. It is now below VWAP, so I'm concerned about this one. I gotta manage this one. Joseph, what do you got, my man?
Hey, I got some Google going on here, my guy. Seeing what see if we can start to recover here on the overall market. We just were talking about Tesla not too long ago. Now new high a day on Tesla. Let's see if Google can start to participate with the Qs moving higher and some of these tech stocks starting to recover. We know that Apple just broke through some key resistance zones as well too. So let's see if what was once resistance can now act as support here for these big tech names, especially because Tesla has been the better one on the session, all kind of moving in unison here with the overall market. So if we don't get that breakout, then we're not going to try to fight that too many times and milk a stone that necessarily isn't going to work on the session. But yeah, let's see what else you guys are looking at. Make sure you guys let me know in the chat what you're looking at, and we'll be sure to go over them. I have a definitive out on Google here around 189.40. We touched that, then we're gone. Zeno, we're at a dodge here and going to assess the situation and see if we can find something else that can possibly break out. The volume on this is dwindling. There's something I want to point out here, guys, on this breakout volume. As we start to, the volume starts to dwindle here, just keep that in mind. So as we broke out in price, we got that nice breakout volume, but it's not being sustained. So if that pullback becomes a little deeper, you can look for something around the mid-range. And if it breaks that mid-range and looks like it's going to head south again, then just cut the position, reassess the situation, and then determine for yourself if it's worth getting in for another long. I mean, if Tesla continues to move higher, NVDA and some of these big names look to continue to move higher, then yeah, that can give you some more confirmation. Okay, let's start to participate. But if everything else starts selling with it, don't fight it. There's no need to. There'll be plenty of other opportunities that arise. All right, so just keep that in mind, guys. And yeah, Crapstock, what we're talking about in the chat is, I get it. I see where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, there's no need to do that. And then why would you want to go back to work for a couple of months outside of trading if your ultimate goal is to be full-time trading? That's 3 months that you're not going to be sitting there in front of your desk. All right. So yeah, guys, Google's starting to pull back in here, not working out exactly how we planned. So yeah, once we break this 189.40, we're going to get out, reassess the situation, and then look for a better price to get involved here. So yeah, we'll cut this trade here, folks, and then see if we can get something closer to the volume-weighted average price, or the market is just going to trade within this range. And I'm going to assume that it's going to, because look at what it's been doing for the whole session here. This is the 5-minute time frame. We've been trading in this $5 range here in the overall market. So again, we know that we have PPI coming up tomorrow and CPI on Wednesday, so this can justify some of this choppy price action. I don't know how much weight we're going to hold on because at 2 p.m. today, we have the U.S. Federal budget as well, too. So the monthly federal budget, sorry. So I don't know how much volatility that's going to bring into the market. Time will tell. We just have to be patient on that front and see if we get any specific direction. But again, as of right now, it's a condor type day. If you want to talk a little bit of options, it's range trading. Put in those intraday condors that if you are that style of trader, if you're a credit spread trader and you're looking to just play specific ranges and not necessarily have a strong directional bias, that's something that you would look to trade. I know it's one of my favorite strategies, but more from a weekly standpoint. So yeah, that's a look there if you want to switch it up. And that's the beauty of options, is that it gives you multiple strategies that you can implement and not have to necessarily be as directional biased. But guys, I mentioned time and time again, I heard Adara mention this. There's some unusual options activity on DJT to the call side with a lot of OI around that $40 strike price, but that's January 17th expiry. So let's see if that continues to move higher, but that's a good look from Adara. But the IV is extremely high, so you're going to be playing for a volatility there. So you're going to have those increased premiums because implied volatility is extremely high. So yeah, you're going to be paying extreme premiums for that IV, but we're going to send it off to Adara.
We're going to take a look here at some of these tickers on the move this afternoon. Some of them in the small cap space, others not. IWM here, just to give us a quick small cap look, finding a great base around that 214 level. Still, though, struggling with resistance just above that, or just below, I guess, 216. That was also support back from Friday. So breaking that 216 area could be of huge importance for IWM. In terms of other tickers on the move, one in the small cap space is VRME. Verify Me. This ticker might be familiar because it's had a bit of a rally over the last few days, kind of moving on and off. No catalyst that I could find, but a 7.86 million share float, but a $48 million market cap for VRME, trading almost 60 relative volume. Zoom Info Technologies, this is not a small cap. It actually got a volume spike, though I couldn't find any technical or news-related catalyst for this push to the upside. But either way, about 8 million shares traded so far today. They do have an 11.8% short float. Market cap here about 3.5 billion, so a bit larger here than a traditional small cap gap. I'm also seeing this PDX on the move here as well. PIMCO Dynamic. This one a bit of a bullfrog breakout, though it's worth noting dwindling volume here on this chart. So keep an eye here on PDX. Another one here I'm seeing is LAB, so be aware of Standard Biotools. This one also with a bull flag with diminishing volume. About 48.8 million shares here, about 3.4 million shares traded on the day. So lots of these small caps and movers to be aware of, and make sure you vote for the Playmaker poll in the chat. Do you think the SPY should go long or short at 1 p.m.? Back to you.
Yes, ma'am. That's a good one there, Dara. VRME. I didn't have eyes on that one. That's a good looker. Topping tails right now into 480 and change. I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. A great dip trade would be around that 380 if it was able to make it down there. But that would be a bit of a thicker retracement. Let's see how it dances with the 10 exponential, which is right now at 420. If it clears that to the downside, then I'm more inclined to look at that 380 or wherever VWAP is hanging out at the time. But you do have price action resistance at that 3.25. You had the initial rejection at a quarter to 10, and then you had a subsequent rejection at around 11.10, all at 375 and change. So it's well above that right now, almost $1 above that in the 4 high 60s, 4 low 70s right now. So that could be certainly in play. VRME, good looker, 85%, and needs to be respected here because percentage-wise and chart pattern look really good. So that's the situation. DAT's finally starting to comply a little bit over here. So where are we long? We're long 96s, just took out some there at 20s, looking for that print in the high 20s. We've got some in the low 20s, and I've layered my outs there with 30s and 40s, but this one still putting a compression pattern with higher lows, but also lower highs. Above VWAP, which is keeping me optimistic about the trade, but you never really know how these ones are going to pan out. I kind of had the same look there on Kappa, where we had higher lows, lower highs, and we ended up getting stopped out of that one. So it's never a guarantee. This Kappa looks like it might be holding up at the 50 as opposed to the volume weighted average price, but I'm still not going to trade it south of VWAP. It's going to have to get above VWAP. But there goes VRME, and Adair couldn't have brought this to us any sooner because this is a great looking pattern, and there's the break of the high day, 488, 489, 491. Every time I look at this, it's got a new high. I don't know if this has a headline of importance. I'm keeping my eye here on the blotter. Nothing with respect to a catalyst, like a fundamental catalyst, but I'm getting different alerts about breakout on volume. So keep your eye on this one. I'd like something into the 10 exponential if it's possible, but that may not be possible. And then we'll have to see what it does with the 20 exponential at that $4 level. And then ultimately, though, that 375 is where the price action supports the holdup. But VRME, big name, up almost triple digits now, Joseph. Good look there. One last small cap gapper before we throw it back to Joseph. PHIO. Look, it's not really making any higher highs. And in fact, it looks more flat bottom breakish at this level. But what it is doing is it's encountering a buyer at the volume weighted average price. So the 620 area, 6 mid-teens, it seems to be getting bought up there. But when you look at the pattern, there's nothing changing in terms of higher highs. So you feel the bears certainly still in control, or people still offloading their position. We haven't changed the pattern where we're getting, the decidedly higher lows and the higher highs, maybe into $7 or something like that. So that one's still eluding us in terms of a strong bullish move to the high side. But VRME is picking up the slack because it is moving up bigly here. Shout out to VRME. We'll keep an eye out on that one.
Hey, good luck. Were you a Kappa guy back in the day, Sharif?
Kappa, the clothing?
Yeah.
No.
The Fat Farm. Did you wear Fat Farm or anything?
I didn't wear. I wore Inichi.
Inichi,
which was Nelly's brand.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. No. Inichi, Vocal. Vocal was Nelly's brand,
okay.
And then Inichi. People said it differently. It's ENYCE.
Yeah, I've never.
Yeah. That was pretty. It was like it was good clothing back.
I remember Kappa was like kind of in my earlier days, and like the starter visor. You'd have the starter visor.
Do you have the beats going though?
The beats? No.
Yeah.
What are those?
What?
Yeah.
I can't say the other word on YouTube because it could be adjudged to be racial.
Oh.
But there was a word that starts with G and then beats.
Oh, yeah. I think so.
Okay.
I think I see
So
where
did you
you're
have
going
the
there.
beats?
No,
That's
I didn't, man. I didn't. I had the and ones on with with the Kappa.
He had the Kappa on without having the beats on.
Yeah.
You know what kind of beats we're talking about, right?
The starter visor. And the N1 shoes there.
Hey.
That was the go-to get up. Yeah, I don't know if anybody remembers N1.
Of course.
So that was those are
clothing.
Yeah, exactly.
You had everything
N1,
brother.
That was good stuff. N1. Guys. I mean, someone in the chat mentioned Broadcom starting to break out. A lot of these stocks are sitting in the same area. Really strong 5-minute opening drive here from Broadcom, but now forming that kind of wedge or that pennant here. But we're not getting that breakout volume just yet. Running into some key resistance levels here, guys, on Broadcom. But you can see the similarities in some of these tech stocks here. AAPL sitting around those, or now breaking out, but you can see that we broke through that resistance. All similar, and we'll go to NVDA here real quick as well, too, to see the similarity and just how everything's kind of moving in tandem here. So yeah, rejecting those resistance levels and now heading back into the range. A little bit of a choppy session, that gap down in the market when we opened up, no real cover rally just yet, but maybe other than on Apple, but pulling back in as well too here now, guys, is some of these heavy names, and with Tesla coming back in, but no longer at the high of day, guys. So yeah, continue to let us know. What do you got going on there, my guy?
The other way, we're
We're still short IBIT.
Still short IBIT 53s. Let's take a look here at what IBIT is up to. Pulling back into the volume weighted average price here. Tina Man short. Let's see if we break 52.70. He is. Okay, so that's up there. So
SMCI right now.
And he's shorting SMCI right now. So let's take a look at that. He's been in IBIT for a hot minute, so a couple hours now. He's been sitting in there, and now he's short SMCI from what?
Right here.
Right here. Okay, so he's going to look for that move back into 85s. He's going to look for that move back into the volume weighted average price. And if he breaches it and breaks that key pivot level there sitting right at 30, I think there's going to be some more downside here on SMCI. So good look, double look there from Katina Man. Took a second stab here at Google as the overall market started to pull back into that range, not getting that breakout. That volume was not there. Lunchtime hour, overall sentiment somewhat weak with that gap down at the open here. Let's see if we get that breakout. We break 189.20s out of Dodge. Gonna reassess the situation and look for relative strength here. But so let's pull back the TSLL. We should have stuck with that because it was strong. Nice move here on TSLL from a 1 minute standpoint. And then we got stopped out break even. And then I just was like, I didn't think we were gonna go and test that high a day again. But sure enough, we did. Held the volume weighted average price really strong. So you can use VWAP in this instance as an indicator from a primary trend standpoint, saying, okay, we've been trading above the volume weighted average price for the majority of the session. Let's look for the continuation within the trend. And sure enough, pretty much picture perfect there from Tesla while the overall market continues to chop around. Now, let's take a look at what you guys are looking at. Put in the chat what you're looking at. We'll go over that real quick before we send it back to my guy, Sharif. A lot of people are going on about VRME. Sharif went over that one. So RGTI, yeah, let's take a look at Rigetti, RGTI, and see what's going on. I haven't looked at this one for a while, and nor did I really trade it when it was kind of extremely memey. But wow, what a beating this thing has taken from a daily standpoint. Let's see from a percentage metric how much we are down off of those all-time highs as we were in play just not too long ago. What a monster run. Now giving back over probably 90% of those gains, which is not too fun. You don't want to be bag holding that. Down 70% off those all-time highs is Rigetti, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're in VRME here. We're scalping a little bit. Got some out in the 80s. It's got a great looking hammer candle at this level. It's going to have to hold up above 60. Otherwise, Gonzino there. Sorry, 50. Otherwise, Gonzino there. We're long 68, so we'll risk 18 pennies. This is the one that I'm kind of happy with right now, DATS. We just got the print there at 35. Still elusive is that 44 print. And that's where we got the print last time. We got the print the $0.50. So, you know, we're still putting in lower highs. That's why I'm trying to mention that. The initial out that we had was the best out you could have had on the day, 56s, and then you had 48s, and now we're getting incrementally lower highs. Surprise, surprise. So bears feel like they're certainly in control of this one, even though we're above VWAP, because we've had 4 area troughs now on the 5 minute. You can even see it on the 1, 2, 3, and 4, all of which are lower than its predecessor. So a bit of a tougher look there. Here comes VRME. We've de-risked a little bit on this one. Anything below 50, I'm gone on this one on VRME. I'm going to talk a little local though. Okay, so we're out of this one. So Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Now that I can concentrate a little bit.
All right.
The mayor of this great city.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Olivia.
Olivia
Chow.
Chow. Good lady.
Yeah,
kind lady.
Yeah.
Kind at heart.
Uh-huh.
But maybe
yeah,
not kind enough.
Oh.
7%. In addition to the rinsing we got last year.
Oh, unemployment.
Property tax going up another 7% this year. 6.9% increase for everybody who lives in the great city of Toronto. And last year, we had like a 9 print or a 10 print, something like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, well.
Because, look, we're in our income generating time of our life. Can't say that about everybody, though.
No.
Especially those on fixed income.
Yep.
What the hell are they supposed to do when in 2 years you have 17% increase on your property taxes.
Yeah.
It's like almost they pay off their house, but then they gotta rent their house from the government.
Yeah, well, that's essentially what we're getting at
What
here.
in the hell is
again, just
happening
from
here,
from a tax standpoint, we know we got the new capital gains as well too. So it's really tough look here north of the border. I mean, just getting rinsed left, right, and center from tax. But one thing that I found interesting too, I'm sure you watched the JP and Pierre podcast there. One thing that I found interesting is that Ontario being kind of the richest province, right? You know, you heard what he was saying. You know, you see where I'm getting it.
Yeah,
you know, with Mississippi, right? So so us here north of the border, we have Toronto. So this is where we would be classified as the richest province, the richest inhabitants of Canada. But unfortunately, we are poorer than the poorest state in America, which is Mississippi. So yeah,
and I feel like I'm getting my money's worth with property tax. The roads are clean and clear.
There's
no
crime.
potholes.
There's no crime
at all. I don't have to dodge any obstacles on my morning drive. The subway system is always on time. There's never weirdos or crazy ass people in the subway. Everything's good. You know, the infrastructure is perfect.
It's a tough look. I don't know.
Boy.
But the thing is, but Sharif, the thing is though, like we don't do anything about it, right? We just keep getting these tax hikes, and then sure enough, it's like, all right, we got to go to work the next day. You know what I mean? So it's like we can't do anything.
17%.
Yeah, man, that's tough.
2 years, 17%. I heard like a little bit of you know, they're trying to compare it to, you know, York region, like, and by the way, that's like different counties, you could say, around the Toronto area. So LA County's got a bunch of different cities, Orange County's got a bunch of different cities. So one of the regions we have here, Peel region, New York region, Durham region, these are all areas that sound Toronto. They pay a little bit less tax than technically we pay in Toronto, but they also get a lot better service. Quite frankly, their roads are a lot better, and you know, things are a little bit safer out there. So yeah, it's a bit of a tougher situation over here. Yeah? You want to bet? Okay. So do you know what the murder rate per capita is in the city versus what it is in Peel? Oh, it's like double what it is in the city.
I'm not worried about getting murdered. I'm worried about.
Well, I'm worried about getting murdered.
Yeah, you got it right. Yeah, I would be a little worried. I think,
No, I'm worried about getting murdered.
I would be. I mean, I don't know. Like, you got to. I would be a little worried on that front. But again, usually here, it's like if you're not causing any problems, then. But I know what Katina Man's getting at, because the crime rate in Peel region has gone through the roof. Wayner showed me essentially a heat map of all the crimes in Peel region. And it's up like 300-400% in a year. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It's a well-run city.
Yeah, well, I mean,
very well.
But the mayor that they had she was like one of the only cities that wasn't in debt or something for an extended period of time.
Oh, Bonnie Crombie?
Yeah, the previous one. She was actually like half decent, wasn't she? I was like,
she's trying to run now against Doug Ford.
But I mean, I don't know, Sharif. What could you do as a citizen when you continuously getting all these tax hikes?
You can vote.
Vote?
What are you supposed to? Leave.
Yeah. You can leave. You can leave, but then where you can't go to the States because now your dollar's only worth 66 cents.
There you go.
So where are you going? And trying to find it. Yeah. So
all the good
there
stuff.
you go. So
all right, Hive Digital Technologies is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions in Bitcoin mining, a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or hivedigitaltech.com. and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Shout out to the great folks there at Hive, baby. All right, what do we got here? What are you guys talking about in the chat? Car thieves are getting bold where I live. Oh, they're getting bold over here too, bro. Just ask anybody who lives in the city. Eddie R., don't worry, you will be an American soon on Not This Again. If you're worried about getting murdered, gotta change your life, says Sean. Okay, I'll definitely take that into consideration. TikTok ban in the U.S. We're all Canadians now, says Charlie Card. Yeah, I love how we're going with this 51st state thing. White Nubian King, Sharif Packing. No, I'm not. Certainly not. You're not allowed to do that up here. Unless you got the PAL license plate over here.
Yeah.
License, I should say. And Nicole Harris, U.S. citizens do not want to hear this. I heard you guys got snow in Atlanta, Nicole. Big, a lot of videos of like big snow piles and stuff like that down there. Atlanta, this weekend, school was canceled today for many electric outages and water outages all over ATL. Ridiculous. Eddie R., remember, a lot of times increases of taxes is due as well to public authorities having to pay higher costs from private providers. Yeah, we kind of have the same rules as you guys down there where municipalities can't run a deficit. They're statutorily prohibited. So either they get more money from the province or get more money from the Fed, or they got to raise rates or cut services. This mayor is not going to cut services. That's not what she was elected on, nor is it kind of her, again, modus operandi. So it's definitely going to be, you got to pick up the tab. But yeah, I totally hear what you're saying, brother. Makes absolute sense. What else we got? People talking about in the chat. Derek S, DJT, long working. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, it did actually break the volume weighted average price, but was able to recover above that. Kind of I don't want to say it's a random area, but I didn't gauge 38.18 or 38.30 if you look at the closing print as a level of support. I mean, you kind of had a little whiffle waffle in and around there, but this is kind of the midpoint of the range. So I guess maybe there is some sort of, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't have earmarked that area as a clean area to put a dip trade on, but shows what I know. This one's clearly now moving up. 5 candles in a row right now on the 5-minute chart is green, trying to take out that 39.5. It's up 11 3/4. 40.85 HOD. Certainly had a lot of trouble with 40 because it got above that area, about 40 1/3, I would say. And then it started doing the topping tail game where it just, was definitely trying to break through that 40.5, but you felt somebody was shorting a storm up there. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles with topping tails, and then down we went. But we're trying to make another move back up into that area. DJT, let's see if there's anything coming in on the blotter. What's Benzinga saying? Shares are trading higher. Monday, a week ahead of, okay, so I guess. I mean, we already knew that he was going to have his inauguration on the 20th. Didn't realize that it was because it was a week. Just reading this real quick to see if there's anything else. No, it's just all inauguration based, or at least it seems right now. A lot of people asking why DJT is moving. When I was walking back there, Wayne was wondering as well. Nobody really seems to know. Doesn't really matter because it's moving. So let's trade it from a technical sense if we're going to trade it at all. 39.5 right now, Joseph, is where this bad boy is popping out.
Yeah, good luck there. Let's see if we can start to crawl a little bit higher in the market here, just like the Toronto property tax here, because if we can get somewhat of that gain, that would be really nice. Sitting in some Google, a little bit of an addition here as we head into those resistance levels. The volume on the lower time frame slightly starting to step in. Nothing from a momentum standpoint to get overly excited about. If we head back into that range, then it is what it is, just going to chop around, I think, for the session. But Apple is starting to recover from that gap down, and then Tesla's still hovering around those highs of days. So some relative strength on that front. Let's take a look at Meta, because we haven't talked too much about Meta. We know what Mark's up to, especially with kind of the censorship here on the platforms now. Let's zoom in here from and see, look. So I mentioned this is what Broadcom kind of looks like, what Apple was looking like, NVDA, and now Google as well too. Running into some key resistance zones. That volume is going to need to step in order for us to punch through that. Otherwise, it might just be a little bit of a grind here if it does decide that it wants to break and just kind of just slowly grind higher. But with the likes of Apple trading higher, I think that Meta can start to get their ball rolling. So yeah, let's see Meta. Good luck there. Actually, let's hold on Meta here. Let's see how far off those all-time highs we are real quick before we jump back into Google and see what that's up to. So not too much. I remember last week Katina Man was talking about Meta not being too far off, which it was earlier in the week, but now just about 4.3% off those all-time highs. And Google was knocking on the door of all-time highs as well too, folks, here just the other day. But what a beautiful double top here, Sharif, on Google here with that wick. So you can see buyers push price all the way up to this $200 price target, and then sellers just flushing it all the way down. And then now we're running into some key support levels. So keep those eyes on that, guys. If we do break that to the downside, then maybe we see some more downside in the overall market. Again, I mentioned time and time again, earnings season on the horizon. So wait and see how these reports come out. If we continue in this, if the earnings support a move higher, I do think that the market is going to continue in that way. We got to keep our eyes on guidance, right? We got to see how the 2025 the outlooks are going to be for even Q1, Q2, and all the quarters, because. So yeah, that's something that I'm keeping an eye out. I want to see those guidance raised. So there's Google. I think Google's a buy the dip at any moment. So I mentioned last week as well too, just how it's like its own utility. You got Willow in the quantum space, then you got Waymo in autonomy, and then now you have YouTube as well too. So yeah, a lot going on. Gemini in the AI race. So a lot going on for Google. Sitting in this trade here, breaking through some resistance as we speak. Sharif, what do you got going on, my guy?
Nah, nothing, man. We're involved now in Donald John Trump at 80s, looking to scalp into 40s. If it can have me into that 40 area, we got some out there. Let's see if this one wants to continue going. I'm still holding DATS. This one, though, it did top out into that 635, and then that's as good as we were going to get right there. Now, we're not putting in lower lows, but we're certainly not putting in higher highs, and that has me concerned, obviously. So there we just get DJT at 40s, okay? So we'll take off a little bit over here. Let's set up now on the north side of 40. I do expect some resistance, though, at that $40 level. I mean, you just have to. It's a whole dollar level, right? An area of psychological resistance. You didn't have a whole lot of holdup, to be fair, at 40 earlier. It kind of cleared 40 quite aggressively, but this is the second time around, and you know, just my estimation is 40 might act as resistance. Now, I'm less inclined to want to base anything off the volume weighted average price at these levels, just because it didn't respect VWAP on the way down. So it seemed to respect the 50 exponential moving average on the 5, and that's what it respected. So I don't want to have a dip trade, say, at 39, or, you know, get out at the $0.50 and then set up again at VWAP. I don't think that's the move. I'm obviously a little bit late to the party over here, but we got burned on this one earlier, so we have to be a little bit careful. So 40 showing up and 40's rejecting. That's a few times now that the whole dollar level has acted as resistance on Donald John Trump. It's up 13%. It's really trying to take out 40s again. Here comes attempt number 3 since I've seen. There is size posted at 40. It's not the biggest. Right now, I only see about a few hundred lots. But as we get closer to the whole dollar level, I'm talking about $40, usually it shows me a bit of a clearer picture of what actual size is posted there. But we all know that it's not about what's posted at the level, but the iceberg orders that may or may not come in. If you're a newer trader, iceberg orders means hidden orders, ones that you can't typically see by looking at the level 2 or the book, as we call it here on the floor. And right now we're getting close to it. It looks like it's the same size that was posted earlier. There we go. We took out 40s on the ask, not on the bid. Okay, so it's got to cross on both sides. Now we're crossing on both 05s, 03s. I'm waiting at 08s, and there's the print. Okay, so Donald John Trump is on the way up, and it's been a hot minute since I started yelling about Donald John Trump, because we were trading this plenty before the election. That's when it was in vogue, right? About hold on. What was that level? 18s, I think it popped up into 40 18s. I saw about 500 lots or so at 18s. Those are gone. So that's interesting. It just posted and then it came back again. So now 19s on the ask. Okay, so it's 12s. 12. How's that possible? I don't get it. We cleared 12s by some distance. There we go. Now we're clearing it. Okay, here I'm waiting at the $0.25. 23. 23 is a bit of an iceberg order. So what I was talking about there was size posted at 12, and it was the same size. It was 288 lots on 2 different gateways. We cleared it, and then it came back, and that size was still there. So either reposted, okay, now we're really squeezing here on DJT. Now it comes the $0.50. So I'm going to look to see if we can take out the high of the day. We're in at 80s, 40.85 is the high of the day on Donald John Trump.
Nice trade, man.
It's okay, bro. I'm still negative on the day, but it's all good. We'll look to take out the high there, 40.85 HOD on DJT. This one could squeeze. It's been a minute since we traded this, so I'm pleased as dang punch involved. I should get it, Adara. I'm pleased as dang punch, as Adara likes to say sometimes, trading this bad boy because it seems to have a lot of participation when people jump in. So DJT breaking up above the whole dollar level, but we know we've seen this story before. It broke above 40 before, only to retrace all the way down into 38 and change. So let's see if we can take out that 40.85 HOD. The other trade I'm involved in and that I've been in almost all day is DATS, still hanging out at 6 1/5 right now, with not much in the way of volume coming in on this one. The volume really has dried up. What's up on DATS? What do you got on there? You're looking at Apple calls?
Yeah, bro. IV 23.9%. That's cheap, man. You're not even paying for implied volatility.
I don't know what's cheap and what's not.
Okay, the 23, 23% is like kind of like really, really cheap. When you get into the hundreds is when it's really expensive and you're paying more for it.
100%?
Yeah. So like DJT right now is sitting.
Or implied vol?
Yeah, implied volatility. So DJT calls expiring this week have an IV of 150%. So you're paying for the implied volatility within the contract. So those contracts are expected to fluctuate more, essentially.
Apple above 233, which is interesting. Does it change intraday?
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm assuming as the price moves up or down, that's going to change as well.
Yeah, the more it fluctuates. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
The more it fluctuates.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I was surprised at those Apple calls because I was talking about it from a daily perspective. So let's pull up. So again, so that's sorry. Yeah, excuse my French there. It's from 249. So yeah. So again, yeah. So but again, really relatively cheap here on the Apple front. And I want to point this out from a daily perspective. I thought they'd be a little bit more expensive here, but we have this hammer here, Sharif, and then now we're gonna looks like we're gonna print an additional one. So that's potentially a double turnaround signal in my books. This is just how I perceive things. Again, so we had that hammer here, gap down below it, but now we're printing another one here. So I was just looking at the options chain, saying, okay, maybe I want to play somewhat of a bounce play, but I always want to give myself more than enough time. So that's why I was kind of looking at the August calls, because I don't want to have to worry about theta at all within these contracts. So yeah, I mean, 23.9%, relatively cheap on the options front. So that's something that I'm looking forward to. And then Havana Woody. So this, let me lead into what Havana Woody just asked me in the chat as well too. He said, Joe, what do you think about DJT calls heading into the inauguration? And I said, I don't like them. And I don't like them because of the implied volatility. Yeah, so you're paying an extreme amount for those premiums, and then you need, come inauguration, you need DJT to significantly move higher. Otherwise, that volatility is going to start to dwindle and compress, and then you would have lost money on the implied volatility front. Yeah, because so you're paying for the IV at 123%, but if that volatility doesn't step in and it starts to dwindle, you paid for something that is so that is extremely more expensive, and then once it compresses, that's not going to fluctuate the contract that much, and therefore you overpaid for something. So something you have to keep an eye on. Wayner always points that out to me. He's like, so what's the IV sitting at when we are talking options? And it's such a key metric. So yeah, that's exactly why I would say no. You'd want to get involved in that significantly earlier, and that's why I like where Apple is sitting right now at 23.9%. with an expiry of something in August. So yeah, I like that look here with that double turnaround signal potentially. So gonna continue to pay attention to that on that front. Let's break it down here. As you can see, we are now starting to recover that gap down in the earlier pre-market session. Now running into key pre-market support here. Let's see if this momentum continues here in Apple and we break through those key levels.
Joseph, there's a lot happening right now. DATS just, we took out that 45 print. So now DATS is putting in higher highs. Okay, so that was not the case. We waxed poetic, to use an Adair term, about how the lower highs were in control, but how we were also getting higher lows. Now that's kind of the tune there has changed. We got the print there at 45s. Still involved in Donald John Trump. Got one out left, packing my patience, but it's this one now that I've got my eyes on. Goodness gracious, this is volatile. TPLX. Tepit, whatever, is the name of this bad boy. What's the actual company name? Trio Petroleum. A monstrous $15 million market cap with about 8 4/5 million shares traded today, and a float, of 41.5 million shares, and the actual short float, 15%. Okay, that's why we're getting this kind of volatility. TPET, it's up 50%, but as you can see, this is an ugly looking candle moving into 315. We're back down into 289. I mean, again, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but do not put too much stock into one topping tail candle for these small cap gappers. It is not the same as seeing it on a large cap at a key area. What's going on over there, Katina Man?
Shorted Apple 30.
The Katina Man short Apple 233.30, and he's taken that bad boy to the grave. Say it again.
Into the pre-market.
Just got into the pre-market low he goes. Where is that? 229 and change?
No, I'm saying here. Come over to the
Go to the Katina Man screen. If we're able to. There we go.
Say that I was just shorting it into this.
Oh, got it.
So that's
Got
the
it. Got it.
pre-market rate here.
Yep.
So we're shorting right now into those.
Makes sense. Makes sense. That's a good entry.
We are also beginning to get a little bit spicy meatballish here on SMCI. We haven't added to it. We're actually waiting down at 80. We got missed there trying to get that position right there. Your boy is still short here on IBIT, but we just covered a bunch there. Do not break through 52. We missed that. We're at the gym. 1.2 kilometers today. Not bad. And then Mom Spaghetti, our favorite here. Used to be Penne, but now we're on Rigetti. Right there, nice.
Penne is still number one, bro.
I still like Penne.
Yeah, Penne number one. Yeah. Have you had Penne before? Ooh, I don't know, bro. I don't know if you're a foodie, bro.
I'm a foodie. I would think
Are
so.
You
yeah, I'm
legit?
a foodie guy.
Yeah. It's so sick.
I love going to. Have you been to Scatterbush? Obviously.
I have not.
What?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
See, don't
So
make
yes,
assumptions.
so
You know what happens when you make assumptions?
Well, you could be wrong.
You assume.
You assume. You assume. Okay, so don't assume. There you go. Don't assume. But yeah, I'm a big cheese guy. I will go to Scatterbush and I will get that ball of mozzarella. Yeah, fire. What is it? It's not slipping my mind right now. Whatever one I get, but yeah, I always get the extra ball of cheese there. Fire. The balsamic vinegar. Yeah. That's a good.
I like penne because. It just adds flavor, bro.
Yeah,
you know, yeah. And it's got like.
Are you a rosé? Are you a rosé type guy? Alfredo, just tomato sauce, like tomato and basil.
I don't mind that. Yeah, I mind Alfredo. Yeah. I'm not like too much because I don't carb up too much.
Yeah, you don't carb up too much there.
The protein, that's the penne, right? Yeah. So that's why I'm all about how I can get my protein in varieties.
Yeah, switching.
But the carbs, Joseph, I like carbs, but we're not really gonna chase them. We're gonna use them, eat them functionally, baby. Yeah. All right. I want to show this chart here to kind of make my point about these small cap gappers that are around for a good time, not really for a long time. Andre, if I can, please, on the chart. This is the print that we had over here at 646. And as quickly as we got the print at the top wick, 646, it dipped into 590. Just like that,
Bang.
1 minute candle. And then it holds. The funny thing about this whole thing is it's still a higher low. So this is so algo driven, right? You kind of feel that it's being driven within a certain range. And I find it hard to believe that somebody sitting there on their computer actually being able to execute in this way. So we're still putting in higher lows. A better trader would add at this position because we're above the volume weighted average price. We haven't broken any lower. We're putting in higher lows. But that's the look right now on DATS, right back into that 6 area. Anything below my entry, I'm gone. I've already placed my stop there. But Donald John Trump is continuing to go. We're still in at 80s. It's breaking the 60s. I think it just printed 65s. Let's see if, what's it called? DJT wants to take out that HOD. The high of the day on Donald John Trump, is 40.85. So we're doing well. We're still putting in higher highs and higher lows, but the vigor with which we were ascending has kind of slowed down to be expected right now on DJT. Pack your patience if you're involved in this one, but also exercise good risk management. I want to talk also about VRME. It's trading right into that $5 area, 496, and the aggression with which this one dropped from $4.96 into that $4 area and then finds support immediately at VWAP. So trading at 416 right now. It hasn't changed its tune in the sense that it's still putting in lower lows and lower highs, but finding, at least for the moment, on an intra-candle basis, support at $4, and by extension of that, obviously, VWAP. You love when those those two levels overlap. I'll get it right, because it's psychological support at 4, and then obviously volume weighted average price being used by algos and other mechanical trading systems that base their trades off it. So VWAP in play right now on VRME. You're a bit above it, but it's awfully close to that level. Now, if you were to get in at VWAP, what would be the plan if it was to break down? Well, you don't really want to place your stop right below $4, because then you're subjecting yourself to a specialist breakdown, then a move back up. Personally, I would gauge support to be about 375, owing to these two area crests over here at 945 and then again at 1110. So we're breaking down again below VWAP, and that's why I said don't put your stop right below VWAP like that. This interesting area right here at 375 could be a dip trade. That would be breaching my rule, though, of entering a small cap gapper as a long south of VWAP. So I'd place my stop there, but I wouldn't necessarily enter there on a dip trade. It would have to be above VWAP for me to get in. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. DATS coming back down. Donald John Trump, though, is in the high 60s now, and it looks like it's poised to take out that 4085 HO-dang-T. Here we go, 72s now showing up on the ask. It's been a symphony of higher highs and higher lows ever since that candle of indecision that we printed at 1230, right at 1230, was the turning point. Do you guys remember the TSN turning point? Yes.
Yeah, that was the best, man. TSN.
I love it with these guys, though. All right.
Remember Landsberg on there?
Michael Landsberg. Yeah, he lives near Brendo.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Tell Landsberg
Brendo sees him. Yeah. So here we go. Donald John Trump on the way up now into the high 70s. Likely there is a new high of day, 4086. There is size 1 penny above the high of the day at 86. It's about 500 lots from what we can see. Likely more on the iceberg side of things right now. I'm just going to let this one cook because I have a feeling this was going to take out 41. And God knows where this goes if it squeezes above 41. I don't even know what the short float is on this anymore. It's changed probably fundamentally since we looked at it. Let's have a look. I'm not seeing anything, boys, on the short float for trade ideas, so we're kind of flying blind there. I'll look to see if another platform has it, but for the moment, we're flying blind right now on Donald John Trump with respect to what the percentage of the float is short, Joseph. DJT up 15.5, but finding resistance now at that said high of day, even though it printed above the high of day by 1 penny. Now we're coming back into the 60s, into the 50s, so it looks like the short could be on here. We'll have to wait and see. Does this one retrace with aggression, or are we going to continue above 41? Big move down now off the high, about 30 pennies and change there. Sebastian, big Trump win on break. Yeah, shout out to you, my man. Enjoy there. All right, I appreciate that, Neil. Neil just sent me the short float for DJT, 9.12%. I agree with you, Neil. Seems a little low, but that could be up to about 14 days old. That data, it's updated by the exchange every 14 days. I think we should have like transparency. Look, I think you should open up different trading avenues, but open up transparency at the same time. So, why do you need a 2-week turnaround to see the short float? Why do you need a T+2 or whatever we're doing these days? Like I feel like we have the technology to have everything as instantaneous as it really should be. That way we don't need to fly blind, right? And let me know who's short. Why don't you tell me who's short? If you're short a stock, put your name out there. Just increase transparency is kind of what I'm saying. Let everybody know so we don't have to wait for your 13 to find out, that Nancy bought another 10,000 shares of whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so you're saying put everything on the blockchain.
Oh, go, Joseph. Okay, there we go.
I mean, if you
How
want,
do you
if you're
do
talking
that
about
though with the market?
Yeah,
I heard
that would be
the
tough.
Australian market tried to do that.
Did they?
Yeah, from my understanding, and I'm very, very like limited in my information. So fact check me on this. My understanding is one of the Australian exchanges tried to switch the entire market into blockchain.
Oh, really?
And it didn't either work well or they didn't follow through. Something like that happened. I'll see what the chat says about that. They probably know more about it than I do. But
transparent. If you want the transparency, we all know that offers that. You can see every transaction and who did it. So if you can correlate, I mean, the address with the transaction, you can find out who sold what and who bought what at whatever specific time. So there you go. Maybe Sharif, maybe you're onto something there, my guy, to see where everybody is. Yeah. Sorry, the tickers for the next one.
Oh, yeah.
You know what, guys? We did forget. We forgot to document our Playmaker poll here. Yeah, we did because we were just having too much fun talking about taxes and stuff like that. But one thing that one thing I wanted to just kind of switch up here, Sharif. So that's what I was just looking at. Before you sent it to me, I was actually looking at the 0DTE SPY calls because I said that we're going to kind of transition to see if we were going to kind of move, like just do a little experiment of with calls opposed to just outright common stock. So I don't know if that's going to work from a 0DTE standpoint, but we can always give it a try. But maybe we just document here. We're a little late on the entry, so maybe we just document here and see what we got going on for this session.
All right.
So you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, brother.
Okay, so SPY, 579.46.
All right, well, let me pull it up here. You prepared? 579.
46.
579.46.
So we're going to stop out 578.46.
578.46.
And then we're going to wet our beak at 581.46.
581.46. All right, good stuff. Little late on that entry there, folks.
Okay.
Apologies. Yeah, so we'll take it from there. 100 shares is how it goes. I know a lot of people want to try out the options thing, so we will. Don't worry about that. We just got to figure out some logistics about that, and then we'll get that all sorted out for you guys. But here we go. And here's the equity curve, guys. Really nice bounce off the bottom. So I like that on this front. And this is why we keep it from a 2-to-1 ratio, right? So we went on a pretty tough streak here. Like, so let's break it down from here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So out of the last 8 sessions, we were red of them 6. But then we have 2 wins that amount to half of those losses. So that's a good look there on that front. This is the whole aspect of the 2-to-1 ratio. So let's see if we can hit another target today as well, too, guys. So there it is, Playmaker poll, good stuff there. Yeah, and then we're gonna look to implement some options contracts just from a chain standpoint as well, too. So yeah, good stuff, guys. Let's see what's going on with Google. We are starting to break out on some of these names. Apple's still hovering around the intraday high, still within that 5-minute range. What do you got going on? Covering more Apple? All right. So yeah, covering more Apple is Katina Man. Good look there on his behalf. Let's see. I mean, it's either, I think, on this one, Katina Man, that we squeeze here, or you get that capitulation back towards the volume-weighted average price. So yeah, only time will tell as we start to slowly recover. I mean, Tesla's starting to pull back in as well, too. DJT, NVDA still chopping in that range, and Google's starting to pull back as well, too. So that's really good for Katina Man's thesis. You know what he's looking for that move back to the VWAP, or just it's going to squeeze and we continue higher. So, yeah.
Okay, come over to my screen just quickly here, Andre. I just want to ask Joe's opinion because I know he's looking at IBIT all the time, and you and I both trading that here today. So we traded, we missed that 53. We wrote down that we really liked the 53. At the time, it was the 200 period moving average. But what say you down here at 52? Like, we keep on holding VWAP. It's coming back in right now. We have a bunch of covers down here right now, looking to get a little bit lighter on this. Have you been looking at all? And I apologize because I've been paying attention, but you haven't been talking about IBIT too much.
No.
What do you think now about this 52 level, asking for a friend?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we breach this 52, Katina, man, we know that we gapped down overnight. Well, I guess the Bitcoin under the spot traded and we broke those key or support levels, at that 92K. I think this is just a little bit of a liquidity grab until we head south. And I think 52 is going to be a real pivotal moment here. If we break it, then I think that momentum is going to start to pick up because that's also a key support level here on IBIT. And then there's going to be potentially some more south side on IBIT. So yeah, that's my thesis there on Bitcoin. Yeah, and we'll pull up spot here real quick too, guys. Even though, and I was listening to Josh Brown talk about this a little bit too. So now Bitcoin is more accessible. We can trade it. It's slightly more liquid because of the spot ETF. So now you're kind of getting that. Everybody being comfortable with trading this, you don't have to go to a sketchy exchange like FTX or something along those lines. You can now go to your broker and be like, hey, I want to own some Bitcoin, which can also have a positive and negative effect on this underlying asset. So you may not see that volatility step in, and it may prolong some things as well too because of people having the ability to access cash significantly quicker. So I think that in the coming days, we break this and then we go into this range where we kind of broke out here, and then we had that exuberance in buying here and appreciation in price with that volatility skewed to the top side. But again, I do think that we break this. The sooner the better, in my opinion, even though we are hovering and we are making lower highs. Are we going to come back into this range? And if we do fail to make a high around this 102 level, you guys are good then? Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I thought I missed something in the earpiece sending it to him. But yeah, I do think there's going to be a little bit more downside here in Bitcoin.
Man wants to chime in.
Yeah.
No, I just want to chime in too because Sharif might remember this one. We just talked about shorting Apple at that close. Well, guess what, Sharif? It is now 50 cents in the money.
Okay.
And I just want to tell everybody that when this kind of a trade happens, we're getting out now at the 50-period moving average. It is coinciding with this 232.80 level that we had right there. We're short in here in the 30s and 40s right now on Apple, brought to you live by Trader TV Live. We don't stop, baby.
Great short there off the pre-market low consolidation area. Katina, man, it wasn't a random area that he chose, guys. He earmarked that pre-market area consolidation low, and he punched short once it popped into it. So shout out to him. All right, guys, the new poll is out. You got a couple of one small cap gapper, PHIO. It's up almost 400%. Then how could we not talk about DJT? It's up again. Who knows if it'll be in play this week as Donald Trump looks to get inaugurated as, what is he, 47 now? Yeah, 47th, right?
Is he? Yeah.
47th president, 45 and 47. You also have mRNA. Hey, it's a light day for mRNA, only down 20% or so. Then ETH really getting killed today. And that's not one we throw on there typically. It's down 9%, guys, and it's below $3,000. So ETH getting crushed today. Bitcoin still obviously performing a lot better than ETH, above 90,000 as we speak, closer to 92 than it is 91. I'm going to throw my weight behind DJT only because we traded it on the day and it just behooves me to vote for it if I was trading it. So keep your eye out on that. Big blood in the streets today, whether for crypto, these large caps, even these mid caps, all getting crushed with most of the major averages decidedly red, with the best performing, the Dow up 0.5%, followed by the ES, only down 0.25%. There's a realistic possibility the ES could retrace and go green on the day. We'll obviously have to wait to see how it all ends up. But the Dow's got a fundamental lead right now, up 0.5%. The Rust getting creamed, but despite that, there are several small cap gappers that are up in triple digits. You've got 3, SLRX, you have PHIO, and you have KAPA. Then you have a couple of 90, 80% ones as well. So not too bad of a look right now for small caps, despite the fact that they have a headwind. And if you're wondering what's going on, well, why is the Rust down? I mean, what's going on with the Russell 2000? Well, the deal is that these small caps, the way that they raise money is they got to go into these debt markets, right? Because they don't have their own money like the large caps do, because, well, the large caps are just more rich. And so if they go into the debt market to raise, well, then that's going to obviously cost them money to borrow. And when it costs them money to borrow, it eats fundamentally into your margins, and then it creates a profitability problem there. So Typically, when we have a higher rate environment, small caps do not do as well. That's not a hard and fast rule. I mean, the technology could be so interesting and so strong or important that, you know, you could end up catching a bit of a tailwind. But the fact of the matter is, if you're looking to raise money as a small cap in a high rate environment, usually you don't do that well, or it costs you a lot more. And as a result, your stock price pays the price. Your stock pays the price, I should say. So that's the situation right now. Now, I'm in VRME here because it's got a 4-candle hold up above VWAP. Let's see if this one wants to continue. It's one of those ones that was almost up triple digits. It's about 63.5% here. 4-candle hold up above $4, and by extension of that, the volume weighted average price. I did earmark price action support at 375, but it doesn't look like it wants to weasel down there, so I've removed that dip trade for now on VRME. How is DJT doing? We popped up into that high of the day. We printed a new high, and now we're looking like we're having trouble with the $0.50 as we try to break up above the $0.50 only to be met with more selling. So kind of a bit of a range right now between that 410 and that 450 area. We'll have to see how this one resolves.
Hey, good look there. I like how you put ETH on that, Sharif, on the rundown list, because I don't know if we looked at this from a daily perspective today. Dang, man.
It's ugly, bro.
Yeah, real ugly. Heading back into this.
Yeah, it's below 3,000.
Yeah.
It's blood in the street.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, well. Yeah, I don't know. It should be swallowing the money because it's going away instead of. Do I like Cowboys? Yeah, I mean, hey. Yeah. I like the get up there. Yeah.
Do it again.
Pull it up there. It looks like Woody.
He always takes the opportunity.
He looks like Woody from Toy Story there.
A little bit.
Jerry Jones. All right, Jerry Jones. Our guy, JJ.
So did you don't watch Landman, do you?
Landman? No.
Yeah. Okay. It's Billy Bob Thornton. It's a new.
Billy.
Yeah. He's actually not crazy weird in this one, like he usually is, but he actually plays a sick character. So Landman, basically, you work for the oil companies, you acquire land, you acquire leases, and basically you bump and grind that way. That's the role he's playing.
Okay.
And Jerry Jones does a cameo in it, and it's like him acting, but not really. He's basically telling you the story of his life.
Yeah.
He went to SoCal, bought a few plots of land, and pumped. Instead of building houses, he built a couple of wells.
Yeah.
All the oil money that he used to buy the Dallas Cowboys with were made from those 4 wells.
Yeah,
it was like I could never believe that Jerry Jones could act in this way, bro. He was convincing. He brought some people to tears. You got to see some of what people are saying.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. You got to watch it.
Why would I be brought to tears though?
Because of the rags to riches story. It seems that people like that.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Well, no. But I mean, no, I like that. But other than that, I'm not going to be crying because this guy owns one of the most valuable franchises over there. So I'm not going to feel over sympathetic.
I don't think you should feel sympathetic for him not sympathetic because he's rich. It's because he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. That's good for him. No, by all means. Story. Yeah, rags to riches is legit. No. I don't know. I think, that's a great story, but how much easier was it back then to start an oil rig company? He must have had some change on the sideline because you can't just build it out of nothing. So maybe he got some inheritance.
Well, he had like
a
couple of properties that weren't much. I think it was like a shot in the dark.
Okay, and then he just leveraged his
printed. They had oil or they didn't.
And it went broke.
And yeah, it was really interesting. I didn't know that was his story. Obviously, I knew he was an oil man, but I thought he was a Texas oil man. He wasn't. He was a SoCal oil man. So it's super interesting.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones. Obviously, we have our reservations about him as a GM.
Player, owner, coach, Jerry Jones. Yeah, guys, here we are. Just going back to Ethereum here, Sharif, we're heading back into this consolidation phase, putting in this head and shoulders pattern here on Ethereum. So you can see shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2, and then breaking through some key support levels. Now going south of $3,000. Yeah, tough look here. Having the inability to hold these all-time highs. I don't know if this is a genuine print here or anything, but yeah. Tough look, but that breakout was extremely strong. So let's continue to monitor that. I want to go back and talk about AAPL just briefly and what we got going on from a daily perspective as well too. As I touched on it before, So let's see if we can start to continue to recover, because this is a really, really nice signal. Multiple gap downs with those hammer and those bottoming tail prints there, Sharif. So if we can recover and hold this 229, I'm going to look for a little bit of a bounce. I want to see when Apple reports earnings too. So let me pull that up real quick, because if you can buy something along those lines and wait for that IV to step in on the report, then maybe there might be somewhat of a trade on that front. So let's pull up Apple here real quick and then see when we have earnings. It is on January 30th, so Thursday, a couple weeks away, so 2 weeks away.
Seriously?
Apple. Yeah, what do you?
What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on? It's coming up. Apple, yeah, 2 weeks, so a little over 2 weeks here. As we slowly start to climb higher here on Apple. Again, nice hammer, nice hammer. Let's see if we can make a trade based off of that, because I think there is something to be had. But now let's take a look at NVDA, kind of just holding the overall market up here, Sharif, doing, as you would refer to, bub kiss on the session. Not too much going on here, forming this kind of consolidation phase as price starts to compress. But we had that gap down in the morning and then had the inability to recover since.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It was interesting take from Zuck on. I don't know if you got to listen to the Joe Rogan podcast. He gave his honest thoughts on Apple. He thinks, it's kind of like the discussion you and I had about manager and founder.
The lack of innovation.
Yeah, he just doesn't like their innovation. But he always complains. He's complaining a lot about the fact that they take 30% of apps. Basically, any in-app purchases or any in-store purchases in the App Store, he takes 30%. What he's failing to understand, in my opinion, is the cost that it created Apple to create that ecosystem. And that doesn't come for free. So you have to pay for that. Number two, 85% of the apps in the App Store aren't actually charged anything, because they're mostly free. It's only the in-app purchases specifically that you got to pay out from. So you could kind of, I completely agree with him in the sense that you've got really kind of mediocre innovation, but at the same time, I know he kind of has an agenda against them, because they hurt him. They hurt his advertising business markedly when they had their privacy changes. So we'll have to see how he does. But he's creating an enemy, because I think he basically put a target on Steve Jobs, what's his name's Tim Cook's head, because now he's calling him out openly now. So he's going to have to deal with what comes with that. And I personally wouldn't want Apple looking at me as an enemy at this point. Well, but he looks like he wants to take them on, because he's in the device game as well now. Yeah. Right? AR glasses, this, that, and the other.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about this, but we have to send it to Adair quick. Right. Yeah, we'll send it to Adair quick. But yeah, from an innovation standpoint, we're going to touch on this a little bit more, because a lot of people have been talking about it, actually.
Speaking of Apple, it's actually the top weighted name in the NASDAQ, with about 10% of the weighting of the NASDAQ. This is a new graphic here from TTV Research. This was probably the largest graphic we've done thus far. This is every logo of every company in the NASDAQ 100. Interestingly enough, there's actually 101 listings in the NASDAQ 100, and that's because Google, and so GOOG and GOOGL are two separate listings. So you can see here, we have everything from the largest names in the index to some of these medium-weighted names in the index to the remaining 80 names. Lots of interesting stuff here. ARM, actually the lowest weighted name in the index here, ranked at number 100 or 101 when you consider the different weightings of Google and Google. But Palantir actually really high up on here. They're weighted, I believe, 23rd, even though they just joined the index. ASML on here as well. PDD, so some international names. Really interesting stuff. This will be up on our X account here, TTV Research, very shortly. So stay tuned for that here. You can take a look at the NASDAQ 100 weighting, guys. Back to you.
So from an innovative standpoint, what I guess it's hard to say, because you want to see surprise on that front. But what would you expect to see? Like, do you want Apple to kind of, even though we know that they perfect what they do you want to see kind of like a new phone? Because this device hasn't essentially changed since the 3. It's just got a little bit smaller, a little bit wider, whatever, thinner, whatever it may be. But what would you want to see from Apple in order to kind of take that next step?
I personally would like to see the expansion of the services industry. Number one, because they have so many active devices they can monetize, and it's their number one margin product, about 82 or 83% gross margins on services. So that's higher than anything you could ever make on a physical good. That's it, except if your name is NVIDIA. They have 70-something% gross margins on a physical good. I know this is not a lot of stuff that we talk about as traders, but this is fundamentals that we definitely need to.
I think you need to understand. Yeah, I think
absolutely.
You need to understand.
So personally, I'd like to see the services game really pick up, but at the other side of the coin, you got to make sure that the devices people are using the services on are up to snuff.
Yeah.
And like this phone has served me really well from the time that I got it. I got this April 2022. Look at it, bro.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I have a 10. You know what I mean? It's a little slow, but.
Well, but it's not too bad though. I bet you, given the OS that it's running. So personally, I like the devices. I don't like the creativity coming out, but I like the execution.
It lacks creativity, right? It
100%.
lacks creativity. But again, we know that it's probably one of the most popular devices amongst youth. Like the youth don't want anything else. They want, hey, I want the Apple phone. But because that comes with the ecosystem, as you mentioned before. You
100%.
can get the iPads, the compatibility, the AirPods, and everything along those lines. But again, we kind of been stagnant on the innovation front. You can go back to the ones that were like blue and the colorful ones. It's essentially the same device, maybe just a little thinner, a little bigger. They changed the resolution of the screen, and you get these these up. It's nothing groundbreaking or game changing. You know what I mean? I think maybe the Orions are a little bit more innovative, like on that front, right? Because imagine you can just do everything from your specs, like. But then Apple, I think so too. Or having a watch that displays it. Have you seen those ones that display it?
No.
I don't know if it's just fake, but it's like kind of like a watch, and then it will display it on your arm. It's like a little projection screen.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if it's real. Yeah, you've seen it around on ads all the time. I don't know how legit it is.
Interesting.
But a little watch and it displays with your screen on your arm or something along those lines. Just something different than what we are kind of used to here. Been for the past whenever the iPhone 3 came out. I don't know.
Good point, man. I definitely think the form factor of the future is glasses, just because you can overlay, right? And then it can be very personal. Nobody can see what you're seeing, kind of situation.
So how is it that Meta has the ability to drop these Orions, but then Apple comes out with like these scuba diving goggles?
It's interesting. We'll have to see. Apple will never tip their hand, though. So if they've got something in development, you won't know about it until it's like very close to coming out. But who knows? They could be behind on this. The truth of the matter is, they could have missed. They could have had a misstep. Like, we don't know what they've got in R&D, but the fact of the matter is, they may have completely missed the boat on that. Now, they did come up with some interesting stuff in the Vision Pro that they didn't have in all of Meta's iterations of that product until then, which was basically the eye tracking system. The clarity of the screen also is a very Apple-esque with the Retina displays that we've come to know on MacBooks, on iPads, on iPhones. So they really execute well in terms of the quality of the product. It's never been the quality. It's always been the innovation lacks behind, and I think that they do that by design. So they can take your idea and they can perfect it, and then you spend the R&D on it, and then the take your money.
Well, I mean, Apple wasn't the first with the camera phone or anything along
Certainly
those
not.
lines, right?
Dude,
But
the
then
camera phones were attachments
right?
to the phones in the before they were like fixed. Adara, what's up?
This part of the show is brought to you by Esignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience that can help you analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. There's access to infinite data, which can lead to instant trading. Know where the market's moving before others with lightning-fast data and charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster, your way. Better back-to-skin scanning can help you predict the future by understanding the past. And you also have access to reliable real-time data. So that's up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now with Esignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
It was a good-looking trade here, Joseph. Somebody in the chat was talking about the holdup at the volume-weighted average price at around 6 and change, and boy, were they right. What a move off 6 and change into that 9.5. But look, as quickly as we got into that 940 area, as quickly as we're selling off really aggressively. Key area of technical support, though, at 8. You'll see over here from around 1 o'clock till this candle over here, 130. We did reject $8. We couldn't clear it. Now we come back into 8. Do we hold 8? We've already wicked below it. We got into 780. So you've seen its propensity to wick below that 8. So don't place your stop below 8. Otherwise, you'll get stopped out. But the question I'm trying to see here, and by watching, obviously, the price action in the book, is to see whether or not we're getting buyers stepping in and around 8. Now, you can see this any number of ways. Look for large size posted on the level 2 in and around that 8 area. Also, keep your eye on the time and sales to see if any hidden orders are coming in that are being bought aggressively at 8. So you're looking for green or orange specifically on my time and sales over here, which is on the very left of your screen. Right down into 8 we go, and we're being met again with aggressive buying at 8. Below 8 we go, now into the 870s. Do we wick or do we bounce off? So it looks like we are going to give up the ghost possibly at that $8, 7 1/4, 7 2/3 right now on PHIO. Looking like it wants to bounce up again. So very interesting name, up 360% and trying to go again. But a bit of a bamboozler. That is, of course, unless you picked it up at VWAP because it was very strict in holding above that 6 and change area. And yeah, it wasn't a quick wick and then pop back up. No, it gave you about 20 minutes to 25 minutes in and around that VWAP area. So you had an opportunity to think it through and definitely get in. That was a missed trade on my part, no question about it. PHIO, triple-digit winner, 360-something% with a 975, Joseph, 979, excuse me, high of day. Well below that right now. Trying to fight, though, right back into 8. So it seems like it's bouncing off 780. It's now using 8 as resistance. Can we get back above 8? Not yet. We can't. PHIO definitely in play, but obviously very volatile, and by extension of that, very dangerous. So make sure you're exercising sound risk management skills. Up 370% now.
Havana Moody said something interesting too. Sorry to backtrack a little bit here, but he says the iPod wasn't even an Apple original. Some company had MP3 player that recorded video and had 20 gigabyte drive. Man, I totally forgot about whatever these things are called again, the iPods. That seems so long ago. But yeah, again, but it just goes to the point where we touched on as well too, guys, is that they're usually very rarely first to the dance, but they just have the money to just be better than everybody else and perfect what they did.
I remember at the time, everyone, when the iPod came out, they're like, what is this car? Microsoft is going to crush them with the Zune. Have you seen the Zune?
I've never seen that.
Oh, my God. If you guys remember what the Zune is, Z-U-N-E, I think, or Z-U-N-E. Dude, it's in the Museum of Historical Artifacts at this point.
I feel like the iPod. Yeah, the iPod is definitely in the Museum of Historical Artifacts.
What I did like about Apple though, they gave you so many variations of the same product. Remember the Nano,
the Shuffle,
Mini, the Shuffle, and then there was the actual one that looked like the phone itself, the screen.
The bigger one. It was like it actually. Remember the circle dial that you could use? That was insane. That's insane.
It felt a lot more innovative than it does now. That's just the truth.
Absolutely. Yeah. I like the Shuffle because when I was running all the time, you didn't have a big hefty thing in your pocket. And then you just clip it there, right? And you just have your music. Yeah, I loved my old iPod Shuffle there.
SanDisk clip says 100 miles per hour. I remember that. SanDisk obviously involved in storage, so it made sense that they would weasel into one. Bilbo Bag Holder also had a couple of SanDisk MP3 players since they were cheap, Apple behaves like China. R&D means receive and develop. Not really sure. Oh, R&D, receive and develop. I got you. Okay. Watching movies on that small screen was OG, says Juan Padilla. I do remember actually trying to use that thing to connect to the internet back in the day because it had Wi-Fi, but the browser on those, I don't remember if you guys remember the web kits that they used to have to put on those mobile browsers were super bad because that was before all the websites were tuned for mobile, so you had to actually view them as desktop, and that would create havoc on the phone because so much JavaScript and Flash that was overwhelming the the mobile devices. So those were like the infancy stages of mobile, right? Like that late 2000s, early 2010s. That's kind of what I remember there. Manuel Palma says Kappa is back at VWAP. I know, brother, but the thing is, it's been above and below VWAP far too many times for my liking over here to want to base anything off it. In my humble opinion, Manuel, it looks like it's using the 50 exponential moving average on the 5 as support because it's bounced here, here, and here, all of which were VWAP breaches, but neither of which breached the 50. It looks like, it did hold up at the 50 there. Miami Dragon, Apple actually stole it from, I think, either SanDisk or Blue River. I wouldn't be surprised, brother. That's kind of what we're saying, essentially there. Yeah, that does ring true to me. I'm not sure if that's actually true or not, but that's a look there. Hambone. The OG inventors typically don't perfect the invention. Xerox created the YSEG, Interfac, Panasonic, the CD player, Kodak, the digital camera. Your point very well taken there. Makes absolute sense. We'll have to see, though, does, the established order of things, Apple being number 1, and then Samsung being number 2 in quality. I don't know who's number 2. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. I haven't had any other device other than Apple. Is that going to be the established order? Or do we get a reset, man, with all these new participants coming into the game? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. I've obviously got my bets are already made here. So what else we got in the chat? You guys are coming up with some excellent comments today. Ronak Kumar, Sharif, what indicators do you use for penny stocks? So I call them small cap gappers, but you can call them penny stocks if you'd like. I use 4 moving averages and VWAP. So I'll have the 10, I'll have the 20, the 50, and the 200. 90% of the time, I'm using the 10 and the 20 to enter and exit trades that are trending, okay? That's an exponential moving average as well. And then VWAP, the other really big indicator that I use. I'll also chart the high, the low, and the closing print from the previous time around if it was like a holdover from the day prior. Those are good areas that you can kind of use as support and resistance as well, which is also very important for, these small cap gappers. So that's what I use, brother. Let me know if you want any more information on that. Top VOIP, Rigetti, looks like it wants to squadoosh, bro, to 5. Let's have a look at Rigetti. RGTI is the one I'm talking about. RGTI, let's see what this one's up to on the day. Rigetti is getting crushed. And yeah, by the way, Zuck piled on to the quantum, let's call it, what's the word I'm looking for here? Basically questioning whether or not quantum will be viable in the near future. He kind of said what Jensen was saying, which is that we're looking at a 10, 15, maybe even more year runway for quantum to actually be effective. So we'll have to see if, he's accurate on it or not. But anyway, Rigetti down big. It's basically closed out a little bit below 9 on Friday. Best you could do on the day, 837. This symphony of lower highs and lower lows. To see whether it goes to 5, though, let's zoom out here on the 4-hour. Okay, so we certainly have support back from mid-December. I want to say December 20th. We had a hold up at around 6.25 with the closing print being at around 7. So 6.25 could be in play. Below that, we also have support at 6 from essentially December 10th to when we cleared it, December 13th. So we had a consolidation area low of around $6. So $6 could be in play. Now, your question was 5. Well, sure. 5 takes us all the way back to the kind of resistance level that we used from, say, December 6th all the way to when we cleared it, December 8th. I'd look at 6 first, personally. And then if that gives way, I'd be looking at 5. But yeah, you're good point. I mean, quantum is getting crushed off that high. So for Rigetti specifically, that 21 and the third high that we put in, I think, early Jan till now, we're down 71%. So it's been blood for Rigetti, and I'm assuming other quantum names as well, with the I guess the authoritative voice right now in computing, which is Jensen, making his opinion known, and the market reacted. Oscarito, Sharif, before all of that, I had a Palm Pilot. My man, so did I. And then I kind of got into the compact. Neil got one as well. He's layered his hand. Compact. before they got bought out by HP, had like a very similar device as well. And this thing was sick, man. I mean, it had infrared. I could transfer data, infrared, and it had obviously Wi-Fi, and it was sick. But it became so obsolete when all that kind of stuff got weaseled into your phone.
What is a Palm Pilot?
I'll show you a picture over here. Yeah,
Palm Pilot. Yeah,
I've
heard of it. I've heard of these things.
Pilot. Here it is, Joseph.
Let's see what these things look like.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
My old man
Yeah.
This is the original one right here, man. It was like, I don't know what. Neil, what are these screens called? You know what I'm talking about? The dot screens. Yeah, you know what I'm saying though. He had the flip top. Neil said he had the one with the flip top. Yeah, these are Palm Pilots over here, bro. Look at the monster size, and they all came with pens and stuff.
Yeah,
it was a good time.
That's it. Well, one thing I want to touch on here though is just look at the evolution within technology. All right, and then I want to kind of compare that to the AI, artificial intelligence. As of right now, Sharif, we're just that's interesting stuff, man. Yeah, that's insane. I never even seen that. but this is where I'm getting at. Kind of with the early stages of artificial intelligence. Right now we're at a stage, Sharif, where we just type into our computer and then we get a response from an LLM.
Yes, sir.
What happens when we step out of this realm? Like, you know what I mean? And we're in such early stages of this stuff, like a couple years even, that we've been in this since the AI craze. I know people have been using it for a long period of time. But what happens in the next 20 years? What happens in the next 10 years? What happens in the next 5 years? How are we going to see this stuff kind of accelerate and continue to grow? I think we step outside of the computers and we get into the humanoids and everything. Like, I think that's the next step. So.
And that was one of my remember we did that show on the Jimmy Carter Remembrance Day. I said one of the things that I was definitely looking for was the intersection between robotics and AI this year. And Jensen dropped the Jetson computer, which is small enough to be able to be put on like any humanoid robot or even other devices that could be autonomous as well. And the point of that is to make the processing unit for the humanoid or whatever, the robotics, small enough so that you could fit the form factor, right?
Right.
And it'll be obviously to be able to access small language models, large language models, be able to synthesize data like you would be on a computer. So I think the intersection between AI and robotics is a foregone conclusion. When it happens, I think is kind of the where reasonable people can disagree on that kind of thing, but
I think it's a matter of time. It's not an if. I don't think it's a when. It's just a when.
I agree.
I
agree. Let's see what everybody, bionic man and woman, says John DiPietro. Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. I was talking to my buddies yesterday, so I was watching the football games at a buddy's. I was like, man, we are just like, I don't know, a few years, maybe a decade before we walk around with exoskeletons like they did in Elysium, dude.
Dude, yeah,
and we
sign me up for that.
Forget the gym, bro.
Yeah.
I want that exoskeleton.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to be able to bench 10,000 pounds. I had a handspring.
But it doesn't benefit you, even if you can bench it.
It's useless at that point. Everybody, if you're rich, you get strong. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's exactly it. I can buy a stronger exoskeleton than you. But I think that's kind of where we're going, the intersection.
What do you think about that anti-aging stuff? Like, Brian Johnson, are you familiar with that guy?
I just started following the podcast, or the guy that helped Dana White.
Yeah,
you hear about this guy?
Yeah, well, that doctor that helped him, he's like, dude, you got.
So Gary Brecka, so he's got a pod, obviously. So I weaseled onto his pod. The first one I listened to was about seed oils, and it was not really very exciting. But a lot of these ones you really got to give them the deep dive. But yeah, I think that's definitely another.
I know
AI could help advance that.
Absolutely.
Think about that with all the things that you can do. Like, AI is basically going to take a huge part of the drug development process and remove it
to that next stage.
Yeah. So all that like clinical stage stuff that you would have to do that could be synthesized and inferenced by AI, you'll be able to get around that, save money, increase the speed to market. So I think AI obviously has a lot to do with biotherapeutics as well. But the one that I don't know why, I like the one with robotics a little bit better.
Did you see what Brian Johnson? I don't know if you've seen that how he ages. So he to every year a human ages, he only ages 8 months or something along those lines.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So he's like slowed down the.
Seen that guy.
Yeah. So he's slowed down the price. Yeah. It's called Don't Die.
Peanut Man says it's on Netflix. It's called Don't Die.
Yeah. Don't die, but that's what he's doing. He's like trying to reverse time. He's like he just wants to hang out with his kid at that age. But again, he said so for every year that I age, he's only aging 8 months. Which
what is this guy? Speed of light?
He's slowed it down. So, but no, he takes like an absurd amount of vitamins. He's starting to get into that kind of where the genome, like gene editing and stuff like that. So he's definitely going down a different path. But Neil deGrasse Tyson, I don't know how you feel about him, but he said that the person that's going to live forever is already alive or something like that.
Did he say forever though?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's what he said. Something along those lines.
Neil. But dude, like, I think the first person that's going to live, 150 years or whatever, the max, has already been born, because I think we're just headed there. Guys, okay, back to trading. I added here at VRME at 10s. It did dip into that $4 level again, and it's been holding the $4 level since 105. So the better part of an hour right now. I did add a little bit over here. I put my profit taker at the $0.25. I'm going to leave my third of $1 and the 41 there, just as I had planned prior to that. So we'll keep an eye out on VRME. It's up 64%, still not really given up the ghost. I'm still involved in DJT because it hasn't given up the level. I mean, it's been holding that 10 exponential moving average very well. It seems like destined to take out that 4086 HOD. I'm talking about Donald John Trump. So we'll see exactly what we get there, and we will not get upset. Trump live forever, Ron Campbell. You're jokes, bro. All right. Shout out to Oscarito as well. I'm with you, brother. What else we got? What else? He'll be the person the aliens go to, says Rivian Millionaire. All right. Peptides, says the Texan. You follow Dan Bilzerian?
Yeah,
he goes down to Tijuana all the time. He's getting peptides and all that kind of stuff injected.
He's doing like that blood transfusion.
I think so. I think that's what he's doing. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure, but he posts about, well, he used to. He hasn't been posting much anymore.
Yeah, he made all his money off of Instagram and gambling.
I love the air quotes. Water Lover says, not interested in living forever. Don't blame you. Let's see what a Bilbo bag holder. All I got from the doc is that the dude is out of his mind. Tell us how you really feel, Bilbo bag holder. Rohit Sharma, thanks for reposting, but no luck. Tag me, Rohit. Sorry, Bears Verbals, if you can just share his super chat between you and I directly. Sorry about that. I didn't have an opportunity to see it. I'd more than happy to answer his question, obviously. What else we got over here? Iron Man, says John DiPietro. I want NFL football to be played solely by robots, says El Sol. Hard pass, says Neil. He's not about that life. All right, let's see what we got over here. I just got it from okay, Sharif. Do you use the SMA or EMA? Always EMA for intraday trading. That's just a personal choice. The reason I do that is because the exponential moving average more heavily weights the recent price action, so the data points that compose or that comprise the EMAs. You'll more heavily weight the recent ones, the periods, it's a 14-day or whatever it is, more heavily than the ones that are more historical. Now, when you're trading on a swing basis or for investing, I personally like SMA better. But for intraday trading, I use EMA. I definitely hope that helps. And sorry for not seeing your message earlier. Joseph.
Yeah, good point there. From an intraday standpoint, just to add on to the SMA and EMA, so in the calculation, the EMAs just have more weight calculated within it opposed to the simples. So solid point there, Sharif. But yeah, we're just sitting here in some Google as the market continues to just slowly crawl higher here. So this one worked out. We took an entry, got stopped out, and then we took that second entry here with a little bit better of a price, but I wanted to get out of this position just in case we broke VWAP and headed to the south side. But then as we broke out here, we went, we added to the position, and then sure enough, climbing to the highs of days. But let's take a look at some of our other trades here on the session. So IBIT didn't work out for us, unfortunately, but that's okay. A little bit extended from the volume weighted average price. I emphasized on this plenty enough, guys. Now you have to look at my risk to reward scenario here. So that's not good. If I was patient enough, just waited to get in an entry around here, then you can have your RVR significantly better with that VWAP stop loss. That VWAP being your stop loss, and sure enough, slowly appreciated, but starting to grind here, prolonging this 52 break that I think is going to happen at some point. But then let's take a look at TSLA here as well, guys. One of our better trades on the session. What is that? Is something grinding? Yeah, it's a saw. But here we go. Continuation in strength. We caught this one leg, but didn't take that second entry. That's okay because we caught Google. So there's that one. Going back to RVR, stop loss being the volume weighted average price, hitting that at like a 3 or 4 to 1 there, guys. So stop loss there. Nice move up on that front, and then back to Google to see what's going on with that. And then sure enough, we get this entry slightly closer to VWAP again, punch out just in case we breach, and then get back in at somewhat of a better price there. But yeah, guys, 2 minutes left here on the session. We're going to send it off to Adara, and then we'll close it out with you guys.
Just beware here. I'm seeing this headline here from CNBC. Adam Mosseri, who is the head of Instagram, that's the name of his position because they are, of course, a subsidiary of Meta. Apparently, they're going to be prioritizing original content. This is basically a move to get more creators from TikTok once this TikTok ban, which is likely to go through, passes on January 19th. So again, META on Watch, the head of Instagram, Adam Mosseri, says the company's platform is going to be really prioritizing original content. Clearly a way here to get creators who, or I guess draw attention for creators who have left TikTok. There's also, I was reading this piece over the weekend as well, that a lot of these creators are already trying to pivot their feed to Instagram and YouTube. So keep an eye on GOOGL and META. They may be the companies that get the most of this TikTok tailwind, Sharif calls it, guys.
Yeah, that's the thing, Adara. They're panicking right now because they're about to lose a whole bunch of money if their feed dries up. I mean, the thing is, I don't think it dries up because you're just not going to have new users pile onto the platform. But again, like Joseph and I talked about, you won't be able to update the platform. You won't be able to re-download it if you removed it because it's not going to be available in the App Store. I think you'll have to jailbreak your phone. I don't even know jailbreaking your iPhone is even possible anymore. I just haven't been following.
Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know if it is. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that really.
So in any event, I did look back in the day, right? But yeah, that's the look right now. So they're panicking. But here's the other side of the coin. Meta's algorithm for Reels is still hot trash. So you're gonna have a lot more people move on to Reels, but are they gonna be happy? That makes sense. Yeah. So Ram saying a lot of people are basically looking at going to YouTube Shorts as opposed to Meta because they have prior beef with Zuck. We're not going to get into that, but thank you, Ram, for that. And to build on your point, Ram, I think you're very accurate on that because I believe India did ban TikTok, and what ended up happening was the majority of the Indian users who were using TikTok ended up weaseling onto Shorts, not really Reels. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
That's a good point because look what kind of these YouTubers, look at the money they've been making on it. You got Jake Paul, the Pauls, right, and everybody on YouTube. So.
All right, Joseph, how do we do on the Playmaker poll?
Playmaker poll, we were up $54 there. So it was a positive one here, Sharif. Yeah, bang. Nice bounce here on the equity curve. Let's go up to the data here, folks. I logged it for us. Let me zoom out here. So we had our entry here, Sharif, on our 23rd entry of 59.46, and then we exited today at 50.82. So about $1.44 shy of our 2-to-1 profit target, but we're closing out the trade positive, which is extremely good. $54 win, slowly starting to recover on the Playmaker.
I will take that, and with that, Joseph, it's 2:02 almost. So we're gonna send you to Big Kahunas, Neil and Sean. Over here, Joseph and I see you same bad time.
Understanding VWAP tomorrow. Hey. Let's go.
Oh, that was like low key. They just sort of came out of nowhere with
I can't wait to learn all about VWAP.
Tomorrow's topic, understanding VWAP from the Bash Brothers. So I think that's a great topic. We talk about VWAP all the time. It's like the one indicator that's on, I want to say, everybody's chart here. I feel like it's almost an absolute guarantee that that's true, but you know, I don't want to speak for literally every person that's ever come on the floor, but yeah, that's a good one. The market, pretty resilient. I mean, look, the market's down right now, but pretty resilient is the best way to think about it. Like, it's been trending very, very slightly to the upside, and we're making a potential breakout as we speak. Like okay, never mind. Well, I mean, the NASDAQ was a second ago making a little bit of a mini break. Still red on the session, still underneath or retesting Friday bottoms. So it's not like you're out of the water here.
41.
Let's just say. So anything, I'm watching AMD, I'm going to make the assumption that chips are going to be near the top of that list. So I was kind of getting those ready to go. I'm only in Mara and Rigetti right now, but the big time runner and the big time movers, I think really DJT out of nowhere. There was one heck of a bounce off of VWAP. Speaking of VWAP, on Tesla, it'd be interesting if it were to get down to VWAP. I think you got to take a shot at it there if it gets back. So Tesla went green, kind of slightly red again. That was a super strong one. And then DJT out of nowhere, 1 week before the inauguration. It's just barcoding or bull flagging, I guess is the correct term, up here at this top. I kind of feel like this really wants to make a break. You know, you tell me, but that looks like a stock that's just poised to break out of the high. So got to keep this one on watch this afternoon. Got to put Tesla on watch, of course. Crypto still lingering around 92,000.
Good word.
We're definitely not out of the water on Bitcoin. Losing that 90,000 just might not be today. It bounced once, but the fact that it's only at 92, not very good. So if you're looking at small cappers or squeeze names, feel like DJT's at the top of the list right now, but you let me know if there's anything else moving. This is the one I'm going to have up on the side chart.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? Okay, so I'm just doing my thing here. We just reshorted SMCI. This is we have a loser on board today. SMCI. We started it there at the 200 period at the time, the 200 period. And right now we notice that, yeah, we are underneath a little bit here. We got stopped out there at 31. So this is like a new starting position. I saw this 20 up there. I don't necessarily want to get that high. We just shorted right there into 05s. We got stopped out at 01s. So too bad, but that's my newest position right now, SMCI. We're still in a lot of these, man. Mom Spaghetti, we keep talking about that. Rigetti right now at the day's low, and that was a great trade there. Still in it, right? We try to hold things a little bit longer these days to make sure that we can get these winners on board. So that was a good one. Apple was early. SMCI we're working with. iBit. I mean, we'll get over all these. I mean, I'm interested to see what we've been voted on. We do learn that a week from today, of course, as Neil mentioned, the inauguration there with President Trump, and this was on the first show. Martin Luther King Day also. I didn't even realize we have a vacay.
Is it usually ever, I don't know if it's ever been on a holiday.
The inauguration? Well, I mean, it
just seems, does it not seem weird to have the dual focus on that? Like, well, I don't know.
Is Martin Luther King Day might be a random, it might be every Monday, like it might be like the fourth
It's always
Monday.
a Monday, yeah.
Yeah, so then it's just a fluke basically that it runs into inauguration, I would assume.
You said you're not watching.
No. Well, I mean, if I'm sitting at home, I probably won't be. No, I mean, I don't know what am I looking at?
On days, look, here's the thing.
But what am I looking at with the inauguration? Like, oh, great. Like, what is he going to get, like a scepter? Like, this and that? Like, I don't know.
I'll probably be cleaning out the basement or something. And if I am, then I got a TV down there. Or if I'm like,
oh, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, usually I'm just on a day off.
So I think there's a difference between watching it and having it on in the background. Like what are we expecting to happen here?
No, I just probably have it in the background.
So for example, the interesting part when we saw President Carter there was the fact that you got to see Obama beside Trump, and you got to see all those interactions. To me, I think that's something. That I look for. Are we expecting fireworks? Right?
You know what they say when they're talking to each other? It's just like, hey, remember when I said in that campaign ad and I called you this, blah, blah, and then they're just joking about it because
are they joking? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think Trump is the guy to joking. I mean, maybe.
They seem to be a little bit.
Cordial. I mean, I don't think Trump is dealing. He's
not everybody got talked to.
Not talking personally to Hillary or anything like that.
Well, that's a difference.
Pass me your casserole recipe. I don't think.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Hillary ain't making no casseroles. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
She's probably not. Yeah.
She's too busy looking for all those files still, I think. I mean, they went missing, all those emails.
No, it was, emails.
Did they go missing, or what happened?
Well, it was 10,000 that they did hand over.
Oh, okay.
Handed over.
Votes go missing. Emails go missing. Trudeau is missing. We know nobody knows.
Yeah, we know. The problem is we know exactly.
Sharif's up there worried about getting murdered. I mean, there's lots of stuff happening.
There was a weird conversation.
We have a lot
about,
happening right now, man.
Crime in the GTA that was going on.
Yeah, I mean, pretty. You know.
I will simply say this:
There's crime.
I am on the subway in Toronto every single day. Okay, every single day. And what I see crazier stuff on YouTube, or I don't really use TikTok, so I see things on YouTube.
Wow, yeah, I mean YouTube.
I see crazier stuff in the New York online than I ever.
Oh,
see
yeah, New York,
Toronto.
Bing Bong. You know that.
What are you gonna do?
SM.
Okay, Ramin's saying it's a time I take the subway because I only ever take it during rush hour in the evenings and then really early in the morning. So that's fair. Like I only take it at those 2 times, and I've never had any issues.
I thought Rush Hour would have been bad. That was a pretty good movie, Rush Hour. And there was even 3 of them.
Yo, the first Rush Hour.
Yo, what happened to my guy Martin Lawrence, man? Is that guy still around or what? SMCI taking a piece out.
But you're thinking.
No, I'm thinking about Chris Tucker. No, I know, but I was thinking about Martin Lawrence the other day.
What's he done recently?
Exactly, because Rush Hour is Chris
Boys.
Tucker and Jackie Chan, isn't it? Or?
Yeah, but you did Bad Boys. They did another Bad Boys movie like last year, didn't they? 2 years ago. They made another Bad Boys movie like just a year or 2 ago, straight up.
Was Will Smith slapping him around or? Yo, what's up, Randy?
I swear I hit this button.
Hit it
and
again.
then it did the.
Integrity, Neil.
No, but that's the button I hit, and then it did the choke drums. Oh, Ramin hit the choke drums. Okay. Well, overriding my Will Smith action right in there. Can't do
All right. The one person we are not going to ever override is Sharif.
It's true.
What does that even mean? He's over at the screen. Let's hit this rundown.
Sharif overridden.
We have.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as cited by you. So join Joseph and I during How to Trade during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every single day. Here's a look at the NQ. It's decidedly red, down about 2/3 of a percentage point right now, with the ES following behind 0.14. The Russell 2000 also negative, but faring a lot better, only down 0.5%. And the Dow up decidedly today, 2/3%, as we continue to watch the Dow recover a little bit after multiple red days to end out last year. DJT, the #1 ticker as decided by you guys. I think I'm still involved in this guy right now. Knock in the door, guys, of $41, taking it out right now, up 16%. No specific catalyst on this except to say that, the stock may be moving ahead of the inauguration, guys, on the 20th.
Absolute fairness. There isn't a rule during this segment, and I'm just gonna propose this for now, because we have the big screen up there. It could actually be showing Adara's or Sharif's trades for the day. And don't get me wrong, I'm eyeballing DJT for some potential trades, but I wasn't trading it today. I know Sharif was all over this long, so I don't know if we ever in this segment want to just go over some of his trades, because I don't know exactly where he was getting into this. But if it was anywhere near VWAP, which is the lesson tomorrow on the midday from the Bash Brothers, then that's an absolute banger. And as we said, I don't know inauguration, this, that, whatever it might be. It just broke out the high of the day on DJT, and it is unabated to. I shouldn't speculate, but it's got $45 is a pretty significant level. And when you look at the local breakout, this isn't nothing. This actually got a little bit, what's the word? Consolidative.
Ooh, good word.
And that's like a
It's kind of a word.
I guess it's kind of a.
I think it's a real word.
And now it's breaking out. And the next stop looks like 45. I mean, I'm favoring looking for some longs this afternoon. It's the only thing I see breaking out the highs. I mean, the market gets to the high, but the market won't break out the high. And if that's not going to be the case, NVIDIA's not doing anything. Tesla's not really doing much of anything. AMD's just chilling in this 16.5 to 117 range. DJT seems to want to go. So if we're not going to see a retrace into VWAP, that prior high, let's see if we can't catch a dip, and the next time it consolidates, look for some longs, whether it's off 40 or 40.5, maybe even a dip into this 40.75 area. It's on one, 17% to the upside. I don't believe that. I saw Infiniviz 9% short float. I kind of feel like that's low.
Yeah.
I've always believed it was a little bit higher than that, but that's the only source I have. So if anyone has a better source for the short float on DJT, or at least an alternate one, I've always seen it usually in the double digits. Either way, it's squeezing today. And Rivian Millionaire saying Deere. Hold on a second.
What's he saying?
Is that a typo?
Oh dear.
DE up 5%.
Yeah, that makes sense. Probably. We were looking at John Deere earlier, and it was getting crushed.
Yeah.
Well, the chart was crushed.
I own the other one. Yeah, Deere's up 5%. Wow, that was a good.
I was still waiting for that 350.
I'm going to bounce off the 50 period on the weekly for John Deere. It just goes the old adage, buy good stocks when they get to the 50.
That's it. That's what we're trying to do, right? Is buy good stocks. And I would say that honestly, DJT bang, DJT temporary bang. I would just say like it's on the board there. If you're in this name today, congratulations. I mean, you didn't want to be in it today unless you're in it off the open because that was great. In it right now, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is this the right play to be in right now? Now the thing is like we can always look back and say, wow, this was a great trade. Like should have been in this or what was going on. But at the end of the day, it has to make sense to you. And I just like these breaks, if you just take away the symbol and we don't look at what the stock is, this looks pretty good to me, right? A pullback in right here into $40, $41, 40.80, and then trying to hold this 50 period moving average. I mean, it did it right there. So if you're going to go long this name, pretend it's not DJT, I think 40.50 is great into $40. I think you wait for it, you wait for 50 cents downside. But for right now, punching the highs to me would just seem with the market right here like this, and I know it doesn't follow the market, but with the market heading to the downside, we've taken advantage and reshorted SMCI. But for right now, man, the Nasdaq's to the downside, and honestly, this is a huge run for them. It's broken through. I would say stay long until at least you break back down below this 39 if you like the stock. So that would be, to me, into this level right there. We've broken it. That's $39. So I'd say stay long into 39. Once you break that, then I think you probably do retrace back into 34 and you see if you hold the 50 period moving average. But like, what are we expecting, right? You actually had this funny headline earlier that you showed me that he was going to announce that they've captured some sort of an alien or something.
No, it was that he was going to release. It was like UFO files and JFK files on True Social.
Yeah, so
I don't even remember where I saw that. I think
as much as we think that's funny, like that will drive traffic over there.
Hey,
maybe it won't, but I don't know. I think. As long as the next 4 years are what we think it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of talk back and forth about this holding.
I saw this incredible recreation of the single bullet theory on Seinfeld. When I saw that, it's like, hey man, he couldn't have acted alone.
No, well,
based on that very accurate reinterpretation. Yes. I think it was Keith Hernandez.
It was Keith Hernandez, because Keith Hernandez was dating Elaine.
That's right.
And Keith Hernandez was dating Elaine, and they went through that, and that's when they tried to poke holes into that.
I always remember it's Keith Hernandez and Walt Frazier. Was it the hair club?
Walt Frazier? Was he?
No, they both hawked like a hair coloring product. I think it was.
Okay.
Walt Frazier was the point guard for the Knicks, and then it was Keith Hernandez. Anyways, I don't know why I remember random stuff like that.
Keith Hernandez has been in a couple spots with Seinfeld. That was pretty funny. You must
put him in the Hall of Fame already.
He's been a friend of Jerry's. Jerry was here the other day. I didn't go to see him.
Seinfeld was in Toronto?
Yeah, him and Jim Gaffigan or something was just here.
Sick.
I'll have to look it up. Yeah. Okay, Sharif, SMCI downside, but we're going to go talk about, I like apple pie, but applesauce. Applesauce I haven't had in a while. Let's go find out more about it.
Apple decidedly right on the day, boys, down about 1.5%. Multiple reasons for this. One of the main reasons, though, that we saw Apple sell off last week was continued weakness in China, with some of their old competitors like Huawei and Xiaomi gaining momentum into 2024, looking for that momentum, obviously, to continue to 25. But the way I see it, boys, we're getting into that key area of technical resistance support from back on Friday. It could be a little bit of a move down here for Apple. What's your look?
And
it's breaking trend right now, actually, that I pulled it up.
So Apple, look, I like it. It is going to be P&L number one today, and it's just because we had that short off the open. For me, it's always going to be about share sizing, always, because we have the good prices. Seems like we can nail these all the time. We can go over the sticky note later on, but some of the trades we had were pretty perfect. It's just a matter of share size, and we don't really have enough here when it breaks through the bottom. We noticed that when it was opening up, we liked the 233, but the market for some reason off the open there, I don't know if we had our quotes or something. Like, we should have been short up here at 233.50. Next thing you know, I'm short at like 233.60s. So I feel like we had some transaction issues earlier on. Maybe not real trading or anything, or the prop that we were trading under, but for sure I was not seeing things properly. But it still fell to the downside, and then we just took multiple dollars. That's 230. At the end of the day, the 230 holds. So there's been, and it's been good, man. I know, I think Sharif was talking about, maybe, I think he might have got out of some near the highs there for Apple, but it was a nice move. You never know where it's going to stop, but this is like 8-9 straight down days. So, like, I don't know, man. At some point, it's no muss. And someone's got to tap out here. Like, the selling is going to come to a stop. We saw that their earnings are going to be January 30th or something like that coming through. So we're going to have to wait for Apple. But at the end of the day, right into here, 225, 220. Love these levels for Apple. I think a little more froth in the system, and you probably want to buy something in and around here for Apple if it continues to hit down into the 220s. I think it's going to be a decent quarter. We always worry, obviously, we talked about it, the innovation and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, Apple still, I feel like, is still working. So, yeah, pull back in, maybe an opportunity to buy. Not for me quite yet.
You know what? Actually,
there goes SMCI.
There was that conversation that in the middle of the day talking about iPods. I got to find mine. I'm legitimately going to look for it for the rest of this week. Probably won't get to it till the weekend. Let's be real. I'm not going to have any time this week. But during the weekend, if I find that iPod, I can't wait to hear what's on it. And true story, I won my iPod in, like, there was way back in the day when there was like a gateway that they did a competition. It was like who added the most liquidity on their gateway in a month. I don't think you can do some of that stuff anymore. And then I won an iPad because that month on a particular gateway, I was in, like, I think I was like 10th place or something on that gateway. And I got an iPod. And I'm sure it still works because it's an Apple product. But just quickly, before we get to some business, Apple just broke trend since here. So there's a turn, resistance in the morning, turns into support, and then there's your trend line. This is 233.80. As long as it holds that consolidation, doesn't make a fresh high, I'm going to look for the trend short. I don't know if it gets to VWAP, but if the market doesn't want to break out, I want to take a shot at this. But you know what else we should be taking a shot at?
What's that?
Hive Digital Technology, Sean.
Oh, okay, yeah.
HIVE on the NASDAQ. Why? Because they're pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. A global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet, Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Scan the QR code, check the link in the description, and let's go talk about some SMCI tanking again. Is it really a tank?
I'm short.
Percent, guys. It continues to drop. It's well off the lows, obviously, that we dropped into to start the trading day. Most of these chip stocks are weak on the day ahead of new White House restrictions on the export of advanced AI chips. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang coming out and saying that he sees this as a bit of a redundant step, guys, as most of the chips being added now to the export ban are already used widely in gaming.
Oh, Jensen Huang, I never heard of him. So I'm not really going to, I'm just going to sort of, put aside whatever he's saying.
Danny Jansen?
The former catcher for the Jays and now for the Red Sox. Yeah, Danny Jansen. Okay. Yeah, he's actually pretty influential in this space. What are we even doing?
He's better than the other catcher that went from the Jays to the Red Sox.
We had
Reese McGuire.
Okay, well, we had Moreno there that we gave up on. That was...
Reese McGuire is the dude that got caught in the parking lot at spring training, handling his business.
Oh. By himself or?
Literally.
By himself?
By himself.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if he's handling his business, I mean, whatever, to each their own. Sometimes that's better, much safer. All right, so...
I don't even know why I thought of that, but it's just... you said Jansen, I'm like thinking about catchers, and that guy got punked hard. But like SMCI, I don't know if that qualifies as a tank, but it's certainly a weak day for that.
No, we went short on here on SMCI. Just that same kind of logic there. I thought the market up here near the highs, right there, go over to a weak stock SMCI. It's what we did, but then it blew through the top of $31. I was just going to give it that high of 31 in hindsight, which is 2020. We can't always grab that. 31.25. I was trying to play with the same strategy as I did with Apple here, and that is play that bottom of the pre-market, and that was kind of right into here, $34. So once that broke lower there on through it on SMCI, we had to get out. But still liking the stock. We do this often. Sometimes it doesn't work. We are red. This is going to be our only red name on here. We started right here. It was pretty light, but then once you got into here, it was 80s and 90s, and then out at O's. So net about a 30-cent hit. So we'd like to make that back for sure. So short into here right now. The only problem is the 200 period. If we break it, we go lower. So my next bid is right here at 670s, and then 60s, and then VWAP to make it all back. But I don't know. It's definitely not acting like it's down 5.5% right now. So I don't know, maybe they're feeling better about it. I'm just going to try to continue to do what we do here, trade momentum, watch out for this level, and go to the short side on SMCI. That's my play for now. It's the only position really that I'm in as of a new position.
Yeah, so the chip name that I trade today was AMD, and since 12.15 or 12.18, I guess, I haven't been in it because that was when it clearly turned into like a different type of long. Like it was a short underneath the prior close at 116, and then it really turned around here the last time it took 116, higher lows all the way. That said, this market, if the market doesn't want to break out, you have Friday afternoon resistance, clearly, which is still holding on as we speak. If we continue with this pattern of holding 117, put in some lower highs, I can see this fading back into VWAP. And I know the other name that usually we talk a little more about, kind of a boring day for NVIDIA, but a boring recovery day. Basically, they just bought the dip on these chip names and have been holding on to VWAP for most of the day. NVIDIA in particular is now 3 times bounced pretty clean off VWAP. Like I said, I still like AMD. It's probably the one I trade. But there is one other one I want to point out.
You want a T because I commissioned Randy here.
Oh, yes. I was going to get it myself.
Neil T.
100%.
Please. I assume he knows which one.
Well,
let's see what he brings. Let's see what he brings.
Yeah, it almost doesn't matter.
This is dealer's choice.
I just want something warm. The other name which
dealer's
strong
choice on T
was Intel. Intel is showing more signs of a bottom here on this daily. It's 1851, as Sean mentioned, the previous 52-week bottom, but it's actually held on to 1875 so far today. So this is a nice double bottom that got put in off of pretty decent support. I think Intel looks like a long off this level this week. So maybe we get a little VWAP action here today. Just because it's at such a significant spot where clearly there's buyers, I want to be playing this at least tomorrow to the long side, if not this afternoon.
I just turned around. Brendan's using this chat GPT, so I'm trying to like source around and see like what do you guys got to go over there? Perplexities got to go over there. We'll go over there. I got chat GPT. Yeah, so Ramin's letting us know that it's a chat GPT family.
Use them all.
So, yeah, nothing wrong, and I think that's good, right? Use one until you find out which one you prefer. All right, let's go over now to the screen again.
Coinbase next, guys, over 5%, just breaking down again near those lows. Obviously, shares of crypto in general, red on the day with Bitcoin defending that $90,000 area. We'll talk about the one that's really red on the next topic, but specific to Coinbase today, Keith, Briette, and Woods maintaining market perform, but lowering the price target, guys, on Coinbase to $255.
I like Coinbase, honestly. I just, I think a lot of us were hoping that this 90 area would hold, and so far it's holding on Bitcoin, right? I mean, it's down to 91.9. I mean, we dipped below 90. We dipped up to 93, I think, earlier on today as well. At the end of the day, though, I mean, this name's been hit up as well. I mean, we talked about Apple. We talked about some different names that have been getting hit recently. Oh, yes. And then Neil wanted dealer's choice tea as well. Did you see that late? Yeah. So
tariffs on the coffee.
There's tariffs?
That's fine. Is this a little espresso? Oh, this is a tariff. I got to pay my. Thank you.
Yeah, if you could. Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. Yeah.
Peppermint if it's there though.
That's not dealer's choice. Well, come on, Neil.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I wanted to make it easy. It's just I got that look like just make a decision.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
was my wife here? Like those are like the looks I give.
No, I was sort of saying if I give that kind of an answer for anything, my wife, she gives that look. It's just like just say what you want. It's like I don't want to. That look. I don't want to make a decision. Just make a decision because I don't want to make it. That happens all the time in my house.
Little crema action going on top of there. I think it's just straight coffee. Though.
That's the first time I think he's ever brought an espresso. It's always like the big gigantic.
But it's not espresso though. That's the thing.
But it isn't. Okay.
Yeah, it's just coffee in a small. Remember I was trying to ask him, and he's like, it's a tariff on the normal coffee.
Yeah.
You see the joke there?
Yeah, it's fair enough.
This is Randy's world, man. We all just living in it.
Oh, yeah, crypto.
At the end of the day. I'm still short IBIT. I mean, we talked about that. That was another level here. We wrote down IBIT on the sticky note that we like $53 for a level. It came in and it was the best trade of the whole damn day, and we don't even have it. So I shorted 66s instead. It's the only trade I have. We're pretty much out of it. I might just punch out. We have less than 10% left. No, we have exactly 10% left, actually, of this position. 8% left of this position right now on IBIT. So, yeah, still trying to hold out. I asked Joe about it on the Midday show. We kind of thought the same thing here. Like, we're dangerous if it breaks VWAP and starts to come back in a little bit and retest maybe that 90,000. But for right now, I'm pretty fine with this. I don't think we'll be trading it again unless it gets up to the day's high, and then we'll just give it to that level and then get out. So again, remember the risk of IBIT, and I don't mean remember as in like we have to remember this. It's just like if you're playing off of a Bitcoin level, it's tough because you come in and you can't get out of this thing until 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning or whenever there's liquidity on some of these ETFs. So you kind of got to wait. And right now today, you had to, if you came in and you punched that panic button, you know, pretty low underneath the 50 period. Right now, I like the trade right at the 50 period. If you're a Bitcoin bull, I think this is where you step in and buy. For me, it's a little too early. We talked about that. I still think there's a little bit more downside in this space, like maybe 83, 84,000 for Bitcoin. But yeah, I'd feel comfortable doing this.
I think we're heading a little bit lower. I mean, it feels heavy.
No, this is not a cortado. This is just coffee. Just a little bit of, this is just coffee.
Which is just weird.
It's not espresso. There's no foam. It's not a latte.
It's just it's just weird to serve a regular coffee in that. Is all.
That's Randy. He's got jokes.
Randy's the man. Oh, thanks, Randy. Sometimes you just want like a warm.
Randy, next time I want a cortado.
Drink.
By the way,
we have a very fancy.
Don't laugh.
Machine.
We have our coffee machine can make flat whites. Brendan showed me that.
It's legit.
It can make most likely a cortado, which I just saw. Actually, my Starbucks order, which I couldn't go.
Turn the thing on in the morning. It's ridiculous.
I wanted to.
Oh, it's fancy. It's like it has an auto start thing, but if it's not on, I don't know how you turn it.
Look, I just opened up. You can't see it. It's cortado. Can you see that? I was just about. I didn't go for a Starbucks during the lunch, but it was right there. Almost hit checkout. Cortado. So whoever put that there in the chat. Nice. Marissa's like, there's an oat one. I'm like, I don't want no oat one. Right.
Not about that old milk. So I want to caution. Someone said
the man who was afraid of his life, for his life.
We were just talking about crypto for a little bit.
Yep.
Mara, while at the lows or working off of the lows right now, I'm going to get out if it breaks like 82, I think, right now. But the one concern you would have, or maybe it's not a concern if you're long, he actually is trying to hold out under this low from December. Like it wicked this bottom and holding. So that's 16.6. So Mara has a decent chance. Like it had a little bit of a rollover, so I shorted a lower high, but it's holding out on that level on the daily chart. So there's at least a chance that if we hold 90,000, this could go for a little mini squeeze above 17. But I have my stops in here just above the 80 level. And John Womack, to my knowledge, there's no Dutch brothers in Canada.
No, there is.
Bros, unfortunately, I have never had the pleasure. We keep hearing good things about it. Out of curiosity, I'm just going to pull it up. What's this stock even doing? Dutch Brothers. Fantastically.
Yeah.
Apparently is the answer to that question. Yeah, I've heard lots of good things about them.
They have a coffee called the Annihilator, apparently. I heard Jim Kramer talking.
The Annihilator?
From Oregon.
What's the deal with that? That just sounds a little too much.
It's a lot of caffeine up in there.
Sounds like a pitch from the Wild thing.
It's an Adara special. It's an Adara special, I think, over there. Yeah, someone there said that Randy looks like my brother. I just put it in our company chat. I apologize for that. Randy is much more handsome. And if he looks like me now, I mean, in real life, you'd be surprised. The guy's pretty much a model. Okay, what's up, Sharif? Let's kill this one more time here. ETH. Oh, I just said a bad word, and then we had blood red over there.
Ouch.
So, and I will not. Go ahead, Sharif.
It's a bad look, Sean. That's what it is right now. Blood in the streets for ETH. It was knocking on the door of 9%, breaking down below 3,000. I mean, there's no specific catalyst for ETH other than to say a whale was offloading about $33 million in ETH at a loss. And it sinks over 11%. Crypto in general sinks over 11% in a week. So we'll have to keep an eye to see if this one can get back above that 3,000 level. Again, the chart on your screen right there is the ETF trading at 25 1/5.
I have one beef with TradingView. Look, when I pull up a chart, of ETH. Why is it defaulted to jacked up scaling that I have to correct? Like, it's just weird. Like, I don't think I had pulled up an ETH chart in a while. But anyways, I mean, this is a daily chart to show you that we all know what's basically happened at 4,000 on ETH. That's obvious. What is happening today is temporarily, knock on wood, a bounce off of 3. So we lost 3,000 to sort of gain it back. And that's obviously the last line. If we lose that on the daily, like you got some room, everybody, and it doesn't look so good. See, and then I go over here to like a 15-minute and I got to do this again. So there was like a liquidity event underneath 3,000 that it's trying to battle back from. I think if we resolve underneath 3,000, that looks very bearish. Like I can't really put a number on it, but I feel a lot better about Bitcoin than I do ETH on some dips, just percentage-wise. Like I feel like I'm going to be a buyer in the mid 80,000 on Bitcoin, which is not that far away, and I think we get there. ETH, I'm not even sure where that's going to be. Not that I'm eager to buy the dip there. I'm more of a Bitcoin guy myself, but yeah, it's going to be important to see how this 3,000 level holds out in the next coming couple of days because it's been a bit of a bloodbath. I don't think I've ever traded ETH, and I don't think I would, but we just went over the crypto names. I'm just not a huge fan of what's going on there, and probably worth having a look to see what's going on in some of the other alts, as I see that's what you're heading on over to.
Yeah, so I had the idea to try to look at some of that here as well today. Yeah, look, when Ethereum first came onto the OTC, the ETHE, I made more money on that than like, it was ridiculous. I wasn't even on the floor. I was over on the other side trading it. And it was just like, I was just like, holy shit, this was ridiculous. But right now, look at that. The last 7 days, down 18%. Right there, Solana down 19%. Bad. Dogecoin down 17%. Cardano, I mean, they're all the same, 18, 19, like anything of any avalanche, like anything of any real importance or the top 10 or so getting hit, right? Of course, Tether, XRP holding out okay. That might be the real winner out of all of this. And I think you can look at crypto the same way. It's like when it's bad, what are the ones holding up? Very similar to what Michael Noss talks about when he talks about trying to find relative strength and weakness in different names and different sectors. It's like, look to see what's going on a day like today. Obviously, it's... yeah, maybe Fartcoin, I don't know. But on a day like today where we've rebounded in the Nasdaq, it's not so bad. But like, well, we're down almost 1.5 or 2% off the open there. You want to look for maybe some stocks or some names that have been relatively strong. And look at that bounce off that bottom for the Nasdaq. Wow. Oh, man. Seems to be strong, man. Seems to be intraday buyers, I feel like, in the NASDAQ, bringing it to these levels. And then we dare ourselves to go short. We went short. It's a good thing. So we got stopped out there, 31.05 break on the high there for this spot. And this is, of course, the spot here being SMCI. It does break higher. So there it goes, man. We'll basically go, not basically, we go 0 for 2. I mean, we tried it twice. I consider this... Here, zoom in one more time. That's not zooming in. I consider this one shot right here and then got some out, L. This was much better. Got it out at the high, got some out at 70s, and then there it is. Looks like we got that stop again right there as it wicks back down in again. So we'll lose on SMCI and we'll figure it out from here. But that name continues to go the other way.
You see, I can't believe we're Fartcoin.
Fartcoin?
I looked
Wasn't
it
it
up
82 cents that day we were looking
I was looking at it as a joke, and I'm like, wait a minute, this thing went from 68 to 90.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
big time coin.
Apparently, all you gotta do. Oh my goodness, come on, Neil, proper English. 68 to 90. What a bounce on Ye Fartcoin for sure. Some might say it is ripping one off to the upside. That was Ramin that said it in my ear. I wasn't going to say that pun. There's a million puns that you can make for this. But yeah, just watch out for this 95 level.
Right.
It seems on L Fartcoin. Be Free says, look at Palantir. So before we get to Palantir, we didn't mention this quickly for Quantum. Well, I mean, specifically Rigetti, because I don't think I took a good enough look at the rest of them. Rigetti came off the 8 level, but then there was a lower high at 6. It was like $6.90 to $7, and it's on trend here. But it could break out this trend line from VWAP. If it does, I have a pretty local stop in here if it's going to close above. It's like 635 or so. So I do have that one out. And let's have a quick look at Palantir. Palantir never really set it up for me. I had on my note this morning, I know I was like, Palantir continuation. Sure, let me just load it up there. But I thought when it was breaking out at the open, we were going to push into that 67 price. Like that's where I wanted to short it to. Palantir, the last time it did a bit of a breakdown, it had come right back up to that prior close price. So that's the pattern I was looking for in Palantir. And all it's doing is consolidating directly under Friday's lows, like 65 change. So it's breaking down. This feels very heavy on Palantir, and I do think you're going to retest 60 this week, at least based on what I'm seeing. I don't know if we get any chance to play off VWAP, but look at the lack of action on it. So unless you get some kind of you want like a consolidative sideways where you can then roll into something so you can get a move like this. So let it make the next move. Maybe it is going to press into VWAP and we get a shot at those price levels. So we'll have that on watch. I still, of course, have DJT. Still think that could give us some opportunities this afternoon. It's trying to break out the highs. There wasn't any sizable dip when it just kind of consolidated off the high again. So just have to find a way to join it a little bit higher here. Might even just take the next even dollar break. We'll see. The volume's only okay. It's good, not great, the volume on DJT. But it's the only thing breaking out on a small cap stage that I can see.
So we just had we just had 20 cents in the money. We didn't take it. We just shorted Amazon right here. I was actually bidding down at O's right into around here. It didn't come in, but look where it just went to 07s there. So we're short here at 25s into 07s there. Didn't take any out. Silly of us. Well, we were actually sitting at O's there. So we just missed it. So we're now sitting back to see if we can regain that trade. So if that comes in, that'd be good. 218. Okay, what happened? Okay, we just got short there. So I was going to say our stop is like 60s. So breaking through here. Looks like the market wants to continue to go. We're not trading very big shares here right now. Like we don't have the conviction that we would have had earlier on in the morning at all, especially when this market, right? We talked about the strength in the afternoon. I just don't know if I want to go long until we break above here. So I'm going to keep on trying to figure out that this is maybe the top. And if we're right, then we're going to get a huge flush. If we're wrong, then we get out and then just reassess. It looks like right now Amazon, again, where's the stop going to be? Look, this is a 30-cent hit if it goes up. So we were just in the money, 20 cents basically, and we didn't take it, so we're fine. We want to try this. Again, here's the 200 period moving average on the 5-minute chart. It's right here at 60. I don't want to dare it to break because I don't want to wait all the way up here to 219. Like I don't want to put on too big of a loser here just because we're trying something. So we're going to watch it here breaking through 60 right into there. If it breaks higher on us on Amazon, then we're going to be gone on this one. I shouldn't say it. Well, looks like we'll be out of this soon. I'm not super surprised. Like now we're 20 cents out of the money. Like I'm not surprised that the market's back to the upside there. We've talked about 21,000, and right now we're trying to get there. Right, we're at 20,900. Nice dip by into the 700s, and we had shown this before. This is a larger time frame. This is a 30-minute chart here on the Nasdaq. You still got to get above right there. So that's 20,900. So the dip, it's like on an island down there. There we go. We just got stopped out of Amazon. Now that sucks. But right down there, a little bit of an island there. So are we going to now reverse into a long? That's really the question. So an L there on Amazon as it breaks through 60s. So there it goes, man. What was it, 28 cents? I still don't love the longs. Like, am I going to go back to
punching the high of the day on the volumes that we're seeing right now it's almost never an appealing move.
I want to get back.
It's like there's one thing, getting rid of some trend lines. It's one thing joining a move. If you can on a dip, we have a better risk to reward. Like I'm looking at this top on AMD.
Maybe just the futures.
I'm looking at this top here on AMD, and it's like, wow, it is poised to go. Maybe it is a 117 breakout here on AMD. Somebody's doing some construction work inside with a saw. Hopefully you guys can't hear that, but that is what it is. So 117, it looks like it could just be a top-end break. It's one of the stronger names out there. My eyeballs are going to be on DJT a little bit more for sure, like just sort of like the next available dip. But I might nibble. If AMD continues to hold and this market continues to break out, why not take a shot? But here comes the first dip since fresh highs on DJT. Let's see if it can hold the $41 levels. If it holds the 41, going to go for the dip buy up 17%, obviously holding into, heading into the inauguration next week. You're catching a bit of a bid for reasons. It doesn't need great reasons. Let's just leave it at that. I think it's just going a little bit of a squeeze play for sure. Yeah, our Rigetti could come out, though, on a trail any second now. Does feel like it's getting a little bit stronger. And I don't mind if it gets back up to VWAP or close to VWAP, I'd probably try to reload Rigetti, but here, I'm just going to show you the black charts from like we're reverting the trend here, so we're very close to getting trailed out of Rigetti. I'm short at 680, which is up in there. If it does make a push back close to VWAP or 680, I think this one's shortable up at those levels again. Down 29%. The other question to ask ourselves is, where are these things a buy? Like, where would you take a shot again?
$6
on a Rigetti.
6 flat.
Yeah, 6 flat
right here, right
level.
now.
Whoops. 6 flat is this level, which is the 50 period, but it's down 30% and not bouncing that much today. Like, if it doesn't really do much of a bounce and you just keep the downward trend, like, who's to say we can't get to like $2, $3? I feel like there's way too many people to be interested in buying down there. That's the problem. Maybe like a lit grab underneath the 50 period and then catch it on the way back up.
All right. So we were like, oh, okay, first of all, I don't have that many shares, so let me just figure this out. I'm still in Rigetti. We're still in that. I mean, we got a good price there on that one. All right, so I was just like, all right, if we're going to do something, instead of just sitting here, there's the TQs. They just broke through the top right there. So,
There goes.
you know, looking at this, it's fine. Like, our net's not really, we just lost shorting Amazon. So, boo on that one. We decided to go over into the futures, trying to give it to like this 75, 80. That's kind of that spot. I do looking at this, though. The NASDAQ, the ES went red to green right there. The ES is green. So, we got to watch out for that. 75.46 is here coming into play. That would be that sort of that move going red to green on the NASDAQ, not holding this $1 higher just to get run over to see that move happen. So we'll probably, I was looking, these are dark pull prints at 8 o'clock, so I don't hold too much weight to those. However, like, why? What? Like, this right there, like, if I'm going to say, like, oh, I don't really care too much about dark pools, well, right into there and then right into there. So there's the dark pool bottom that happened already, right? So I say, like, what's up with that? And then you have a look again and say, well, maybe that is the top. So that's 75.80, a little bit northbound of that, and we'll see about getting out. Right now we're short at 60. It's a small trade. Maybe we'll take one more piece in and around 80, but after that, man, not too much love here for the futures coming back to the downside. We love that. 50-period moving average is not until 30s. So I think if we go from high of the day back into the 50-period, that's a good spot. So for us right there, that would be 30 cents worth of risk. So I feel like getting stopped out around 75.90 is pretty reasonable. I mean, we got to have some kind of risk plan. So that's what I'm going to do right now, see if we can get away with that. So right now, TQs, shorting another third here. So basically, we shorted 60s, 70s, 80s. And that could be wrong. But, you know, with this day and age, we never know what news is going to hit or what. But maybe it is a DJT type of afternoon. Maybe it is something that is moving. Tesla, obviously, as well. Did the S&P go? Yeah, there it is. So there's the S&P green. Now up half of 0.05%.
In addition to, remember Deere was like 5%, Cats like 3%. There's a pretty hefty rally going on. I mean, elsewhere too. Like, I know AMD, NVIDIA's down 2.6%. The NASDAQ is down 0.5%. The ES is actually dead flat. ES is up well, it was 0.01, now it's exactly flat. So you have a bit of the tech are not the jam right now, but they look like they're trying to go. So there was the breakout on AMD. I'm going to buy the dip back into the prior high, which is 116.75. And then, as you said, DJT, it might just, like, maybe it's just a 42 break. Because cancel that one. We just tried to get a dip off the quarters, which didn't happen. It just made a fresh high break and then pulled back in and didn't quite get to the 50 level. It might end up just being a 42 even break, and then see what happens on a 42 even break. There's a lot of room on the daily chart. Like, crazier things have happened than DJT just making a clean break through 42 and giving you a scalp trade that you can hold on to. But I would have preferred a dip buy. I'm still on the bid in case we get it, but it's now 10 cents away from breaking out this 42 level. So it could just be a DJT type of day ahead of the inauguration. What else we got going? Tesla, I still feel like Tesla could do something for us, but no 400 breakout yet. This could be good on Tesla. It's trying to break a little bit of a trend here on Tesla. DJT is about to break. It's at 41.99.
Oh my God.
So Tesla looks pretty good. I might slap this trend line on. DJT, did it break? Yeah, it did. Why is my quote all jacked up over there?
I don't know. I got out of IBIT there.
Yeah, we did break.
Okay, I got out of IBIT. We'll go over to DJT in a minute. I just got out of IBIT right now. We'll go sirens up. I mean, we're short already. We're short the market here. If it blows up, even though we're only in 5% or whatever, we were 8% of IBIT, we're going to get it out and then work with it from that point because, like, I like the NASDAQ. We just took that short. I'm going to try to take 10 cents on 10% of this position right here. Short at 60s right now. It just bounced off my left. There we go. And there it is right there. So, all right, it's been a little bit of money right there. 10 handles. So it's 10 handles in the money and going lower, Neil. Here we go, man. Thank you to everybody in the chat. That's like, dude, just go back over to the futures. So we do that right now. We'll see if it can print a little bit lower. There's an out at 45. Can we get a little bit lower? I'm also bidding 41s as well. Yes, sir, Neil. Oh, yeah. And there it goes, man. Wash that back in to that downside there for us on the TQQs, man. We stay with the futures, man. Good trade right there. Coming back in now, futures. So far, so good. Come on, bring it back, man. Bring it back. We just said into the 50 period would be good for us. So here we go, man. More outs at 34s, Neil. Yes, sir. It's 40 handles now in the money as we continue to go lower right now on the TQQs. So good trades. I know it's 40 cents, but generally we've done the math here. About 40 handles. Nice downside pressure spot right there for us. Right into the 50 period moving average. All right, Barry Horowitz right now. Little tap on the shoulder there. Good move there for the TQs, man. 35 handles, we'll take it. Let's only leave half. Let's put a bid right there at 36s. There it is. Yes, sir. Now we're in half. House money as we go right now, baby. So let's go. I like this trade right now. So we're ready to go now on this. It's too bad we got out of IBIT there. Oh, we just got... Okay, we got overfilled on IBIT, I guess. We got a bid lower. Let's get out of this. Let's just punch out immediately there on IBIT. All right, so we're flat on IBIT. We're just short. Short Rigetti, short the futures. Let's go.
Let's go. And I just heard something about a ceasefire deal in my ear, but that probably only moves oil, so watch out. If you're trading oil stocks, there was talk about a ceasefire deal. DJT did break 42 even. I got fives on a bit of a slip there, but it just tagged right into the quarter level and continued to head higher. So we're going to tighten the stop up, see how far it goes. Here's the volume. Like right away, just a huge volume candle, chilling out, able to hold the highs, and then immediately you can sort of see it slow down a bit. So I needed to re-engage, and once the volume comes back in again, then we can judge how far. If we're going to go to the half dollar, which it seems like we want to go to the half dollar. I want to get an order out at the half dollar. We also got a dip buy on AMD. That just came right back into the prior high. So there is your prior high. I got 116.88. Going to give it to the 3/4 mark. See if it can't get back up to the 117 level on advanced micro devices. So DJT obviously going to be the new one. It might not care what the market does. And if that's the case, we'll just see how far this one wants to go. Every 50 cents, I think, will be resistance. But the initial push was 42 into 42/4. So like that first push was really only like a 25-cent push, and we'll see how far it can go from here. What's NVIDIA doing? Anytime I'm in AMD, I want to double check NVIDIA. NVIDIA's coming back into VWAP. So this one could be bleeding a little bit here. AMD's been stronger most of the day, but I gotta keep some eyes there on advanced micro devices. So DJT looking pretty good. It's AMD, the long that I got to worry about here, because DJT's seeming fine.
After 99 trades, man, TQQs ain't one right now as we just sit back and relax again. Big time winners on Rigetti today. Big time winner right now on the futures. So there it is. What's up, Kyle Burdett? He says bang, bang, bang right now as the shorts start printing in. And I mean, yeah, man. We cook in there, Big Kyle, right there on these shorts. So we just sit back. I mean, you could see my demeanor and everything has really changed, man. Now that we've got these strategies down and we've really been able to back test and seen some of the strategies work out for us, it's a very, very relaxing atmosphere now for me, because honestly, we talk about this all the time. The proof is in the pudding. You could see all of our trades. You can ask us about all the stocks that we've traded today. Apple, Amazon, IBIT, Rigetti, SMCI, TQs. Not all going to be winners, obviously, but right now we'll see if we can go to the highest spot we've been at all day. I mean, we'd like to obviously get a little bit longer before we are able to kind of like make these kind of predictions right now about the market going upside. But we just did bounce off of 20,000. Remember where our target was? So we got out of 70%. of this futures trade, because our target, I said, if we can go high of day into the 50 period, great. So we still have about 35% or so left on this. See if we can push back into here. So right now, just on the futures, we're short in and around here, and it's just about 40 handles or so to the downside, because we have an average price. We don't have the very top. So we are starting to get more and more out right now. I'm going to put one more piece to get down to that 35%. So if we get filled at 27, we will have 35% left on this position, which we may or may not get filled on. My next bid was 16s. And again, there it is. So we get the 27s. Our next bid there was 16s. I guess it was just into this sort of area right here. So if we get a fall back in, that will be a great trade. But yeah, man, we'll be at the highest spot we've been at all day after we get out of this. So unrealized, it's going to be a good one. And I want to thank everybody for watching. Just keep hitting the like, the subscribe. They talked about MACDs tomorrow, something about VWAP on the midday show. That should be a lot of fun. Neil tonight has the recap show as well. Again, with somebody that, yeah, might as well be employed by us at this point. Mr. Noss is always on with Neil as well every Monday. All the guests have run away from me, so I only have Brian Shannon.
Well, it's really I mean, we're really just only we got Michael, Brian, and Raider, Andrew.
Yeah, as we'll wait. I just don't want to look. I mean, I can give Danielle Shea's spot away, you know. But actually, I'm gonna find out what's going on.
Well, no, she's.
Yeah, so she'll be back hopefully very, very soon. I'll actually double check with her. But yeah,
we got a super chat from Kyle. He's bugging me.
But first of all, Kyle can wait for a second here. There goes the TQs, man. Right to the downside. Kyle, appreciate this one. As real traders unite once again. There's the futures positions, man. I'm the only one that will trade futures here. I don't. Joe, I don't think trades them. Madera does not. Neil does not. And Sharif does not. But we'll sit here. We'll trade them. Right now, I've really been liking the futures. But sorry to interrupt. We just got out there at that level. So far, so good here on that one. My hat's off to all the futures traders.
Yeah, there's so many things out there. You got to always want to be able to stick in your lane. I just find like one of the entries I really like recently is these mean reversions. And to me, those don't set up the same way on the futures. You just don't get as many of the parabolic moves to retrace on the future that you will on like a small cap here or there, or like things like Moderna, DJT, especially in the afternoon. But Kyle, didn't want to interrupt. I saw your super chat. We can get there. You're going with a little bit of Love Shack action there. So Mr. Burdett, appreciate you. Of course, bang, bang on the door, baby. Bang, bang. The other one for bang, bang is bang, bang, you shot me down. Bang, bang, I hit the ground. My baby shot me down. Kill Bill, classic. I love that one. But of course, you were talking about Love Shack. Shout out to you there. That's ominous. Like the split, the second I go back, I'm going to talk about Morrow, it's at 666% to the downside. Oh, so I know I'm still in this one, but it just came right back to my entry price and bounced off of it. I want to short right back into that 16.8. So I want to be able to get more shares there. DJT still holding the 42. So it's got the first move into the quarters and still holding the top end of the range. But like I said, the volume, that's what I don't like to see. Since the break, volume dwindling. So I'm not seeing any reason to reload this. If it makes a fresh low, jump out and look for a deeper dive back in a little bit here. Seen a couple people mention about this Kappa stock, but it doesn't look very good at all. It's this one. Oh, wait a minute. Check that. Kappa just picked up on volume. When you guys were first posting this one in the chat, it was literally at the lows, and it is picking up in volumes. This one is starting to look a little bit more interesting. Maybe get a VWAP bounce on KAPA. I have not checked the details on this. It's over on the Amex. Well, maybe Adara will give us those.
I don't have anything in Kappa, though. I can look into it if that's what people would like. But right now, NVIDIA, I'm seeing this story circulate. I'm unsure how new this is, but it seems like it came out today. Just seeing it circulate in social media, though. Seeking Alpha reporting that NVIDIA data center orders are going on as planned, and they're actually not undergoing any delays. The source for this, according to Seeking Alpha, was a source from Google. So interesting here, but GOOGL source saying that NVIDIA is having no issue here with their data center orders, guys. Keep an eye on NVDA.
All right, well, heading into Power Hour, that could be a name to look at as well, hitting the 5-period moving average, or sorry, is it hitting the view up? No, it's not doing too much. Okay, I just called it up on my Esignal charts right here. This is a 5-minute chart for me on NVIDIA, and I just wanted, this is Esignal charting, so you can scan, not that QR code, but go into the link in the description right there. 133 would be a great break there. I think a great break for NVIDIA. Up to the 200-period moving average, 134-ish, coinciding with you know, sort of that low from Friday. So yeah, Friday. Yeah, it was Thursday that we had off. So right there into Friday. So I'd watch out for that. Again, a break of 133. I like that. A nice hold down here of 131. I mean, not interesting enough for me. That's why I went over to SMCI and things like that. And as Neil had mentioned there, you know, you just gotta look for opportunities that you feel are the best. And I actually just responded there. What shows up to Adam DeLuz? I haven't seen anybody trade the way I trade, and that's in 24, 25 years. Like, where I'm kind of just all over everything, trying to find the best opportunities. A lot of people will stay in their lane, all up risk and do all this kind of stuff, and just try to take advantage of what we see. Like right there, this is why we talked about the cues. You got to, you know, like traders that aren't here anymore, you know, because honestly, if you can't make money, you kind of, it's like exit stage left, right? I mean, we talked about that. There's a reason why Obi is the only guy back behind there. We've seen a lot of traders come and go, right? Obi continues to be successful and is sitting there back behind us. That's why he's here, right? So everybody else that you see, I mean, trading, I feel like if you're successful, it's going to be hard to beat that as a job. You know, but again, the success rate, as we talk about it here, forget about this floor, but just in general, I mean, most day traders aren't going to be overly successful. So that's why, you know, we got to highlight it, and you got to sort of, I feel that greed is such an important factor when trading, and that's why you can't be greedy. We only have 20% left of this trade right now, but that out right down there into the teens, that was a big one. And then having your targets, who's over there, Ramin, and just having your targets at the 50-period moving average. And again, you could be wrong. You could be wrong all the time. Like, I mean, if my wife's in the chat, she'll definitely verify that. But as we continue to go on, it's like, when you're right, you gotta be right, and you gotta cash out on those opportunities, right? We will be very green today, despite having some red names, like in SMCI, being able to, that's not gonna be a good out, because it does come back into the money for us, but there's the patience getting out at 31, and I'll show you the other losing trade that we have today too. We have 2 losing trades today, that's it. This Amazon and that SMCI both happened basically in the last hour. So we went perfect this morning, perfect through lunch, and then SMCI and Amazon happened. And then we were like, you know what, let's just go back over to somewhere that we've been trading well, and that's the futures. So we just head right back over there. I want to thank people in the chat for that. I'm bidding 53s now to get a little bit more out, as I'm getting a feel that maybe we saw the bottom. We wanted to go, I don't know about the bottom, but we wanted to go to that 50-period moving average, and we did it. So that's why I remember we did the Barry Horowitz, so that was a good one. And again, that's what I'm talking about. You got to pay yourself first sometimes, and we did that there with the futures. So
yeah, you got to pay yourself out on those moves for sure, and hopefully people pay themselves on this Kappa move, because I'm just seeing what's going on with these guys. So it did the strong move up, pulling back into VWAP. They're currently presenting at a conference right now. It's the Lytham Partners Investor Healthcare Summit, and they presented starting at like 2 o'clock. So obviously, unless you're actually following what's going on, I don't know what's being said there for this name, but picked up in volume on something that happened, probably, presumably, at that conference. I didn't hear anything in my ear whatsoever. So AMD, heard something on Starbucks there. So AMD's trying to get back above 117. It just tagged 17 again to try to get back to the high. DJT's right back at that quarter mark. I'm still waiting at 42.42 actually is where I'm waiting on the offer. See if I can't get something. And then I just heard a story for Starbucks.
Just saying a small pop on something. Probably on what I talked about earlier, the free refills. No, I have no idea. But there it goes right now. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks for all the nice talk there in the chat. And that's what I'm here for. Try to show some trades and try to give you some of the things that I've talked to thousands of traders about in the history of real trading. I used to travel around all throughout the world, opening up offices and speaking to traders just like you. Oh, no. There it is right now. A nice move down on the TQs. Oh, boy. Neil, we're doing it again right now. So there it goes, man. Another one. Another big one here on TQQs. Still going to the downside. What's up, Adara? Nice move.
I have the story on Starbucks, though. Based on what the story actually is, this pop is probably just more motivated by the fact that it's been mentioned, because it's a bit of an interesting catalyst. Wall Street Journal reporting that Starbucks will be implementing a new policy requiring purchases to linger or use restrooms in their North American cafes. So now if you want to use the restroom or hang out in the cafe, you must make a purchase. Apparently this policy is aimed to enhance the guest and staff experience. So again, this being reported by Wall Street Journal, probably not a huge catalyst, but again, just to repeat it, Starbucks looking to implement rules that require purchases for hanging out in their cafes or using their restrooms. Guys, back to you.
Okay, that doesn't seem like a very big story whatsoever for Starbucks. But look, I like the stock. It's definitely been doing really well today. I always like when a trend line, I'm going to show you guys Rigetti for a second. If the stock holds trend in both directions, then I think the trend ends up being an important one, and then all key price levels off of that trend I want to respect. So it's still, to me, like obviously it's in a bit of a downtrend. It broke that steep trend line, and now it's bouncing back up to resistance. If we don't get to VWAP, I'm just looking at 650 for a potential curl on Rigetti. Still like that name. DJT, it's doing a dance. Again, like I said, it's a $4 stock. It's giving you 20 cents a couple of times in here. But if we don't start picking up the volume, this one, it might end up a bit of a reversion play as well. The other side of this is, yeah, you can say the stock has been strong, but if we break this trend, I see a reverse short in DJT. So I'm pretty sure I paid for locates. I'll double check that in a second. But if we close underneath this trend line and the volume stays as languishing as it is, I don't mind flipping in the other direction, but I probably can't do it for free on DJT. Probably like a cent or two per share. I might have paid for it this morning. I'll double check that in a quick little second for sure. Ali in the chat asking about Micron. Yikes. These chip names are, like AMD is one of the strongest ones, and it's sort of just back and forth. It'll go in the money 10, 15 cents, maybe out of the money 10. And Micron's doing a similar thing. Like you're just chilling out right in here in front of VWAP. You think you're holding on to strength, but every time we bounce, you're not making fresh highs. I always get this at 3 o'clock. Let's get rid of that. You're still making lower highs on it. And what I don't like about Micron is I felt like last week we were on the verge of something good above the 50 period, and then all we did is lose that $100 level that seemed like it was going to be a big one. So Micron, I think you just got to wait for the 85s. That's been the spot. If it loses the 50 period, you buy it at $85. Otherwise, not much to be done with Micron. Come on, DJT. This time you should break. Let's go and handle some business, though.
All right. Do you believe that you are a skilled trader but lacking capital? If so, Prop Firms offers the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from $5,000 to $500,000, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. That, guys, by far is most important. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, I love that, and discover the best current deals all in one place. That's actually a great idea. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. It all starts by hitting that QR code up in there. And as I was saying, man, I've seen many, many traders come and go. And I think the part of it is making sure that you find something that fits with you. And, finding a good prop firm that has the rules that you like. And then I say that about, obviously, real trading with perfect payout history for me for 24 years. When I started in 2002, 23 years.
23.
Damn, I'm old. Don't tell that to my kids. Actually, did I tell you that story? I went to see my 94-year-old grandmother in the hospital, and I was like, all close to her, and just like, it was during Christmas, I was giving her a hug and a kiss and everything like that. She goes, "Oh my God, Sean, you're getting white down there." I was like, "Grandma, like." I'm her firstborn grandkid, so that was first of 23, I think, right there. It's a big family. It's not even the Italian side. But anyways, yeah, shout out to her doing well there. And that's the thing, man. Once you get old, you just want to get into the hospital and get out of there ASAP. You don't want to get stuck there, but she did fall and hurt her hip. So we're hoping Grandma gets better and gets out of there ASAP. So we love you, Grandma. And that was just funny because, and then I told my kids, and they're like, yeah. Because I used to say the story about how I was dirty, like I was doing work and the dust fell in there. But yeah, distinguished, very distinguished gentleman.
I try those jokes with my daughter, and then she's just like, "You're just getting old. You're getting old."
Yeah, well, yeah. Now they know.
Yeah, it's like
now, just like
when they're younger,
you're too
old. You try those, are just like
too old, my guy.
No, what's wild about the gray? My older brother, and I say that with some intensity. Literally, he has like no thing of hair. Yep. It's like if he wants to grow a fro and look like Samuel L. from Pulp Fiction, he can. And his gray is like pretty much non-existent. My pops doesn't even have as much that much gray, but it is.
And he's like 7 inches taller than you.
Well, he's not 7 inches taller than me, but Len is.
How tall is he?
He's 6'3". I'm not that short.
How tall are you?
He's 5'10".
5'10".
Well, he's 6'2.5". I should be honest, 6'2.5". Technically, I'm not one of those people that's fraudulent. Like I'm 5'10 3/4", but I just say 5'10". But that said, I've dunked a basketball, so
Yeah.
you know, legit.
Yeah.
Legit.
Dunking basketballs. Okay, so I wanted to address something, but I can't remember. What's up, Adam? Thank you so much for those kind words. Nah, everything's fine. It's just it goes with age, right? I mean, it's you know, she'll be fine. All right, you're still in this to TQs with me. It is 3:06 right now. Earnings tonight. I was looking at our board there. Let me just check out our research paper.
Pretty quiet.
Yeah, to come in here tonight, we had post-market KBH. Oh, yeah. Really? Okay, let's find out what KBH right now. I mean, KB Homes, again, you know, we've talked about some of the interest cycle and what's going on with the interest rates and all that and how that may be affecting housing. I'm a little nervous about this stock. I think that ever since Trump has come into power here, or not into, well, will be, I guess, at some point very soon, the talk there about mass, and I don't even really know what mass deportation means. Like, I don't know what that even means, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, that could definitely affect housing, right? I mean, I don't know if these are, when he's talking about getting rid of illegal immigrants, obviously, like, I don't know if that's since the election, housing has been under fire, it seems like. I mean, these highs were right September, then into there's October 21st. This is election time right here with a little bit of a bump, then this huge move up, and then whoosh to the downside. So KB Homes tonight coming through. Adara has sent me the information there. Oh, it's not on there? Yeah, normally she okay, no, it's not on there. But normally we do have the expected earnings, so we'll get that. You can also go to Market Chameleon.
Market Chameleon's got it, and what's the other one I use?
Is there another one? Earnings Whisperer.
Earnings Whisperer is what I was going to say.
Has them. No free plugs.
Well, okay, never mind. Yeah, it is. No free.
No, I mean, it's just fun to say that. You know, we can plug whoever we want.
We can plug real trading up in here.
This is an Adidas shirt.
Actually, one of the most,
send us stuff.
To that point about the
Vladimir Guerrero
payouts, that's a big deal, man.
Yes, exactly. So many people get stuck with them.
It's a really big deal, and I'm not throwing anybody in the bus, and I will not call out any firms, but you know, like I've known people.
I would call them out if I knew it was true.
I've known some. Again, this is what I'm saying. If I hear it from somebody else and I don't know for sure that it's true for myself, then I'm not going to say the firm. But I can tell you that I've known traders that have been from one and then they blow up and kind of go to somewhere else, and they're like, well, I had trouble getting paid out of that one. I think we had a trader who was in a few of those. He had the same name as a city in Italy, and he would have those issues getting payouts, and that is a really big deal.
Like I might have lots of issues
at
getting
at the end of the day. Just a couple of things here. AMD just tagged the 117.20 current highs. It's on trend, but it has yet to really break away from that high just yet. And Be Free is like myself, where I rounded down because it sounded cooler in basketball to dunk, and Be Free just says they did too. You're a high jumper that could dunk. That's what I'm talking about. Get those ups in there. Get those hops. The most impressive, ridiculous hops of anyone I've seen recently is that, what's that, the speed kid, whatever, the YouTube guy, something speed, I forget it. I show speed? Yeah, that dude has got hops, man. He's legit. He's not tall. I guarantee you.
I don't know anything about that guy. He's one of the Paul's friends, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the one that raced Noah Lyles. He's like a freak of an athlete. I'd love to see that guy like do some, like just time him in 100 and put him in a long jump, because I'm curious. Like, he seems like a freak athlete, but I'm completely convinced he keeps saying he's going to go for the Olympics in the 100 meters, and I am steadfast that is not happening, because there's some YouTuber that probably makes more than 99% of sprinters out there. Like, why would he put the time and effort in required to be able to do that when he's already probably banking on YouTube? That's my whole thing, because to get to that level, that's a lot of...
But you bank more then, because you get the training. It's like Jake Paul.
But I don't know that he would in this particular case, because the track doesn't have that type of an outlet. Like Jake Paul's gonna, Yeah, like, boxing has that venue with this one-on-one type of stuff. Track should, but they don't.
Because they don't have, they did before. They have to have those characters.
Yo, the one-on-one,
right? Like when it's Usain Bolt, when it's the guy Donovan Bailey versus Johnson.
Michael Johnson. I was at that thing.
Right. See what I'm saying?
The one-on-one event.
And everybody in
Toronto,
Canada was watching that.
It was lit. The problem was only Canadians were really super into it because our guy won.
Right.
But they should be doing more of that stuff, man. Like,
yes, exactly.
Like one-on-one challenges are sick.
See what I'm
in
saying?
Track and field.
This is why this iShow speed guy.
No, I hope he does. I think he would inject. I love track and field. I think he would inject some real stuff, and he's a legit athlete.
He's aight, says Roger. He's aight.
He's legit.
All right. So yeah, we're aight over here too. I mean, look. It's trading's a lonely game, which is I'm glad that everybody's found us here. But like, if there's any gold medals going around right now, I feel like the gold medal today probably belongs to, again, maybe a dip buy there, and I don't have any of this, but Bitcoin was a good buy down there today. And the reason why we talk about that is we saw IBIT just pretty clear as day hold this VWAP. So I think this is the gold medal standard right there for it. I mean, it's fallen back in. We absolutely did the very best that I can do. Trust me on that one, on shorting here on the TQs. So we did well doing this. That was a good trade for us there on IBIT as well. But this was a pretty good one there today as well. And I feel like, again, it's more of the same. But this Rigetti, and the thing about this was, join me tomorrow. Because we'll put another sticky note list out here, and we had it today. Rigetti up there, up into 850, with the trade basically described, and talked about right there for all of you. So again, like the trade there on Rigetti, feel like it could get a lot better. More of a downside play coming at some point here on RGTI, but we're getting lighter and lighter on it, and you're out of it as well. So I don't know. I'm not getting the same feels anymore about RGTI, but down to $6. We talked about this as possibly where that buy zone is. I mean, I asked Neil to do the math before, but now we're $2.20 in on $8. So it's a big move to the downside right now for RGTI. And honestly, I mean, we're going to hold on to a little piece of it. It's down to $6. I'm going to call my friend after this and tell him, like, FYI, it's at your level, bro. Maybe it's time to buy RGTI. And the reason why I say that as well, there's the 50-period moving average. Epic fall, man. 3 days ago, this name was $20. Now you're down to $6. So Rigetti Computing, Jensen, I don't think he has this in him, but, I mean, he could just come out and say another thing about quantum that could spike this thing back up to the upside. So let's see where that goes. But hey, if you believe in this space, you believe in this space. And so at some point, there's going to be a buy opportunity, right? And so we'll wait to see what happens. But that's a good move down there for RGTI. I mean, they're all the same. QBTS, not all the same as in companies, but they've all moved down basically tens of 20s of percents today into 31, into 40.
They all have no real revenue.
That's what I'm saying.
Except for INQ has some real revenues. The others pretty much have no revenue. That's the other thing you got to keep in mind.
Right, QBT. I just want to go over them. QBTS still 32. IONQ would be another one I believe that we were looking at. This one's probably the best of the best. Yeah, only down 13. And then Oklo was down 20 something earlier. Okay, no, maybe. Yeah, maybe it was. No, not really. Down at 21.50. So Oklo still down 12. So the bad ones are the bad ones today. And I know that's going to sound kind of stupid, but that's true. The ones that have moved sort of from zeros to $20 are the ones that are pulling back in QBTS and RGTI. So yeah, man, a little bit of a dangerous thought. I always think about shorting these things, but at the same time, always dangerous going long too at the highs.
Absolutely. We ready to go because, we have 14 seconds?
You got to kill 14 seconds.
Got to kill 14 seconds.
So what do you think the spread should be? Baltimore at Buffalo. I don't know what it is. I'll give my guess after, but I have no idea what.
I mean, the standard is 2.5 when it's a split. Because it's
it's about 3 for the home team.
So then that's what it should be. I think that's.
You think it's pretty even? Yeah, I think that's probably. I think it's probably 3.5 because they try to screw.
It pains me to say that. It pains me to say that as a Bills.
Right, do the read and I'll look it up.
Introducing a new discovery on the Nasdaq, and it's Worksport, ticker WKSP. They're a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. check the link in the description. Of course, you can find them just by pulling up WKSP in Cincinnati. No.
Yeah, we were both dramatically wrong. Baltimore is favored in Buffalo. That's very
well. First of all, that's no.
That is disrespect.
I don't.
It's disrespect.
They disrespect. No.
That disrespect, right?
No, that's,
I mean, on your own home that you've worked so hard for all year, Lamar Jackson and company expected to come in.
That's trash.
That's -1.
I know, but that's trash. That's trash.
It's good for you, because like if you're trying to.
Well, I don't see. I feel like Raheem and I should have that, but just first things first.
Oh, well, is Raheem coming through this week? Well, whatever.
No, he came in last week.
We're going to set up a special call with Raheem.
Raheem's a Baltimore
He is a gambling man. That was my play of the week. It was, and I told him that, and we were getting an espresso. I told him Baltimore -10. I even messaged him that day. I cashed it out for 95% because it was getting back and forth there at the end. So we cashed that out. We lost with the Packers 4.5. We lost. The Chargers were disappointing. You were right about that one. Houston was a much better team than I thought at home there. So that was a good call by you. We were wrong on that, but we hit the under.
I actually just liked D'Amico Ryans in that.
Yeah, that was a good one. I mean, I misjudged that. We were flat. So on our picks, we were flat, but then we had some good ones. Kyron Williams tonight, he gets an anytime touchdown. We had Jacobs. That's the other one.
You're going to score.
So yesterday, just because being bored, so I took Cook, James Cook, got in, right? So that one. I took Josh Jacobs for a touchdown. We scored.
He always eats.
Yeah, for sure. And then Mike Evans, again, another guy that seems to always get in there.
That guy's a lock.
Yeah, but it's not really. I mean, these guys just barely, these guys.
So you know what I love about Mike Williams?
And then I have Kyron Williams tonight for, I think it was 7.5 to 1 or something like that. So see if we can score that tonight.
Kyron I saw someone that were making comparison between Mike Evans and Julio Jones. And at first you're like, Julio Jones is a monster. Look at
Mike Evans is much bigger.
You're like, look at his peak or whatever. And that's great. Like Julio Jones absolutely had a better peak than Mike Evans. But when you pull up their careers, like if you had to pick one, like which one is a franchise play? Which one would you rather have in your franchise? The guy that every single year just goes in and gives you 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns every year, just like clockwork.
Yeah, he's guaranteed Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
first ballot.
He has to be. Well, the problem is in the NFL, he probably won't be because of the glut that they have with their voting system. Stupid, but the guy is so incredibly consistent. Which is it's in a sport where injuries happen so much, it's hard to do. And you're right, Kyle Burdett, Julio Jones never on the field. But I feel like Mike Evans has a hamstring injury every single season, yet I always see him play the full season.
That's what I'm saying.
The guy, trust me, Mike Evans has a hamstring thing this week, and then he doesn't miss any time, or he still gets his numbers no matter what. Some guys are just built.
Wasn't he Texas A&M, or what was that guy?
No, yeah, he played with Johnny Manziel. He was, you could argue that, I don't want to get into Johnny Manziel there, but let's just say Mike Evans helped him out.
Another great Cleveland Brown quarterback pick. Cleveland Browns are a bunch of, I mean, they went from Johnny to Baker. They got rid of Baker. They signed Deshaun Watson, the worst absolute contract in the history of sports.
But hold on,
unbelievable.
Are you gonna just deny when they got our boy
Dorian Thompson Robinson, or whatever?
What first of all they added
which boy?
Arian Foster. And his dad was played by Terry Crews. And then they also got.
Which movie is this?
So in Draft Day.
Oh, Draft Day, right, yeah.
That is the best thing that ever happened to the Cleveland Browns.
That's right. Arian Foster was in that one.
Arian Foster was like 30 years old, playing like some kid out of college.
Yes.
Which I always found hilarious. He actually did a pretty good job.
Houston.
And then Terry Crews was his dad. I'm like, okay, this
good dad.
Doesn't make any sense. They don't look anything like. But just a quick little note. I did trail. Remember 42.50? DJT got to 42.50, then could not hold on to it. So it did the curl off of 42.5. So I jumped out. AMD's continuing to go. I have a trailing stop on this one. It held on a trend. Now it's trending a little bit. I didn't hit save. Let me just do that. And then I'll hit save on that one. So we have a trail on AMD. Underneath now 117.25. So first available dip, it held on to the trend line. Now we'll see how far it can go. AMD up 1% today. We've been bearish on AMD literally every day for the last, I don't know, I forget how long. I'd probably have to go look at the daily chart here. I think it's this day. It's about October, like somewhere at the end of October, when it failed the 200-period moving average, been favoring the short. But today, AMD is strong, up that 1%, and still looking pretty solid. This is in lieu of NVIDIA not doing a heck of a lot. for anybody. Like, it's got a very tight range, can't break the high, won't break VWAP. Like, not much happening here on NVIDIA. Down 2.5% for sure. So AMD does look like a strong one. I'm not convinced they're out of the woods until they gotta have a good earnings run. Good beat on earnings, and I think I'll feel better about AMD because their 4P looks good. It's at like 20 or something, but that requires that you actually meet your numbers when they report, which is, I mean, earnings season's coming around. The unfortunate part is AMD is usually a little bit later. We don't get them until February.
Oh.
Which isn't that, well, what am I talking about? We're halfway through the month. February's not that far away. We're like 3 weeks away from them reporting, I think. Not that bad.
That's right. I mean, that's why when someone was like, Apple was at the end of the month, I was like, oh my God, we're coming up to that.
Like, we're basically there.
Yeah, basically. We are very, very close to reporting season. We have banks on Thursday, right? I mean, it's big time opportunity.
Jack and JP.
Wednesday, banks.
I thought like JP and everyone was on Thursday.
I just, look, when Adair's yelling out random days to me, I'm just going to take that.
I just assumed, yeah, I'm wrong.
Yeah, exactly. You are wrong, Neil. But no, Thursday. So Wednesday. Sorry. Oh my God. All right. Thanks, Dara, for all of that. But yeah, so get ready for bank earnings coming through, and we'll find out about that. XLF, one of the best ETFs of the year. We talked about that. I think it was just the communications that was better of a sector there this year than XLF. But XLF, as you've seen here, since the new year, right up here. That's November. My bad. It's just right here. There's that high right there. We've been dripping down in again. So XLF definitely did not have a good last part of the year, but definitely a name to be watching out for here in XLF. We just got filled on TQQs again to that bottom. So watch out for bank stocks. I mean, if we do get a drip down, I like this space. Again, instead of individual names, but we always do get kicked off with JP Morgan, Wells Fargo always there as well in the beginning. JP Morgan up 1.65. And again, looking healthier, a little healthier than the ETF, still above the 50 period. I think JP Morgan. And again, just to talk about bank setups and things like that, like to me, this is set up again right now. Like you just bounced off the 50 period moving average. This looks like a break higher. I would say watch out 250, like grab some 255 calls or something right now on JP Morgan. I think we can get up to that level, breakthrough and go. Generally does not happen on earnings day. You could get a float back in there, but look, man, nice move, then just straight up and hold the bottom. So yeah, looking to me like it's fine. I mean, you can't, hard to predict what's going to happen on earnings, but that to me looks okay there for Mr. Morgan coming through.
I think you got to, and also look for some banks
Captain
that have,
Morgan.
You want them to have exposure if they can, ideally to M&A, which will be big this year. You got IPOs coming back as well. I think that's going to bode well for Morgan and Goldman Sachs for sure. So there's the trend broken on AMD. You'll see I'm now out of AMD. So first available dip after the high of the day break, got us the 88s, and then it just trailed out there at 30s. So you can see this goals trend up. It doesn't mean it's necessarily dead or anything, but you probably want to hold on to some kind of a 75, 80 level on the way back in here. Oh, Mara got real close. Come on, Mara. So close, but did not get there. Come on, futures. All right, I guess maybe it's not going to get to 80s on Mara. Let me double check. Bitcoin's right at 92, so we're still at that 92 area. It doesn't look like we're getting into the 80s on Mara. I'm going to take a shot here in the 70s for a reload on that. Diamond said today, BTC is a scam. Said
he always says that, and then he goes and builds on it.
Yeah, it is what it is. I like Jamie Dimon, but
wow, the head of the world's largest money center bank says Bitcoin is a scam.
Well, yeah, exactly. You have to consider.
Put it on the bottom.
You have to sort of consider the inherent bias.
Right. Billionaire guy says Bitcoin scam. Yeah. Okay. He doesn't want anybody else reaching.
Well, he wants
that status. You know,
bring it down, and then
hater
opportunities.
All right.
How many clients does he have that are short MSTR?
These guys are.
How much you want to bet the biggest shorts in MSTR are probably?
MSTR is probably going to blow up soon to the downside. The levered ETFs. Okay, so there goes the triple Qs, man. Shout out Adam DeLue. Shout out to everybody out there. That's a real one. We keep on talking about that because futures, man, and these trades, like I've had like 5 real simple trades, man, today, and this was one of them. And I really like this new format of just chilling out and making sure that we find the best trades for everybody. And if they don't work, they don't work. You know, we take those responsibilities, but talking about them, watching out for trades, and really putting them on and being comfortable doing that. So yeah, for me right now, big time here alert on TQs. I am bidding 18s as well. I mean, we just got a huge move. Like, this is what I mean. We could have reloaded it, but again, that's not like, we've done enough work and we've done enough research in this game to know that often when I'm reloading stuff, case in point, SMCI, like we're wrong there. We tried it. It was right, but it's a good thing we didn't. Look, I mean, it looks like because it came back fine, but if we had reloaded in and around here, I still would have stopped out here. So I just would have doubled the loss and it just would have been a nightmare. So again, I don't necessarily like to reload if I think it's going to be, you know, a decent position, and especially if we still have a decent amount of shares on, which we still did there on the TQ. So now that it's coming back in here again, we'll note that we have about 10 to 15%, even less than that, because we are now getting filled there at VWAP. So there it goes. Huge move there to the downside. So again, another pretty well-traded stock, and just in the afternoon there is the TQs. I was seeing XOM just got upgraded, so let me just have a quick idea here on what that is. Trading higher, Truist Securities, price target raised $2. Randy likes the name. We could talk to him about this. I mean, whatever, $2. At the end of the day, that's not going to move the needle. I just wanted to see what XOM was doing. Another one, I mean, a good one right there, as we'll go this for Ozan, and for anybody that wants to, you know, shout out long oil positions or energy in this space, because you can see right here, we do have a nice little trade happening on XOM. That base of 106, right? It's been here for a couple weeks. It looks like it holds again, and there's the bump back up. I would always, whenever you're underneath there, I always think there's some fading opportunities to come through. But for right now, XOM definitely on radar right now, trying to break a little bit higher there, XOM.
Yeah, I do like the look of, I think energy probably gets some kind of a bounce after the inauguration. I just don't know. You might have to time it right. I think things could take a little bit of a while to materialize. I think Oxy looks good because you got like the nat gas side of it as well. I think the nuclear plays are still going to be fantastic. CEG kind of went out of hand there.
We stopped looking at U.S. Steel and all that. Remember there was a move on X before?
Well, it didn't really follow through.
Oh, it didn't?
Here, I'll show you.
I didn't look at it. NVIDIA's barcode.
I still like U.S. In a general sense, it's up 7%. And I still think, like, if a deal gets, not a deal, if a legitimate offer gets announced from Nucor and Cliff, I think that could be interesting. But so far, all we have is they might make an offer, and it would be in the high 30s. So like that's all we got going on in U.S. Steel. It lost VWAP. I mean, I had like 2 trades on it, and that's pretty much it. And it's underneath VWAP as we speak. But it's still going to be on the radar. Volume, 26 million in volume. I think if it can do good volume tomorrow, it's certainly a possibility for me. But yeah, like I'd like to hear an actual announcement. I'd love to see if Cliff is actually going to do this with Nucor, because that's a bit of a difference. Like there's some animosity between U.S. Steel and Cleveland-Cliff. So I guess maybe it's a higher probability they do a deal if Nucor is involved. Also, like Nucor looks like a pretty.
Well, they wanted to sell off one of the subsidiaries.
Well, I think that's the thing they were going to have.
Part of like, yeah, you do this, we'll do that, and then we'll both have a piece. So.
Seems like some antitrust issues, or at least should be. Combining those 3, but.
Maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of it. If they divest, then maybe they can get it done without sort of. But again, heading into the new regime, we'll see there on January 20th. Does that lead for better talk and better surfacing of regulations being a little more limited?
I think so.
And what kind of, that's what they're all talking about. And then what kind of deals can get done moving forward on that front. So
I like this name.
Pay attention to that.
I like this name. Thank you for the super chat. Don't fight the Fed. I wonder if Trump will get as many views as the Super Bowl when he releases the UFO files exclusively on Truth Social. Could run for weeks. Well, I guarantee you it would get some serious views. More than the Super Bowl? I don't know.
Like it won't get more than the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight, but you know, maybe more than Super Bowl.
Yeah, you never.
Ain't nobody gonna look at those files, man. I mean, I might release something coming up soon too about some alien abduction. Yeah, but no, I'm interested in aliens. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I think that'd be kind of cool if there was ever something like that. I don't really like watching all those shows. There's one on Netflix, some lady flying around Brooklyn or something. Like that's all cool and everything, but like
that's what I loved about Unsolved Mysteries when they'd have the alien abduction stuff on Unsolved Mysteries.
I used to be. I mean,
I grew up on that.
I feel like I might have been scared sometimes. Unsolved Mysteries.
Well, the problem Unsolved Mysteries when we were kids, that show came out at like 11 something on Friday nights or Saturday night.
Right.
So like it was. You know, it's like you're staying up past your bedtime to watch it. I don't know why we're on. Hey, what's up, Adara?
What's up, Adara?
No, so I thought it was always scary. It had that creepy music, and then Robert Stack's voice was always that way.
I think I'm getting chapped lips around here. I don't have any.
It's dry in here. DJT just tagged 43. There's size on the offer here on DJT.
Don't worry, my guy.
50 thou on one gateway, like another 40 thou on the other. So about 100,000 just sort of chilling out at the 43 level on DJT. Signs was not a scary movie, Bilbo. I like M. Night. M. Night's had some good movies. I'm not a hater of M. Night, but I'm going to say that Signs did not scare me when I watched. But if it scared you as a kid, to each their own. I get mocked when I say that I was scared by it. And Ramin in my head just asked if I've seen Old. I did watch. I've watched every M. Night movie. All of them. I'm always interested. I think they're fun to watch. I like scary movies. I like thrillers and suspense. I thought Old was really bad acting by there's a few quality actors in there. I was really unimpressed by the acting in that one. I think the premise was cool, but the acting was just not good at all. Whatever, right? He has a new one out with like his one of his daughters directed the new one. It had like a Taylor Swift feel. Not to spoil anything. That was actually surprisingly decent, I would say.
Okay. All right. So yeah.
Called Trap.
Ooh, it's a trap.
It's a trap.
Faux show. All right, guys. We are futures. I got to take a piece out, right? So there it is. I just wanted to bring that up to everybody's attention because guess what? We did it again, Brittany. We're down to 75.20, and oops, we did it again. Another out right there. Let's take some more pieces out. Rigetti, we're just 332. I hope everyone's enjoying the show. Please hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit every single button like that you can find, including the share button, because I'm going to go over and have a quick little look at this right now to see what we're at. What's up, Sebastian, Adam? What's up, Chef Joe over there? Look, that beef rigatoni. I mean, come on. Anything beef bolognese, I don't even, the pasta to me, almost doesn't matter, man. A good bolognese. But I mean, bolognese or meatballs. I don't know. I might be favoring some meatballs. Okay. Now I'm just hungry again. All right. We're having poke bowls, I guess. Poke bowls for dinner? I'm hoping she got tuna, but I don't know. I think it might be tofu. Okay. Right here. How many people? What? Well, that can't be right. I have to refresh this. Over 4,000 watching, 7 likes. Okay, that definitely is not right. So we're just going to hit a little bit of a refresh right there and have a quick look. At 443, we might as well. Hey, where's the cut the stream? All right, see everybody. I mean, we got to at least 500 to get this stream back. Oh, okay, it's back already. We must have 500. Dismissing. There it is, 448 right now. Okay, we're getting back up there. So thank you to everybody for all of that. Thank you. Keep it going. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Don't go anywhere because at 4 o'clock we have KBH earnings. Oh, and Derek got us what those were right there. EPS 245 right now. So revenues of 19999. KB Homes right there. That's a little bit of outcast there. You know when they go 1999.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what it is. But there's KB Homes up there, 1.3% as we are enjoying ourselves today. I still didn't. I keep getting off track.
I got to apologize to Bish.
If Rigetti breaks 6:30, we're out. Yep, go ahead.
Bishwajit, apologies. You know, I saw Kyle Burnett's super chat, and I did miss his super chat. So apologies for that. We try to get to all of them, and you know we're having a little bit.
Oh, is that the super chat that you said you're missing on purpose, or no?
Well, and we're never ignoring anybody on purpose. No. I promise you, of course. But the question's about a quantum stock. So I just got a you were just mentioning Rigetti. I trailed out of my Rigetti as well. Can you please tell me about QMCO? You're saying you're in it over 50. Should you hold? Please give advice. All we can ever do is analyze the chart. And this is not necessarily what everyone wants to hear in that position, but when you get into something, try to have an out in a general sense, like when you buy, like what'll it look like when it's wrong? Because all of these quant names have really bled. And if you look at where like the next areas of support are, at least for this stock, like Rigetti's got different ones. And D-Wave has probably like some better higher lows and IonQ as well. But in this particular case, it's broken the 50. It broke this prior support last week. It just broke under this 22 level support. Like everything about this is much weaker than most of the other names in the space that I'm looking at. It doesn't have much to $11. Like there's not much to hang your hat on. You've got to sort of ask yourself like at this point, can you stomach holding anything to a $10 or $11 support level? Because there's nothing about most of these names, and this one I don't know about particularly. Fundamentally, most of them don't have anything to go on in terms of revenue. What do we have here? Just double checking. So their sales are 280. Is that right? No, that can't be right. All right, I'm like this one can't be. That cannot be right that their sales are 285 million, but the market cap says 98 when I look it up.
I'm surprised they have that much sales.
Yeah, that actually. I'll double check another source. Either way, the price action on this is uglier than the rest of the names. That's what scares me about it. So always try to have yourself an out. But like if I'm ever in like any kind of like a swing or momentum up like this, like I generally would say when I have a trend line, and I can draw it for you here. Like what I usually do if I take a swing on momentum and it breaks this, oops, I actually have to click there. I'm out when it closes underneath. Like that's always a hard rule for me on a strict momentum play. Like I never want to get caught on that back end. And ultimately, if you have it, it's not that bad there. But yeah, there's not much to like for this name. They all haven't settled down either. Just very quickly. Stopped out 5 cents on the reload on Mara. We are back at VWAP, but then I looked over where Bitcoin is. I don't like the short at VWAP because Bitcoin's looking pretty strong. So I just kind of looked up at where Bitcoin was doing, holding above 92,000, which was a prior big level. But thank you for the super chat. But that's a scary looking one.
Yeah, hard to analyze these stocks that don't really have that revenue and are hard names to follow. I mean, you were talking about that XTIA. We were liking it. It was 25 cents or something. Then the very next day it was like 5 cents. So you got to be careful about some of those trades and some of those orders. It's 3:37. We are very, very close right now to ending the day. And with that being said, we have our orders out now to cover. So Rigetti, we've been in this name all day, man. I mean, this is honestly, the big trade right there. Short into 850, all the way to the downside. We wrote down $6. It's coming into $6. That was kind of fluky, but was it? I mean, we had mentioned $6 because of the 50-period moving average right there. So, yeah, man, if it breaks through 630 at the end of the day, we will get out of this one. This is Rigetti, 630 breaking. We have like 1% left, so it's not even worth talking about. Just if people are in it, those are my outs. And why? This is the 50 period all the way down. We've only breached it once. It was right there at 2 o'clock, 240. That would have been a great shorting opportunity up to the 200. So we'll just respect that. If you're getting more aggressive, it's really like 620. But we have such a small piece left that it's not that big of a deal. IBIT, we covered. Good cover there. We're out. Obviously, it goes back into the 200, but look at IBIT making that move back to 570 or $53 at 52.70. I'm not shorting this again. Again, a positive stock for us. Yeah, I know. IBIT and the market's trying to eat back a little bit here. The only losing trades we have on today are two of them, and it's SMCI, and it's basically. We'll go 0 for 2, but they both had winning aspects to them until eventually it took out that high of $31. We had to get out of it, although it would still be fine. And then it doesn't matter. Like what things would be now doesn't matter because we analyze things as they happen. And right there, we got stopped out of Amazon, which I kind of feel fine about, other than the fact that Amazon didn't really do anything all afternoon. So I feel pretty, again, not bad, but I don't feel great because there could have been better trades. Like I feel bad about looking at Amazon. Like there's really nothing happening there. We have to stay sort of at a catalyst-based situation. That's when we find that we do the best. So yeah, other than that, man, everything's been going pretty good here. And just trying to end of the day on the right footing. So yeah, we'll just be very, very specific with everything and hope to get a little bit of a market flush at the end with only 10 minutes until imbalances.
Yeah, and no early looks that are of any real significance here. Maybe like BAC for 1.3. Some penny stock there, but that was from the morning. And CEIX, which I've never heard of, has $1 million to the buy side. Probably worth looking if that actually has any volume. Oh, we just got another super chat in there just now from Vasil Momentco. Guys, can you please take a look at SPY? You have called, but we have data tomorrow. Any advice?
What is tomorrow anyway? What do we have tomorrow?
What's the
EP?
It's PPI. It's PPI, right? Okay. Whoops.
Gotta put the I there. It's gonna sound silly.
It's hilarious. I just keep looking at DJT. By the way, 22%. It just keeps on going to the upside.
What? That's what we forgot to look at.
DJT is absolutely flying. Ari Pages, be careful shorting that thing. DJT does not seem to have anything standing in its way. But if you look, the SPY doesn't look good, and I'm not telling you anything you don't need that you probably don't know, but we've broken. I think you've broken the 50 period, but you just broke a recent upside trend. Kind of, if you slap a trend line here, it doesn't, either way, you're breaking a trend line. I don't have to draw it for you. And a retest of at least 570 and then 555 would be a for sure go zone for me. But I think you've just turned the trend around. I like the fact that it's bouncing and closing flat, but unless you start to get buyers above that close price from Friday, then all you've done is like come back to square one and you have an inside consolidation on what seems like a trend reversal. So I think tomorrow is going to be key. Like it's almost like an over-under at the prior close from a momentum standpoint. A lot of stocks are setting up exactly the same way, where they've managed to get a bounce without any follow-through. And I think that's something to watch. Like you bounced on NVIDIA, but no follow-through. You look over at Apple, yeah, you bounced on Apple, but no follow-through. Where's the breakout of the high? I'm pulling up Meta because I know it to be true. I actually haven't looked at Microsoft, so I can't tell you with certainty. But Meta, bounce, no follow-through, still holding underneath where we were, whether it's Friday's close or whether it's where we were sitting at the open. So without that, I guess, secondary push, all it was like the dip buying off of previous support or off morning lows, with nobody really that interested in holding it out and buying it up like crazy in the afternoon. So all we've done is hold the highs, which is good. Nothing against it, but the breakthrough just hasn't been there.
Right. Okay, so yeah, we're getting 352. I'm just trying to get it all figured out. We did take another out here on the TQs. It just hit 30s or so. Oops. Just hit right there, 37. So we take that out as we're really holding this 200 period moving average. So let's just put this all to bed now. Get in and out of these trades, and that's that. So right now, probably nothing else. We have the Rigetti, and I heard we're going to go to Adair, but when we're ready, I guess, we'll go over there, and we are now ready.
What we're going to do here is look at one of these new graphics here from Trader TV Research. This one I piloted a couple hours ago, but now we have the completed version, and it has been posted on X. So I'll put that link in the chat. Basically, this is the weighting of the NASDAQ 100, and this graphic includes the logo of every company in the NASDAQ 100 as of the close on January 10th. So you can see here the smaller logos at the top here of the screen are going to be those companies that are like smaller weighted. So ARM here has the smallest weighting on the NASDAQ 100. Then these companies here in this sector are going to have some of larger weighting. So Palantir, Booking Holdings, Honeywell, all pretty highly weighted. Now, of course, Apple, the highest weighted. A lot of these Mag 7s in the top 10. But Costco and Netflix pretty strongly weighted as well. These companies in this, I guess, area here on the bottom left of your screen are companies that have pretty high weighting but aren't necessarily in the top 10, like Adobe, Intuitive Surgical, AMD. Pretty interesting stuff. Definitely make sure to check it out at TTV Research. This is one of our new original infographics, guys.
Nice work, Dara. Yeah, we really like those. And again, it just helps you visualize, sort of the components there. So always know what you're investing in. I mean, I think that's the most important. You could love the NASDAQ, but if you're noticing that, you're not big on Microsoft, well, if that's going to be the third holding there, regroup basically at that point. But yeah, sure, Dara, great work on those.
So if you're in DJT, DJT just did its heaviest candle of the entire afternoon, basically. I'm not going to, I guess you can find some bigger pullbacks earlier in the day, but it just pulled back off 43.30 or so, right back into 42.6. With only 5 minutes till the imbalances go, I mean, why not have this one up? Like, there's no early look imbalance, but I mean, it's moving a ton. Like, wouldn't surprise me. Can't remember the last time I've ever seen DJT on the locator, but it wouldn't surprise me if we got a little bit of action on this one. So this one, it broke out to 42, went further than I was expecting it to go. Late in the day, this is sort of why I'll always trail when it starts to break a trend, jump out, because you never know which trend line break is going to be this one in the afternoon. Like, I don't know. Like, to me, when it did this parabolic move up, well, that candle could have been a $1 candle when I trailed out and only went 20 cents. Well, this one's going $1. I have no idea. You just know that it's on trend until it isn't. And if it breaks a trend this late in the day, I usually want to jump out. There was also apparently Funware was going, so I was told, or at least I saw people in the chat, worth keeping in mind. I forgot about this, but if we see this happen again tomorrow where DJT catches a bid, sometimes if a stock on sympathy tries to go but can't break out resistance, like Funware here at 6.25, DJT keeps on power and we see 45, 50, all that good stuff, and Funware can't break that top, And the moment DJT curls and you can short a sympathy stock off of an existing resistance level, I'm all for that. So I'm probably going to have this one up tomorrow, probably have to pay for locates, and then we'll see. If DJT goes running again, this would be the thing I'd look to play a sympathy short on. Not much movement, like 12%, still pretty good compared to 21%, and it didn't break out. This plays both ways, though. If it does break out at 6:30 tomorrow, then you got to be willing to go into the long. But as long as it's underneath resistance, then I want to play curls on DJT, or on this, off of moves in DJT. Wow, this Bitcoin move is not messing around.
I noticed that too.
Like, Mara doesn't have a red candle since we got out of it. This is program buying right now on, like, this is Mara. Get out of Mara. It's program buying to the upside. Where's my IBIT? IBIT probably exactly the same thing. Here, load. Yeah, just program buying. Caught a little bit of a right-hand turn. Oh, Jamie.
What's Jamie doing?
Oh, Jamie Dimon.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The minute these guys start talking, you know what about it, is when
bang,
it's
bang.
popping. You know, it's like,
that's program buying.
come on, man. So, oh no, I don't like this. I'm going to read this. I have no idea what it says. I just sold 401k and house. That's where I said, oh no, and have cash for a crash. 08 rerun.
That's a little.
I'll thumbs up because like bold move,
aggressive.
But yeah, do not. You know, not financial advice, but like don't refinance your house, hoping that there's a crash coming. But hey, if you're sitting in cash, I mean that's okay. You know, you can. And again, not a bad move. I mean, there was one guy there that sold everything off, and he went into all Bitcoin, and that was like when it was somewhere in like I think it was the teens or 20s.
Things you don't know personal financial situation, like where you're at relative to retirement. There's lots of factors in there that would change that type of a decision.
But selling your 401k and your house could go into all cash. I mean, I'm not sure what situation, like, I don't know how old or not Be Free is, but shout out to Peter Schiff as well. With gold, I would say if you're going to do something like that, then you may want to hedge a little bit and don't go all in on something if you're going to go into all equities. Gold
seems a bit extreme.
Yeah, it does to me as well. But like you said, to each their own, and everyone in different investment time horizons.
Yeah, well, that's the other side.
Yeah, gold. Again, we talked about gold going on a little bit of a run there. We did this, I think it was on Thursday or Friday, I guess. Yeah, we did the recap show this Friday, and we had mentioned gold. So just a little look there on what that's been doing, a nice little pullback in. I think at this point, maybe there's now time to put gold into your portfolio. It's had a nice run. It finally started moving into last year, made a high of 2,600 per ounce into November, October 30th, then that dripped down. So I really like this name into the 230s. I think gold, there is a spot in your portfolio for that now. GLD, again, good hedge against inflation possibly, and political unrest, as we keep on saying, with just a week away. And then, I mean, it's no surprise that today we start to hear, I don't know if it's all smoke. I mean, I don't know anything at the end of the day, but President Trump has said that, you know, you guys better be out of basically Israel, and that not out of Israel, the whole confrontation settled by the time he gets in, or else.
Netanyahu,
I think his words were like, or else. So I don't know.
Netanyahu pulled out of visiting,
right?
Pulled out of coming through for the inauguration. Like he was going to come and then he pulled out based on a video that was posted.
Well, Netanyahu is something else as well.
But there was a question about program buying. Like, what does program buying look like?
Getting out more futures.
This is one of those that, like, you know it when you see it. Like, I'll only ever say that's program buying when it's obvious. Like, to me, when it's a linear move up without pullback, unabated, and notice how it's like big candle, big, and then it slows down as it gets a little bit higher. That's just, like, someone needed to get some shares, and there was nobody standing in their way, and they just persistently, on consistent volume, there's nothing crazy exponential about it, and it just steadily goes up unabated. And then it happened on several crypto names at the same time. Like, it just, like I said, you know it when you see it. Obviously too late. I think if you catch something like this as it's breaking a resistance level, like in here is a reasonable place to have got in. Just take a shot. Like when it breaks this prior bar high, just kind of give it to that low, and then just sort of get in with a tight stop and see if it continues. 350 just hit till the bouncer. Nvidia, 3 million to the buy side.
Boom.
I don't know what SHY is. SHY there. Apple, 1.4 million to the buy side as well. Those are the big two. You've got HIMS as a sell for 100,000.
SHY is nothing. Short-term treasury.
Short-term treasury, okay. Instacart is there. So Instacart was supposed to be It's supposed to be added to the, and it's again there, supposed to be added to the S&P 400, but it comes out as a sell imbalance. So that's probably nothing burger. NVIDIA just paired back to 2.2 million. But look, the paired volume's 11 million shares, the paired on NVIDIA in a 2 million imbalance. So 2 million imbalance, 11 million paired, not very significant. I don't know that that's one worth chasing. What's crazy is DJT just right back to the highs.
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Big movement there for DJT as we keep on talking. Yeah, all about that name. Continuously going higher and higher, it seems like DJT right now. Get that 351 in right now. We didn't trade a little bit differently, but we just wanted to make sure that we got out of our futures trade if it did go back up there to the upside. So you missed it because we have one little quick out here right before at 47, and then there's the out. Oh, we went short, and then okay, yeah. So nothing happened there. We had an offer, but that ran into our out right there of the futures. Good trading there as we just stay disciplined, right? We stay like into what we wanted to trade there, and that is the futures trade. So good trade at the end of the day there. Now we'll just wait to see where we can go now with NVIDIA. Nice little turnaround on that bump higher. Rigetti's going to close at $6 flat. Our stop is still 620. Like, I don't know if it hits it, it hits it. But for right now, that's where we're going to try to stop out on RGTI.
We're running here.
Yeah, the market's running. I mean, what was that imbalance?
Tesla 400.
Tesla 400. Adara normally gives us what those...
Oh, there it is. 500 to buy.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, market's 500 to buy. NASDAQ's 560 to buy. The Dow 185. Meg 7 453. This is not an imbalance-driven move to the upside. Those are small numbers. And yet you're getting, I think it's buy programs still on anything that's crypto related. Like I'm still seeing the green candles. And then right into the 400 level is Tesla with only about 7 minutes to go. NVIDIA broke out the high of the day. AMD got back to the high of the day. DJT got back to the high of the day. I haven't double checked what Apple is doing, but this is pretty crazy move. Like 10 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago, we were talking how we felt about like the SPY. Well, you know, we got back to the top without any follow through. Well, this kind of changes things. Like the follow through is now there. Now you are breaking and holding and buying above that Friday close price. This changes things. Obviously, you still have to hold on to that tomorrow morning. If we come in tomorrow and then we could just be gapped right down back underneath that Friday close. And then all of this hard work is essentially for naught. And you just put it right back to square one. But yeah, big rally almost everywhere in the market that I can see. Tesla and crypto stand out the most. Like Tesla's basically just squeezing now. But I'd be a little cautious. Remember, at 355, not that these are gigantic buy imbalances, but NVIDIA is a couple million shares, and there are some smaller buy imbalances. At 355 is when you usually see a lot of these pair off. And when you have a parabolic move up, it's potential reversions when you get to 355. So about 90 seconds to go till then. Netflix just went green, probably everything. If a stock was red, it probably just made a very nice rally to the upside. Netflix, you still need to split as far as I'm concerned.
I think it will at some point. Yeah.
I think this year, I said this last year and was wrong. So we're right about Broadcom eventually, but Netflix.
Yeah, I think there's Netflix and there's Costco. I think are on radar for me.
That's about it.
For a possible split. Yeah. Anybody have any other ideas there? Salesforce? No. All right. I mean, there could be like some biotech names that are pretty hot right now, but yeah, no.
Lilly should have, but
that's another one.
Now it's kind of a little bit late because it's already coming back down.
Another one. Okay. There's NVIDIA. So at 355, could we get that bump, that reversion back down? Oopsies. Let's go and wait and see if we can get that. So at 355, just looking, we are at the high of the day. This is not a bad opportunity to do that. 133 and change for NVDA with just a couple seconds to go. Let's try it. Let's go a little short here with a stop at 133.26s or so. Trying to play it with only a couple more seconds left. We're short now at 09. Let's put a bid down here in the 80s. Don't get it stopped out before this trade even happens. We have to wait for, no. We put a stop. We're in it too early probably. Let's just see if it works. Don't stop me out. All right, 10 more seconds and go, and then we see a little bit of a flip up here, hopefully on NVDA. Here we go, 3, 2, and 1. No, don't stop me out. Go to the downside. And there it is. Yes, sir. Okay, it's a little bit of a downside move, but we're not in at the great price. I don't see it anymore there.
It's flipped.
Yeah, I think it's flipped, but it doesn't really matter. It didn't really do anything. So that was the trade there for us. We're short at 09, just a small piece. There it goes, breaking 25s, 14-cent hit at the end of the day on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still a decent stock to trade today, but it was barcoding pretty much all afternoon.
IMS is still
until right there. there. So yeah, that's that trade. Rigetti just breaking through 605, and we're out on that one. If you're wondering, it's the last trade that we have right now. Just put the order in. So we're almost out of RGTI in what is finally all day there for this trade. So it just took a little longer than we had hoped for, but RGTI still a nice profitable name there.
That's what it's all about. Rigetti. Well, I mean the crypto stocks. The quantum stocks have been bleeding, and they continue to look really bad. I think they're shorts until they're not at this point. Before I get up to the desk, one last one from Nimrod. The super chats came in, and they've been flying around. We appreciate you. Any general rules for when to buy the dip for long swings? How do we know when the price is highly probable close to bottom when they break past supports? Try not to guess at it. For myself, in a long-term account, it's very different. If I'm buying something for the long term, I'm not as wrapped up in worrying about whether I got the bottom. I don't care if I've got the bottom when I'm buying a dip in Google. It's completely irrelevant to me because I'm gonna hold that stock forever. Like Caterpillar, I'm probably gonna give that to my daughter, those shares. But like, sorry guys, I was trying to hold on to that till I got to the desk, but it didn't happen. No, I always try to have some kind of a trend reversal. Like here is an example, only because I did this on Snowflake for a swing, and so I can give the example of the stock that I took. It was a rounded bottom, you make lower lows, and then all of a sudden, there's your higher low, there's you regaining the 50-period moving average, there's you breaking out. So higher low, 50-period regain, just quickly back to the chart. Higher low, 50-period regained, breakout. Trend long, and then you got some obvious targets, the 200-period moving average, you had that 170 up there, then the 190 level in there as well. But yeah, I'd rather try to catch it rounded bottom, regain some major moving average, and then make a breakout, like a local breakout from there. Like very, very simple, where I'm not trying to get the low. I have no interest. I've done it before like a fool, like everyone else does. I've done it before where I just try to predict where the bottom is going to be. But I think it's just a lot better if you wait for it to actually curl and give you the rounded bottom. I'd rather be part of buying that's already starting on a stock that's depressed than trying to be that person that got the low. I mean, look at me, I got the low on Snowflake. The problem with that is, like, what happens if it turns into like one of those, like TAN ETF or like a natural gas, and then you're just picking bottoms forever.
Yeah. You have to be on it. Like you have to have your stop orders in there and make sure like it's.
Be careful.
Picking tops and bottoms. I think that's why picking sectors for reasons makes sense, and then you just kind of trade out of it as you see fit, right? So I do like all that.
I'll see you guys in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
3:58. Gotta get over there.
Then. Get over there. Then we don't need to get anybody in trouble. Yeah. Thanks, Neil. Good day overall. Obviously in the market, and it looks like Rigetti may end. I don't know. I just feel pretty lucky here that this hasn't filled us out yet. And we gotten stopped out of it. But right now, Rigetti looking to make a move here, breaking through that 605. Thanks again to everybody there today. They'll go over all the sectors in just a couple hot minutes. The NASDAQ still red, but S&P right now up 0.18. Nice rebound day for sure, considering where we came from. Quick news with Adara.
EIX here, Edison International. Looks like this is actually a wildfire-related play here. They just announced that their cap for the California wildfires, their liability cap, is going to be $3.9 billion. I only mentioned because we do have actually a little bit of a spike in downside volume as we head into the close. They also have RVOL of about 10. So EIX could be a play to watch tomorrow, down 12%, guys.
Tomorrow's trade today. We used to have a segment like that. I do like that one. Tomorrow's trade today, EIX. That makes me think about the insurance sector right now. We wanted to say, prayers up and all that stuff. I mean, I feel like it's cliche at this point, but to everybody there, I don't even know what the situation currently still is there in California, but hopefully if you and yours have been affected by it, we hope that it's been minimal and I know that's not the case for everybody. So sad situation there. The insurance and ETF right here, KIE, nice downside push with only 30 seconds to go right now. We'll get Adara on the bell in less than 20 seconds right now. And if not, maybe Joe. Oh, here goes Adara right now coming back in. So, all right, I got to get on that. It's been a great day. KB Homes, I think I looked over, was the best earner or market cap there today. All right, there it is, man. With only 4 seconds to go. This closing bell brought to you by Trader TV Live. You found the best. Hit it. And there it is. Oh, brought to you maybe by Hive also, as I see it there right now. Hive, go check it out, Hive. Get in that blockchain space. Rigetti, there it goes. Now it gets stopped out right there to end the day, right at close on Rigetti. Good trade to end that, closing the day at $6. Could be a play there for tomorrow. RGTI as well. Look, thank you so much, man, for everybody. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. We back tomorrow. That is for sure. Andre, Fabian, Ramin, Brendo, Big Joe over there, Sharif, Neil obviously at the desk, and Adara. Want to thank everybody. Thank Obi again. Always thanking everybody and Bears vs. Bulls, and most importantly, all of the viewers. I mean, we can't have the show without you. We're setting records every single day. That may or may not be true, but I want to make sure that everybody hits the like, the share, all of that, and make sure you join us tomorrow. I mean, today, Apple short, Rigetti short, iBit short, 3 trades taken on there. Good trades. We'll see if we can do it tomorrow. But without any further ado, you're tired of me, so it's over. Somebody else you may be tired of, Neil, but we got Adara as well. It's the market recap show, the funnest show on the stream. So let's go over now. Thank you so much to everybody. I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao.
Thank you so much there, Sean. Great day today. This market recap show brought to you by the program buying on Tesla, Bitcoin, and everything crypto related. What is going on here? It hasn't stopped. Tesla's at 405 now. This has been unabated. So right at about just after 3:30, you had Tesla start going, and you can see here on a 3-minute chart, there was one little checkup right at resistance at 396, and then everything else has been blasting to the upside. I'll throw up iBit for you here. Same time, same move, right back to the upside. You can pull up MSTR, MicroStrategy. Obviously, anything crypto related is going to go. You're going to see a strong move. It's not like it was just them. It wasn't necessarily as strong in NVIDIA, but another blast to the upside there. We know this afternoon DJT was running. It didn't get the same program buy, but I would venture to say something that all of those other names had in common is pullbacks recently and under some pressure trend-wise for the last little bit here, and that could be the reason why you got some relief rally at the end of the day. Great day for DJT overall, 22%, 1 week before the inauguration, which will happen next Monday, and catching one heck of a bid. Hey, I'll be the first person. If Trump is really going to drop the UFO files and the JFK on Truth, I'm pretty sure it's going to get reposted in a few places, and I'll probably peruse it myself. I don't know about you, Dara, but I'd be somewhat interested. Has the U.S. found life out there? No, but DJT, an absolute rocket ship. Regardless of I don't care what your politics are, regardless of what you think about it, if you're trading, you couldn't ignore it today. Up 22% speaks for itself, Adara.
Yeah, it was a massive move to the upside, not one that I looked at particularly beyond the news. But I think what's interesting, too, is there are some people in our chat saying correctly that there could have been some resistance at 39. Basically, what happened was, for all I can tell, beyond the inauguration, the reason people were so excited about this name was, as you can see on the daily chart, we're in a little bit of a channel here with a base of around that 33, top of around 37. We broke out of that 37. Everyone on Twitter or X was so excited. They were like, oh my gosh, we had this breakout. Basically, it was just that breakout. But then, of course, there was some concern that this area of resistance around 39 could have been a problem. To say that it wasn't would be like an understatement. They broke through that level. Next level of resistance, I remember 45s was a level we were trading around at one point in time. So we can watch that 45s. There's certainly this 44, 45s area, some previous support that could be unwatched. But either way, DJT was wildly volatile. Certainly one to keep an eye on. And pretty just like trendy all day. I know we showed it to Sharif. He traded that during the midday as well. You were involved in that a little bit as well, right? The DJT today? I had the 42 long. I'll admit to trailing out of it. It did. Anytime in the afternoon, we sort of talk about this. Like if I get something consolidation into a break and it does a parabolic candle or like a big breakout candle, I always want to make sure it's going to hold on to the trend because sometimes you get that flush move in. So I did trail out of it after the first 1% move, and then it ended up going another couple of points after that. But it's always tricky. Like it's a lot easier if you find a trending stock. And shout out to everyone in the midday. Sharif was on this one. If you find a trending stock, it's a lot easier to have it going into a high of the day than it is to take a high of the day break. Because when you're taking a high of the day break,
you never want to get trapped in a reversion. Now, in this particular case, it ends up holding. Even when it did a bigger dip, it ended up holding. But to give you an example of what a reversion can look like on a stock late in the day, like this Mara was a short all day long. Well, look what happened when this broke trend. Like I was in a Mara short most of the day. Well, it broke trend here and just unabated back into the upside. Yeah. So like it is going to happen from time to time. And DJT is an incredibly impressive stock today. No question about it there. I do want to, just talk about some other names that came out or some other sectors in the market that look pretty good. We hinted at some strength in the energy sector. XLE getting right back up a couple of points back into the 50-period moving average, but a few things that we sort of talked about XOM worth watching. That's back at its 50-period moving average as well at the 110 level. One of the other names that I tend to like, and we are talking about the nuclear energy space, that CEG. So look, you see oil names to the upside, but Constellation was an absolute rocket on that acquisition on Friday.
Oh, huge.
What goes up must come down, and all of it right back. Like I thought this thing, okay, whatever, Constellation just resuming the upward trend. One of the best stocks of 2024 is doing it again. No, closing on the lows back underneath the prior high. Suddenly this sucker looks like a false breakout on CEG. So not all energy is the same, obviously, some of these nuclear names. And I was expecting when you make an acquisition, why was it up so much? A lot of times that'll actually bring the acquirer down. And CEG taking it a bit on the chin, down 8% today when it was such a strong day for a lot of energy names in here. Financials having a pretty decent one, a little bit of a bounce, but that's not necessarily breaking the trend yet. The good news for the financials is if you're trying to break this downward pullback, pretty good coming into earnings season, which I mistakenly said we had to wait till Thursday, but we don't.
We don't. Wednesday morning, we'll get JPM, the ones that usually perform or report, the first day. Usually we get these Friday morning. We actually get them on Wednesday morning. So it'll be JPM and Citigroup for sure. I'll see if there's any others. I know on Thursday we do get a couple other banks. Most notably, we're going to be getting Goldman Sachs. But yes, on Wednesday morning to confirm, we will get JP Morgan, Citigroup, and also Wells Fargo. And actually, Goldman Sachs changed theirs. They were supposed to be Thursday morning. Goldman Sachs now on Wednesday morning. They usually don't report the same day as JP Morgan, so that's really interesting. So Wednesday morning, to clarify, a bit of a switcheroo here. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo, as well as BlackRock, more of investment, but still on watch. Then Thursday morning, we will still be getting one other bank here. It's going to be Morgan Stanley, also Bank of America. But Thursday morning also has a couple other interesting names. One that I know I'll be watching, United Health. They're reporting Thursday mornings. That's going to be all eyes on that. That is absolutely my type of ticker. I've had anchors on that from the shootings. So yeah. United Health is going to be on my watch, but Taiwan Semi as well. So Thursdays, I think when things really start heating up. Friday morning's not bad either, though.
No, we love to be back in earnings season because for traders out there, it just gives you more stocks that have the potential to trade in new ranges, right? So there's nothing wrong with range-bound trading. Support and resistance is fantastic, but it's even better if you're breaking through new levels, like what we saw with CEG, and then you can get a false break and a potential reversal. It's worth noting that Tesla's still going, okay? Tesla's at 407 now, and there's nothing right now stopping it. This is unabated to possibly, I'm just going to pull up a daily chart. Like, I don't know where it can go, and obviously volume is going to start to taper off as we get into it. But if you go back a couple of sessions, there's a 411 level that was pretty big, and then if we really start going a 425. But this has just been incredibly impressive. There is yet to be a red candle since testing the high of the day here, going back to 345 on a 3-minute basis. It's just been super, super strong in here. I see Ronnie Boy mentioning SMCI earnings are coming. I love earnings season. SMCI is a name. There's a lot at stake. There's a lot at stake for almost everybody in earnings in this current environment because everyone's getting a little bit bearish. But SMCI, I'd say, is they got a lot at stake relative to everybody else in the chip space. They're hanging on by an absolute thread down here at $30, and the potential on strength is huge. And that's why I wouldn't get excited for SMCI earnings. This is the kind of name that if we do less than 15, 20%, I'd be incredibly disappointed. the day after earnings on SMCI. So you'll get them on the 23rd. We're definitely looking for them for sure. KNT in the chat, did we see DJT today?
We
Just checked 2 minutes ago. Oh, yeah, we did. And DJT finally pulling back there, but KB Home is out?
Yeah, so I'm still reading through all of these reports, but they said their revenues grew by 19% to $2 billion. That would be slightly above analyst estimates of $1.99 billion. Though it's always worth noting, huge caveat, sometimes the estimates I see are not the same estimates that are used by Wall Street as a whole. Usually at some point people pick one estimate group they're using. Good night, Sean. But as of right now, I just have the ones I have. So $1.99 billion. They did slightly beat their on revenue. They also increased, apparently their diluted earnings per share increased 36% to $2.52. That also beats the metric I have there of what was this, $2.52 or $2.45? That is correct. So they did actually, we're just seeing they did beat on both. We were correct about that. GAAP earnings of $2.52 per share versus $2.39 expected. Sales of $2 billion versus $1.987 billion expected. They also announced that they apparently have repurchased $100 million of common stock. That is not a new repurchase announcement, but they already, I guess, have repurchased this over the last quarter. Revenue up 19%. We have diluted earnings per share up 36%. Home building operating income up 27%. They actually had an increase here of homes delivered in 17%. So I'm not seeing any metrics down on a year-over-year basis here, Neil.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's not really sustaining the move up there. So, like, it's up a couple points. There was a break. It was from 64 to 66 half. So it did look pretty good. Then it actually went back underneath. Now you're starting to get some buying come in to KB. Now, I think what's more interesting about where it's at is look at the daily chart. It's obviously a bit of a bear flag, but if it can actually break out about $67, it's been bleeding a little bit. Obviously a good general upward trend over the last couple of years, but it's a deep pullback. And the other thing I love about this, in addition to a potential break through 67.5, you just literally did a death cross. So death cross, 50 period crossing the 200 period, and then 2 days after that, you're going to get earnings to the upside. If this can break out 67.5 tomorrow, I think you look for some continuation. Got to add this to the list. What we love about earnings season. Earnings season is going to provide you for stocks that are range bound. You get breakouts off of levels. You get trend reversals. You get like gap and go, like everything that you want. You just sort of get one of them every single day because something will have reported, something will have moved. We had Walgreens go absolutely nuts last week. Let's see if KB Homes can do this tomorrow. But it's got to break out above this 67.30, 67.40 area. And just for everyone that's still watching some of these aftermarket moves, in addition to Tesla breaking out and continuing to go higher, AMD continues to go higher. $118 now for AMD, and this is in the aftermarket. It's just climbed another more than $0.50. You're still seeing buyers come into some of these names. Relief rally in the afternoon. Maybe that 330 buying that we've seen, program buying, is starting to come back in there. You had the run in crypto. You had the run on Tesla, which is probably the most impressive one. And then now you're getting some of the chip names making a bit of a late day rally for sure and continuing here in the aftermarket. I like what we're seeing here. Came in looking very bearish in the market. And the fact that we're able to put in some higher highs and some higher lows, don't look at the chart of the TAN ETF because that one still looks pretty bad. But I do like what we're seeing. And this is not the first time on Tesla. And we're going to get to Michael in a quick little second. But I wanted to make a note because I was actually just talking to Obi about this in chat. We've seen Tesla do specifically this. And I'm talking about buying in the last hour of like program style buying within the last hour of the day. It's done it a few times before where you get these big late day pushes after 3 o'clock. So we want to see if this is going to start to come back and we can resume some upward trend. But I like, you pull up a 60-minute chart, Tesla feels like it's trying to break this downtrend on a 60-minute. And if it can hold that 400 tomorrow, I think all systems go. Maybe we should be looking for continuations on Tesla. Been bearish for a hot minute. But you know what time it is? We got our good friend. We talked to him this morning. We get to hear his thoughts again for a little trader talk with the NOS boss. Yeah, let me hit the button. I always got to hit the button in there, Michael. But welcome back.
Absolutely.
Long time no chat.
It's been a very long time. What a day. Interesting day. I'm glad to be here to chat about it.
Yeah, and some of the stuff we saw at the end of the day, specifically in crypto, which I'm sure you would have seen anything crypto related from 3:30 on. Tesla caught a bit of a bid, and the description I used was that, well, that's program buying right there. And someone asked me, well, can you define it? And I was kind of like, well, it's like the old adage. And you know what I'm talking about here. You know it when you see it. You know it when you see it. No, you know it when you see it here in this case.
Yeah, yeah, and it's not. I think a lot of people, when you talk about like program buying and algo buying and stuff, they get a little tinfoil hatty, but it's just not that at all. So you got to remember that when these guys have to fill massive orders on positions, they don't have a guy sitting there where they say, "Listen, buy me 10 million shares of Tesla" anymore. It's all done on a system, and the system's like, right, put out a bid. When that bid gets hit, refresh it with another bid. And, if it's this late in the day and you haven't gotten enough, then hit the offer. They're all really complicated algorithms. But yeah, when you see them, it just means there's somebody aggressively buying. And I think that was kind of market wide today.
Yeah, especially at that end of the day. Like whether it was like, oh, we got a bunch of short-term shorts that were working, we had to cover, or maybe it was just some accumulation. Like somebody was trying to buy the dips and didn't get it. They just didn't get anywhere near what they needed to get done, and that could have certainly been the case. But one of the things that moved the most, when I was looking and perusing, Tesla was a big one, but IBIT, and then of course anything crypto related. I know you've been looking at a lot of these altcoins recently. When we see a move like this at the end of the day, does it give you any ideas as to maybe, okay, look at that 330 level when the buying started to come in on Bitcoin in particular, and then maybe start looking at what your altcoins were or were not doing in that moment? Because it's not just about, hey, well, it went up with it, maybe let's look for longs. Well, what about what didn't move alongside of that kind of a rally? What are your thoughts on the altcoins when we see that kind of a rally?
Yeah, and I like to treat these the same as individual stocks, with Bitcoin being the S&P 500 and all of these different altcoins being individual stocks, which is interesting. I have the Bitcoin chart up here. This is, to me, a very fascinating candle, and we've been talking about this box that I drew in here for a long time, Neil, where it's just, I've been warning people, hey, Bitcoin's really, really choppy, and this is just what it does. One day on a Sunday evening when no one's paying attention, it will rip or break down. But, warning people of the chop. And this, to me, is kind of a perfect stop run, because we had this box forever, basically just these lows right here at about 90,000. We undercut that earlier on the day, just enough to trigger probably a whole bunch of stop losses that were under, and that was bought aggressively. Now I think we have 2 hours until technically the end of this closing candle, and we're pretty much flat on the day after that amazing move. And then, right, whenever we're talking about altcoins, I got to look at Ethereum, and at least for now, Ethereum is relatively weak, whereas Bitcoin, I wanted to talk about, broke that level, came back up and hold it. Ethereum, we're still under that level right there. This gray line's the 200-day moving average. Maybe that acts as some support, but really, unless we can reclaim this as fast as Bitcoin did, then for me, I'm kind of hands off any kind of altcoin, just because both Ethereum and Solana are kind of the bellwethers for those. And Solana held up pretty well, not as good as Bitcoin, and Ethereum being worst of all. So it's flight to safety, I guess. It's hilarious that we say that now about this kind of magic internet money, but that's what we're seeing. People want Bitcoin. They don't really want the other ones right now.
Well, I mean, you chuckle at the whole flight to safety thing, but like in everything, it's all relative, right? Like if you're in the space, there's going to be something that is that's going to be the leader, the best of breed, whatever it is that you want to call it. And obviously, Bitcoin is always going to have the limited supply, which I think gives it a big advantage. And of course, it's a first. It's everything else in altcoin. There's a reason sort of for that. On all of those charts, so you've got anytime you see a support level with a bottom wick like that, in a general sense, you're thinking reversal patterns. So my first thought is, okay, well, we end up with a close of a reversal, but the other side of that is, well, you need to have the continuation tomorrow. It's just that 1 day candle. And when I always say this to traders, if you see a candle on a daily chart, that's great. but the confirmation comes the following day. Like in and of itself doesn't necessarily tell us anything yet. And a lot of times you get over exuberant or excited when you get one of those reversal candles, and it can be completely irrelevant come 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I have a very basic play that I have here on Bitcoin, and nothing huge, but this is just kind of the simple way I'm playing it. It bodes to kind of what you were talking about as well, where if I have a buy stop over yesterday's high or over today's high, right, and then stop loss under its low. I think that's just going to be a pretty easy, simple little trade for me to make. If we get back to these prior highs, you can see the risk rewards too. If we break that, it could end up being a good trade. I'm certainly not betting the house or anything on it, but you're right. I don't really care too much about this candle, although it looks very, very nicely that we undercut that low and then bounce. But you're right. What I want to see is tomorrow this turn around and go green. And based off what I'm seeing in the equity markets, you mentioned Tesla, a lot of these risk on names overall look good. So if I get that, that's going to be a trade. But yeah, you're 100% right. I look at that candle and I say, okay, if this occurs, if we break that high, then I think it might be worth a shot. If it just continues to sell again, there's 2 hours left technically in the close of this day. If it closes and we just end up selling and breaking down, then that means everybody who bought this wick to make this wick a thing, they're wrong and it's time to go. So most candlestick patterns are like that, where they need some sort of confirmation the following day in order to take a trade, and will be invalidated just as quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And what's interesting is I was actually talking, someone asked me about Boeing, because Boeing had on the daily chart, it held like a 200 period moving average, did the perfect liquidity grab underneath it on Friday, and then today just did nothing with that. Like it didn't break, it didn't break through the prior highs to give you that breakout. All it did is sort of reverse the move in. Like no trade. You had a long setup coming after Friday, but then there was no long to be taken today. And sometimes that's okay. You can have an idea that you're waiting for. Like maybe that breakout doesn't come, in which case you don't have to take it as well. Can I ask you about the Widowmaker?
The Widowmaker.
Yeah, no, and it's, look, UNG, almost everything, a lot of energy was strong today. Let's go that way. Oil names were strong. Talk of a ceasefire also in the Middle East, which is always going to be good news. We'll see if that matriculates there, but still holding some of this trend, still holding specifically UNG that 50 period. So it's still looking pretty bullish, and you got a little bit of a sideways day here. I know this is a name that's done well for you off this recent bottom. This is a very long hold over the 50 period, I have to admit. Sorry, the 200 period, I should say. The 200, not the 50 period. It's a pretty long hold. What are your thoughts on this continuation play? I'm surprised how well it's holding up. Usually it's rinsed people by this point. It feels a little different.
Well, I'm glad it hasn't, because I'm still in. And just full disclosure right away, right? I always like to say I'm in probably a little bit of an uncomfortable amount of UNG, but I just found these boxes. I think they're great just to demonstrate the play here. But the idea was, just like you showed, we talked about this a bunch of times, the 200-day moving average was just a ceiling all last year for UNG, just could not get over it. Every time it hit it, almost precisely just reverse entirely. It's very rare to see something respect the moving average that much. So when we got into this kind of $17 area, right around here, that's where I got involved, and then my stop is under that moving average. So for me, what I'm looking to see is if we can get back into this congestion that happened over here. That's not insane that we would get back here. However, that would be about like a 6 to 7 risk reward. And that's really all I care about, knowing that there's about, 50-50 chance that I'm right on this. But it seems like it's a little bit too clean and a little bit too easy for the Widowmaker, which, me and Neil always joke about, but it's true. This is known as something that can very much hurt people. That's why I always say I treat it like a biotech. I trade it small enough that, right, I'm looking to double or triple or quadruple my risk if I'm going to take it. But it's holding very, very well. It's come down now twice to test that 200-day moving average, and it's held. So I don't know if I would buy it this far extended right now from the 200-day moving average, but it looks good. However, like you mentioned, energy, XLE, and oil was just on fire today.
Yeah.
And natural gas got a mind of its own, didn't really do anything on a day that XLE had a candle that kind of looked like this, where it opened right at the low of the day and then just rocketed all day. We got that 200-day moving average overhead. We'll see if that affects us, but all energy is looking great. But I am so far, and I'm going to knock on wood here, loving my natural gas play, at least right now.
Well, that's the thing. You've got a target on it. And the thing about it is, if it's going to be called the Widowmaker, if you're going to take a shot on it, you've got to give it a chance to work. But the whole point of getting into something like that, and of course having it out, which I know you always go over, it's important that you do, having a stop, but you've got to give it room to work, because the upside potential, when it does move, it's going to move a lot. Like, they don't call it the Widowmaker for a reason. Can I quickly ask you a question? Because there was a few people in the chat that have asked specifically about XRP. I know we've been coming on, and I know you've been talking a lot about crypto. I don't know, maybe before we get you out of here, could you just give us your thoughts on that? Because I wanted to make sure, and Daryl pointing out there were a lot of people asking specifically about XRP. If you could give us your thoughts.
Yeah, XRP is one of those that, as an altcoin, it's kind of divorced itself from the rest of the crypto market, which I think is a good thing. It's showing that in crypto we are starting to get sectors, I guess, for lack of a better word, right? We have Bitcoin, which is digital gold, and then we have Ethereum, which you can build all these apps and everything on it. And then Ripple is kind of positioning itself as this this medium of exchange, right? For those who don't know, I guess I'll just go quickly. Ripple, the power of Ripple is that you can exchange a whole lot of money lightning fast for near nothing. I've heard people moving $50-60 million and it taking across borders, and it taking minutes and costing pennies, right? That's the whole kind of power behind it. But the story has been that the SEC has been fighting this for a long time. People believe now that the current SEC chair is backing off, that whoever comes next will be more favorable to it. Now, that's the fundamental side. From a technical standpoint, just looking like a bull flag to me right here. It's I have the chart up here, and it's rocketed from 40 cents now up to $2 or $3 almost at one point, and it's just consolidating sideways. Same caveat I will give to this that I gave to Bitcoin, where people in crypto, we remember these epic moves, right? From 40 cents to $3. But then often we forget about this, where it's just years and years of absolutely nothing. Didn't go up, didn't go down, didn't hurt bulls, didn't hurt bears. What it hurt was the active trader that's trying to get involved, right? A big spike up here, and then it fades, and then it spikes again, it fades. A lot of this can occur. So the same as I did with Bitcoin, you can see I just drew a box around prior highs and prior lows. And I want to see some sort of volume and momentum and just an oomph, I guess, above or below any of these levels before I'm interested in it at all. I think that this could enter the same thing that Bitcoin could enter. I'm going to come up with a presentation, I think, for Friday, where I think the whole market could be like this for the next 6 months to a year, where we're just kind of chopping sideways. So I want to make sure everyone understands we can go up, we can go down, we can go sideways. And it looks like in a lot of these crypto spaces that we're in for sideways. So if you're a long-term person, that's fine, right? You just hold it and do whatever. If you're trying to actively trade it, then I think you're going to start buying breakouts. And like today in Bitcoin, people short at the breakdown, and that gets frustrating and it can chop you up quite a bit.
For sure, but it does present you, at least as a day trader, I think you can look for those little, okay, well, if it does a false break of the high or the false break of the low, you can look for that reversal if that's the mode of market that we're in. So identifying, and thank you, Michael, identifying what phase you're in can sometimes lead you to a trading strategy. In that particular case, instead of waiting for the breakout, maybe look for those little reversion trades when everyone else is chasing those big breaks in every direction. See, you're giving day trading ideas even when you don't know that you're doing so. Michael, thank you so much. Well, our good friend Michael Nas from StatChez. Before we get you out of here, any last thoughts?
Well, no, I was just going to say, and for those option nerds out there, remember, there's options now on IBIT. It's a little bit risky, but I know there's people out there that are selling straddles and iron condors and essentially delta neutral strategies that just make money off this crazy volatility as long as the price stays within a certain band. So there's now that option as well. And if Ripple is going to have an ETF, which I've heard rumblings of as well, all of these option plays will come out. And again, there's going to be fun to be had regardless of whether you're a bull or a bear or someone who's more market neutral.
There you go. Thank you very much, Michael. The options play as well. He's got a little bit of everything for you and cannot wait to see what you have for us on Friday morning. So we'll talk to you then. Best of luck for the trading week and go natural gas for Mr. Nos.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
All right. Take care, Michael.
See ya.
So there we go, another great session there from our good friend and Trader Talk from Michael Nos. Daryl, while we're away, I know you posted some things in the chat before we get into any kind of a roll call. There were a couple of earnings and a couple of updates that I think you threw into the chat there right as we were talking to Michael.
I did throw them into the chat. So we already went over KBH. They announced they did about 100 million in buybacks. Keep in mind, that's not a new buyback announcement. That's what happened over the previous quarter. But yeah, KBH beat on every metric. Service Titan is a little bit more interesting. TTAN, they actually IPO'd on December 12th, 2024. So pretty recent IPO, only been trading for about a month. They did beat on sales here, $199.28 million versus $198.52 million expected. Their adjusted earnings per share were in line, and the guidance is where things get really interesting for Service Titan. They fully beat here on their revenue guidance for the fiscal year, so they're guiding 2025 revenue between $761.6 million to $763.6 million. That's well above estimates here of $755.722 million. However, their Q4 guidance is awful for revenue. I'm sorry, I'll just be honest here. $199 million to $201 million. Analysts are looking for $222.549 million. So the upper end of this missed guidance or missed estimates by over 20 million. Not a great look. We know we say there's no such thing as good or bad earnings, but when you miss like that, it's a little hard to say that's like a great number. But either way, I mean, pretty flat here. Make sure to draw those earning anchors. I was talking to Obi and Wayne and stuff, and they said they had earnings anchors there for WBA and DAL. Yes. I've already dropped my anchors for Service Titan and KBH, so make sure you drop those anchors to the earnings reaction because something new I'm trying this year. We'll have to wait and see how it works, but yeah.
Yeah, and Service Titan's pretty much right at there because it's a recent IPO. It's right at those lows.
Yeah.
I mean, if this with that kind of a move and with that kind of a miss on Q4, watch out because just under $100 is going to be the actual low on Service Titan. But you know what time it is?
I do.
It's already 4:30. It's roll call time. And if you're not familiar with roll call, that's where Adara is going to rapid fire read out every single name she sees in the chat, give everybody a shout out. And of course, I always say if you want to be in the chat, you got to be a subscriber. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Jump in and give thanks to the best trading team out there. That is Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos. I see Fabian on the mic as we speak. We've definitely got Andre dropping some socials. We're going to be shooting some more videos in the next coming weeks for you guys. Stay tuned for that. Want to give a big shout out to the Bash brothers on the Midday show, Sharif, and our good friend Options, Joey Options, whichever one you want to call him. Shout out to my main man, Sean. Obi as well, who fills in more off. Of course, Adara, giving you guys the news and the straight goods every single day. And the #1 moderator in the business, Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to you. And of course, you can all give yourselves a pat on the back for being the best trading community out there. So get your name in there and let's get some roll call action today.
Yeah, shout out to everybody here. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, referencing Brian Shannon here because I mentioned anchored VWAP. Shout out to Neil.
Yes.
Shout out to Sean, Sharif, Joe, Obi, Fabian, Ramin, Brendan, Andre. Let's get this chat here. We got Havana Woody, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, the Misses. I like that one. Bill Bagholder, Easy Peasy, Leilani Berrigan, Drop Trades, Bora Hout, Yatube. We got Conrad, Clark, Alex, M. Allen, Diggity Risks. I like that one. No diggity. Stoic Sobriety. Oh, that's another. A lot of great names in the chat tonight, guys. T.S. Booger. I love that one too. Sally, Jordy VWAP, Bristol, Jai Singh, Tay2 Certified. Sure, I believe here that we have Neil dying over T.S. Booger. We have Baby Buffett with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Baby Buffett, for the $2 super chat. Buffett Jr., I guess, over there. BK Lemons, Bryha. We have James Roth, we got Digital Gravity, and we have Mile High Momo. We'll end with that. Also, guys, make sure to check out our social media accounts, Trader TV Live and also TTV Research. I've been putting out some original graphics, and actually just during the market recap, I was working on a brand new one about Mag 7s for earnings. Ooh. So make sure you take a look at that. That will be out probably sometime within the next few days. So make sure you check out all of those infographics we're putting out for you.
Oh, we are going to stay tuned for that. I'm very excited to see them. Those are fantastic.
Thank you.
Gives you some light, interesting reading, especially on your commute, which I, of course, have one. So thank you, everybody. We got the best community out there. I love some of those names. Yeah, you made me chuckle. I'm a kid at heart. It is what it is. But guess what? It's just the start of the week. We got the whole week to go. We have the buy program at the end of the day, hopefully leading to some more fun tomorrow. You know it will. And to do that, you got to come right back here, 8:30 in the morning. We're Trader TV Live. See you tomorrow.
See you.